and gentlemen, we hope.
Both drivers on the green. 82, just after my 24th birthday. Wow, it's a long time.
Do the math.
Do the math, right. So we are getting the cars across the scales in the pit area. They'll go across the scales. They'll stage over in turn two. We're bringing them out 2 cars at a time. Best lap of the 2 will count as their official time. We will transfer the top 4 out of each group. We'll have 2 groups. We've divided our 50-car field into 2 groups. So we'll be taking the top 4 cars out of each group. Everybody else will go into one of 4 B main races coming up later on tonight. So we'll take the top 4 out of each B main. So give you a little extra racing action tonight. And of course, it'll all be topped off with a 40-lap main event tonight, paying $2,500 to win. First 2 cars out of the chute will be the 02 car for J.C. Wilson, second-generation driver out of Milton, Florida, in the Wilson Lumber Company Longhorn chassis. He'll be followed out by the 50 car of Ron Boardman out of Wattsburg, Pennsylvania, the Jim's Automotive Rocket. So 2 cars at a time will be out on the racetrack. So we'll try to get this 50-car field qualified as quickly as we can. All right, a little correction in the format. Be 5, top 5 from each group in qualifying. So that'll take 10 cars, put them into the main event. Then we'll have the 4 B mains and take the top 3 out of each B main. That'll bring us to 22 cars, and we'll have 2 provisionals. Crate Racing USA provisionals at the back of the pack for starting positions 23 and 24. Okay, green light is on. Here come our first 2 qualifiers. Top 5 out of each qualifying group. J.C. Wilson, young second-generation driver out of Milton, Florida, in the Wilson Lumber Company Longhorn. He'll be followed out by car number 50, Ron Boardman, out of Wattsburg, Pennsylvania, the Jim's Automotive Rocket. Both drivers on the green flag and on the clock. 16,950 on Wilson. 17,896 for Boardman in the 50 car. Next two cars coming out will be car number 39 out of Dallas, Georgia, and the granite hauling and grading rocket, Troy Dixon, and in car number All right, we're going to give these two cars. They did not record on the second lap, so we'll give those cars one more lap using a new system here tonight. Getting little bugs ironed out on it. J.C. Wilson at 16,950. Ron Boardman at 17,896. Those are the laps that they are trying to beat. Wilson jumps the cushion up in 4, so he will not improve. Had a 19,600. Boardman an 18,154. So his best lap, the first one at 17.896. Next two cars coming out, the K39. That will be for Drew Kennedy out of Lansing, Tennessee. Schubert Monument Sales Special. And Troy Dixon in car number 39. Troy Dixon out of Dallas, Georgia, the granite hauling and grading rocket. First lap time, Drew Kennedy, 16.490. Troy Dixon coming down for the white flag. One down, one to go. He'll time in at 19.105. Drew Kennedy, lap number 2, will be 16.400. Troy Dixon working his second of 2 qualification laps. He'll stop the clock at 19.343. His first lap time, the better of the two, at 19.105. Next two cars coming out, the 38P for Trey Pearson out of Callahan, Florida, the DMT Trucking Rocket, and the 13 car of Thomas Burnside out of Tampa, Florida, the Burnside Racing Rocket. Both drivers now on the clock. Trey Pearson working the first of 2 qualifying laps. He'll look at the white flag this time by. One down, one to go. Stops the clock at 17.301 seconds. Thomas Burnside, lap number 1 is 17.232. Here comes Trey Pearson to complete his second lap. 16.738. 16.738. Burnside at 17.113. That'll be the better of the two for Burnside. Next two cars coming out in car number 19 out of Shannon, Mississippi, the B&M Salvage Rocket for Marcus Minga, and the 14C for Chuck Bowie out of Welcome, Maryland, in the Corbin Home Improvements Rocket. So both cars on the speedway, Minga on the clock, Chuck Bowie now on the clock. Marcus Minga, 16.532, 16.532. Chuck Bowie at 16.611, 16.611. First lap time, Chuck Bowie. Marcus Minga, lap 2 is 16.532. That'll be the better of the two for Minga. And Chuck Bowie, second lap time is 16.549. That'll be the better of the two for Chuck Bowie, 16.549. They were second and third quick, respectively. Coming out now in car number 38. He's out of Millport, Alabama. The Bud Coley Trucking Berry Ride. He was the king of the crates last year. Here's Jeremy Shaw. And in car number 11, he was the 2019 Cruise with the Champions Rookie of the Year for Crate Racing USA out of Oxford, Alabama. The Skinner's Body Shop Rocket for the Cruise Missile, Cruise Skinner. Jeremy Shaw, lap number 1, 16.548, 16.548. Cruise Skinner, first lap time is 16.269. Fast time for Cruise Skinner, 16.269. And Jeremy Shaw, lap 2, 16.447, 16.447. Cruise Skinner, lap 2, it's quicker, 16.263. Cruise Skinner on the provisional pole in group number 1. Jeremy Shaw, the king of the crates driver, third quick. Next two cars coming out in car number 71 out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee. In the Parkway Liquors Longhorn, it's Pierce McCarter. He'll be followed out in the 17C out of Parkersburg, West Virginia. The Nevin Gainey Race Cars Kryptonite for Fast Freddie Carpenter. Here comes Pierce McCarter off of turn number 4 to the white flag. One down, one to go. 16.842, 16.842. Freddie Carpenter, 16.523, 16.523. Pierce McCarter looks at the checkered flag on lap number 2. 16.668. That'll be the better of the two for Pierce McCarter. Here's Freddie Carpenter. Lap number 2 is 16.238. That'll be the better of the two for Freddie Carpenter. That's quick time. Freddie Carpenter. Fast Freddie on the provisional pole. Next two cars coming out in the 66W. Out of Cookeville, Tennessee, the Little Caesars Longhorn. Here's Deke Waters, car number 33 out of Brandon, Florida, in the Kerrs Rocket. It'll be Jeff Matthews. Deke Waters having trouble up in turn number 4. He'll stop the clock at 17.725. Jeff Matthews, 17.729, first lap time. So Deke Waters spins in turn 2 to bring out the caution flag. So Jeff Matthews still with a lap coming to him. That'll be his second lap. 17.725. Wait a minute. $16.551. The time for Jeff Matthews. Next two cars coming out, the 38 car, Jamie Carter out of Clay Hill, Florida, the DMT Trucking Berry Ride. And in car number 95, Steve Mathis Jr. out of Plant City, Florida, the ATP Trucking Berry Ride. Lap 1 for Jamie Carter, 16.881, 16.881. Steve Mathis is 17.595, 17.595. Lap 2 for 16,424 for Steve Mathis Jr. And Carter was 16,449. Next two cars coming out. Car number 6 out of Jupiter, Florida. The Dunright Construction Rocket for Clay Harris. And in the 02 car, the veteran out of Valrico, Florida. The Adams Used Auto Parts Rocket. Here's Keith Nosbish. Clay Matthews is 16.557, 16.557. 16,385. That'll put Keith Nosbish in the top 5. Third quick for Keith Nosbish. 16.4 flat for Clay Harris. 16,177. That is quick time so far tonight. Keith Nosbish puts it on the provisional pole in the 02 car, 16.177. He's been the track champion here, I think, about as many years as I've been doing the Winter Nationals. Coming out next in car number 2 out of Milton, Florida, in the Slay's Mobile Home Service Longhorn. It'll be Bo Slay. And in the 116 car, the veteran out of Crossville, Tennessee, the B&M Concrete CVR for the Dream Weaver, Randy Weaver. 17,596 for Bo Slay. 16,346 for Randy Weaver. That's fourth quick. 17,588. 16,227. Second quick time for Randy Weaver. Coming up next in car number 41 out of Hamilton, Ohio, the C-Tech Tool and Machine Rocket for Jim Couch. And in car number 30 out of Pleasant Hill, Iowa, the Spangler Automotive Masterbuilt for Todd Cooney. Jim Couch coming around to complete lap number 1. 16.943, 16.943. 16.798, first lap time for Todd Cooney. 16.798. Jim Couch, lap 2 is 16.805, 16.805. Todd Cooney, 16.561, 16.561. Takes 16.4 to get into the top 5. Still 4 more cars yet to qualify. In car number 45, coming out of Mount Vernon, Illinois, the Modern Fabrication Kryptonite. Well, that'll be the 84 car. Sam Halstead out of New London, Iowa, the Sam's Auto Sales Masterbuilt. And in the 15 car, Jeremy Creech out of Richmond, Indiana, the Quality Painting Rocket. So Kyle McMahon unable to answer the bell. First lap time. 16.886 for Sam Halstead. Jeremy Creech is 17.638, 17.638. Sam Halstead is 16.746, 16.746. Jeremy Creech coming around for lap number 2, 17.041. All right, our final qualifier in the 111 car in group number 1. It'll be the 111 car out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, the Murphy's Logging Rocket for Max Blair. So Max Blair on the clock, a solo run for the veteran out of Centerville, Pennsylvania. 16.225. Second quick for Max Blair. Let's see what he can do on lap number 2. Here he comes in the 111 down for the checkered flag. 16.146, second quick for Max Blair. So coming home with quick time honors in group number 1 in the 0-2 car. Oh, we stand corrected. Max Blair with quick time at 1:46. So he is on the provisional pole at 16:146. Nosbish second at 16:177. Randy Weaver at 16:227, third quick. Freddie Carpenter, fourth quick. Cruz Skinner, fifth quick. So that's your top 5 in Group A. Group B coming out next.
First out on the racetrack to qualify, the car number 313 out of Apollo Beach. That's Devin Dixon. Out of Milton, Florida, the car number 10 of Joseph Joyner. Brand new group of cars here to qualify here in our Crate Racing USA late models as we get set to wrap up in our qualifying attempt. First lap through for Devin Dixon. 16.501, 16501. Joseph Joyner, 15.957, 15957.
So Joyner, he is quick overall so far. Devin Dixon, 16.302. Joseph Joyner quicker on lap 2 at 15.950. So Joseph Joyner, he is on the provisional pole now for the big show. It goes to the fastest overall qualifier. So Joseph Joyner, the first driver in the middle, or the beginning of group number 2. Next 2 cars coming out of Plant City, Florida. He's in the Fat Daddy Rocket. It'll be Bruce Harvey. Car number 24, Dennis Lee Williams out of Zephyr Hills, Florida, the Plump Crazy Plumbing Rocket. Thank you, Larry Jewett, for covering for me there. I had to switch programs on our new timing and scoring system. Bruce Harvey at 16.357. Dennis Williams, 17.105. Lap 2 for Bruce Harvey is 16.400. Dennis Williams takes the checkered flag. 16.970 on the second lap. That'll be the better of the 2 for Dennis Williams. Next 2 qualifiers coming out in car number 17 out of Fort White, Florida. The Kryptonite Race Cars Kryptonite for Nevin Gainey. And in car number 32 out of Runnels, Iowa, the Alice Seamless Gutters Masterbuilt for Curtis Glover. So Nevin Gainey on the clock in the 17 car. Curtis Glover in the 32 on the clock. Nevin Gainey at 16.291, 16.291. Curtis Glover a 16.959. So lap 1 in the book for both drivers. Checkered flag coming out on lap 2. Nevin Gainey, 16.170 on his second lap. Curtis Glover, lap number 2, 16.525, 16.525. Coming out next in car number 66, the defending and 2019 Crate Racing USA National Champion. Out of Rome, Georgia, in the Knowles Race Parts and Bodies Longhorn, here's Jake Knowles. He'll be joined on the speedway by the driver of car number 15. He's out of Lake City, Florida in the Roundtree Ford Kryptonite, Hunter Sweet. Jake Knowles coming down to complete lap number 1, 16.350. 16.350. Hunter Sweet at 16.502. 16.502. Jake Knowles down for the checkered flag, defending series champion. 16.323 on the second lap. Hunter Sweet, 16.529 on his second lap. Next two cars coming out. Car number 27S out of Buchanan, West Virginia. In the TKS Contracting Rocket, Derek Shaw. And in car 11M out of Tampa, Florida, the United Speed World Towing Rocket for Megan Ray. Derek Shaw down to complete lap number 1 is 16.796. 16.796. Megan Ray is 16.468. 16.468. Derek Shaw takes the checkered flag on lap 2 is 16.291. 16.291. Megan Ray, lap number 2 is 16.549. 16.549. Next two drivers to hit the racetrack in the 66K automobile. Out of Tyrone, Georgia, in the Clayton Signs Rocket, it'll be Jody Knowles. And the 03 car from Dover, Florida, the Dynamic Painting Snow Brothers chassis for Philip Cobb. Both drivers on the clock, working their first of two qualification laps. Here comes Jody Knowles off of 4 down to the white flag. 16.977, 16.977. 16.434, first lap time for Philip Cobb. Jody Knowles, lap 2, 16.475. Philip Cobb, a 15.935. That is quick time so far and quick time overall for Philip Cobb at 15.935. Next two cars coming out in car number 16. Tom Egner out of Hinesville, Georgia, the Ace Real Estate Longhorn in the 3 car for Micah McCall out of Bruton, Alabama, the Murder Creek Distillery TNT. Tom Egner, 17.069. Micah McCall, 17.181. Tom Egner, lap 2, 17.840. Micah McCall, lap 2, 17.330. Devin Dixon on the bubble at 16.302. That's 5th quick. Next two cars coming out in the 03C out of Plant City, Florida, the Cobb Racing Barry Wright. It's Tanner Cobb. And in the 99T automobile out of New Matamoros, Ontario, Canada, in the Ignite Rocket, Tyler Riggs. Tanner Cobb, 16.481, 16.481. Tyler Riggs, 17.774, 17.774. Tanner Cobb, lap number 2, 16.564, 16.564. Second lap on Tyler Riggs, 16.554. Picked up a full second on that second lap. I've been practicing the name of his town, New Matamoros, Ontario, Canada. Not to be confused with Old Matamoros, Ontario, Canada. Coming out next in car number 29. From parts unknown. This is Daniel Woody. Daniel Woody. And in the 41 car, Travis Barnador out of Plant City, Florida, the Barnador Racing Berry right. Daniel Woody, a 16.353. 16.353. 16.166. 16.166. First lap time for Travis Barnador. Third quick. 16.149, Daniel Woody. Travis Barnador, 15.883. Quick time overall right now for Travis Barnador in car number 41. Still a few more cars yet to qualify in group number 2. Coming out in the 007 car out of Micanopy, Florida, the Custom Pool Snow Brothers chassis. This is Dusty Sparkman. He'll be followed out by the 10C of Ronnie Cooper out of McKenzie, Tennessee, the Ronnie Cooper Trucking. Black Diamond. Rusty Sparkman, 16.507. 16.507. Ronnie Cooper, a 16.930. 16.930. Sparkman, lap 2 is 16.343. 16.343. Ronnie Cooper, second lap time is 16.762. 16.762. Coming out next in the number 7 automobile. Out of Verona, Kentucky, the Nichols Racing Club 29. Here's Brad Rickles. And in the familiar black and green, number 87 out of Forest, Virginia, the Cecil B. Arthur Beef Farms Kryptonite. Here's Walker Arthur in the Beefmobile. Brad Rickles, the 16.327. Walker Arthur, lap 1, 16.246. Brad Rickles, a 16.427. Walker Arthur, a 16.120 on his second lap. Fourth quick time for Walker Arthur at 16.120. Next two cars coming out in car number 2 out of Lineville, Alabama. That's called Shimbone Alley, Shimbone Valley. Hurst Construction Rocket for Todd Hurst. And the 17M, David Markham out of Live Oak, Florida, the RC Markham Tractor Service Kryptonite. Todd Hurst, straight out of Shimbone Valley. 16.187. I try to sound like Keith Jackson when I say that. And first lap time for Markham is 16.667. 16.667. Todd Hurst, lap 2, 16.189. 16.189. Here comes Markham on lap 2 is 16.535. Last car coming out in group number 2. 21W out of Waterford, Pennsylvania, the Mill Run Collision Rocket. This is Chris Withers. Chris Withers. 16,530. (16,632). Second lap time for Chris Withers. Larry Jewett gives the top 5.
All right, taking a look at this. 5th place coming in, the car number 29, a time of 16.149. Then we have in the 4th position, the car 87, Walker Arthur, with a time of 16.120. And then you get into the 15-second bracket. You go back to the car number 10, second car to qualify in the group. That car number 10 of Joseph Joyner coming through with a time of 15.950. Second quick would be Philip Cobb in the 03 with a 15.935. And your fast timer, the car number 41, the Varnador Racing Ride, coming through, put up a time, the 41V, Travis Varnador, 15.883. Racetrack for tonight. This is the opening race for the 2020 season for the Top Gun Sprints. They'll have 3 nights of competition, tonight, tomorrow night, and again on Saturday night. And while we're still finalizing the schedule and making sure we have our dates in alignment, I do believe we're going to see the Top Gun Sprints appear 5 times in 2020. If you want to find out information about the Top Gun Sprint, you can go to their website. That's topgunsprints.com. The rule book's on there. The schedule for 2020 is on there. The pictures from the banquet held a couple of weeks ago are on there as well. Learn more about this group. Very competitive group. The 2019 champion, A.J. Maddox. Interestingly, if you look at the past champions, Maddox only wins in an odd-numbered year. So this may not be his year. There's a bunch of guys back there that want to have a say in that. Take a look at the field we're going to see here tonight in heat race number 1 before they push him off. On the pole, the car 17 of Bruce Durden. You can't miss that car. It's a bright color. Outside of him, driving the car 27, it's Andrew Griffin. Starting at the inside of row number 2, the car number 43 MB of Tim Fricke. Larry McVeigh drives car number 83. He'll start in the 6th position. A couple of East Bay regulars make up row 3. The car number 11B of Billy Bridges, top 5 in the points last year. On the outside of him, the defending champion for East Bay Raceway Park Sprints, the car 50 of Joe Zuchek. And rounding out the field, the car number N20, that is Cole Nichols. 7 cars to go 8 laps in tonight's Top Gun Sprint heat events. Field getting the signal to push off, and they'll chase around behind the Brandon Ford East Bay Raceway Park Pace truck. Brandon Ford earning that honor in 2019 of being the top-selling dealer in the world. They finished 2nd the year before, beat out by a Los Angeles dealership that pulled all kinds of shady stuff in December. But not this year. Belongs in Hillsborough County. That's where it's happening. And we appreciate the support that Brandon Ford has been providing to East Bay Raceway Park through the years. Hey, by the way, tonight, seen Stephanie out here a little earlier. She's selling 50-50 tickets. If you want to be a winner here tonight, like all these racers want to do, you might get your 50-50 tickets from Stephanie. We'll have the drawing coming up during one of our feature events after intermission. Right now, it looks like all of our Top Gun Sprints have received an escort, and they are on the way to motivating on their own. We'll get them lined up and ready for heat race number 1. Quick check of the field, we find we are missing 1 car at this juncture. And it might actually be there's the 43. He's out there. The N20 is there. Billy Bridges 11B. Here it comes right now, pushing up the 27. We've seen that car as the 32 in the past, and I'm not convinced it's not still a 32 on the... No, it's a 27. Okay, so now we have all 7 cars that we need. We'll get them lined up as Griffin does move into a spot on the outside of the front row. You see Bruce Durden in the car 17 down in the bottom to take his position to lead him down to the green. Procedure goes like this. The cars are expected to be side by side as they approach the cone that you see in turn 4. It's up to the front row to be right there before they can get this race started. Just like they are right now, that's the way they need to be when they come down to get the green flag. Our cars come onto the racetrack through the turn 2 gate. They exit the racetrack through the turn 1 gate. In the course of an event, if there is a caution, we have a restart zone from the cones backwards to the middle of turn 3. Also, the Top Gun Sprints utilize a cone in the front straightaway. The drivers must pass to the outside of that cone. 7 cars to go 8 laps. Keep an eye on the field as they make their way down the back straightaway to get things underway for tonight's first heat race in our Top Gun sprints as we kick off week number 2 of the Winter Nationals at East Bay Raceway Park. Griffin trying to find racing room down low, can't get the job done as we down the back straightaway. It's going to be Durden in front. Griffin up on the high side. Here comes Zuchek to the bottom for third. Griffin off the pace, experiencing problems down in the bottom as we saw Trail Sparks. He's going to turn the car in as the caution flag will wave. Problems in the front straightaway for Cole Nichols in the N20. Caution on the racetrack in heat race number 1. And, of course, immediately in the infield, they take a look at the left rear on the 27 car, and you got to believe there's been some suspension issues that are going to have to be addressed before they can continue. We'll get some help on the way to the car number N20, see if Cole is going to be able to continue in this event. 3 heat races for tonight's Top Gun sprints. This is heat race number 1. Equal fields of, well, actually not equal fields. One of them has 8 cars in it. So we have unofficially 22 cars here tonight. Nichols able to push off, and we'll get him back in line. You see the cone coming out on the front straightaway. It's going to be put into place. And again, the drivers must pass on the high side of the cone. That is between the cone and the wall beneath the flag stand. If they don't, they're penalized. Not a good thing. And so it is now put into position as the track officials look over the lineup to make sure everybody's in their proper spot. 1 lap completed according to the Buddies Rent-Owned scoreboard. Starter Derek Powell takes a look at the field as they file around the racetrack. He gives them the signal 1 to go. Next time by, we'll get the green flag to get things underway for this first heat event. Now Durden, the lead car, pulls into the infield, unable to continue this race, gives the lead to Joe Zuchek on the restart. Tough break for Bruce Durden out of the Jacksonville area as 5 cars continue to go the rest of the distance. Zuchek rolls him off 4 to the green. Zuchek down the back straightaway pulls ahead from Tim Fricke. Problems at the back of the field for Nichols, but he's going to keep going. Billy Bridges breaking out of line, going to try the middle of the racetrack versus the top side, see if that works for him. Joe Zuchek leads the way. Race leader with nearly a full straightaway advantage. Leader encountering lap traffic off turn 2. Cole Nichols down out of the way. Zuchek shoots by. New Jersey native comes by to see 2 to go. White flag for Joe Zuchek. The 2019 East Bay Raceway Park track champion. As we have a problem in turn 1 as Nichols keeps going. Checkered flag is out. Joe Zuchek. So your race winner coming off turn 4 picks up that heat race victory. He did pick up a feature win in the 2019 season. He needed to finish in the top 2 to get the points championship, and he did it the best way he could by winning the race. Tough break for Bruce Durden in the car 17. He was your leader after 1 lap completed and found himself in the infield as they approached a restart. So Durden will get the problems figured out. Same thing with the 27 of Andrew Griffin to see what's up with that race car. Tough to be on the front row in that first heat race because neither of them finished the race. Let's take a look at the front row of this race. We're going to find on the pole the car number 26, and that is Jeff By. On the outside of him, the car number 12B of Brian Eckley. Nathan Baruch in the car number 13 will line up to the inside, and on the outside, the car number 12 of David Kelly. Yes, there are two number 12s in this one. The car number 91 is Kyle Connery. He'll be joined on the outside by the car number 21, the Blackjack Justin Webster, and the 18 of Shane Butler. Butler winning the final Top Gun Series event of 2019 right here at East Bay Raceway Park. Now, these heat races have added significance when it comes to the Top Gun sprints because the Jeff and Lee Barfield Memorial Award is going to continue in the 2020 season. What that means is there is an amount of money that's put up for the feature winner if that feature winner also won his or her heat race. So that means Joe Zuchek right now is one driver who has a shot to win the Barfield Clean Sweep Award tonight. Two other drivers are going to have that opportunity if they win their heat races. Tonight pays $300 additional if a heat race winner can also win the feature race tonight. So we'll get our push trucks in position as help on the way to escort the 27 of Andrew Griffin back into the pit area so they can begin to look at the left rear and see what may have been the issue that prevented him from continuing beyond one lap complete and having the car squat down into turn one. Webster in the 21 car, a graduate of the go-kart track ranks from back here in the day. The 12B of Brian Eckley is the one that's going to be on the outside of the front row, the green and black ride. That is Eckley's ride. And then you have the other car, number 12, of David Kelly, which starts on the outside of the second row, and that is a red and black, the black wing with a red number on it. Going to check the track and make sure there's no debris from the previous race that could be causing a problem for this second heat race. And then once the track has been assessed and it's considered to be safe, then they will give them the signal to fire up and begin to push these Top Gun sprints off. No sooner said than done. They're getting ready to circulate the racetrack behind the Brandon Ford East Bay Raceway Park pace truck, and heat race number 2 will gather momentarily. Eckley's car 12B not able to continue. They were not able to get it pushed off, and so he went into the pit area. And that's going to eliminate two 12s in the race and move the 12 from the second row up to the first row. That's going to be the car 12 of David Kelly. So the new lineup looks like this. Jeff By in the 26, David Kelly on the outside in the 12, on the inside the 13 of Nathan Baruch. Then you have the car number 21 of Justin Webster, Kyle Connery in the 91, and the 18 of Shane Butler. Again, this is an 8-lap event. And once again, the winner of this heat event becomes the only driver from this group who is eligible for the Barfield Clean Sweep, which pays an extra $300 if the heat race winner is able to pick up the feature race win here tonight. 6 cars to go 8 laps as we get down to the business at hand. Fast pace. From the outside, Kelly tries to take advantage and does as By settles second. Third spot, Webster. Webster now second, looking low on turn 3. Lead at the line. It's going to be Justin Webster. And one car heads into the infield. That's the 26 of By, and that's going to bring a caution flag out. Yellow waves for the incident in turn 2. Justin Webster leading the way. David Kelly running second. Third is Shane Butler from the back of the field. Nathan Burke in the car number 13 and the 91 of Kyle Connery. Here comes Jeff By. He's ready to bring his car up in. Jeff made one appearance last year with the Top Gun Sprints here at East Bay Raceway Park. He raced more on the circuit with the series, but only one time right here at the racetrack. That was the final night of racing competition. This is a points-paying event for the Top Gun Sprint Series as they'll officially kick off their 2020 season with tonight's racing action. The cone has been placed in the front straightaway. The field has been aligned to the way it's supposed to be, and now we're looking at the furled green flag to indicate that next time by, we're going to get back to green flag racing. Once again, as we did in the first heat race, we have one lap completed and looking to run off a string of more than just that one lap that we have up on the board so far. We have 5 cars going to continue in this one for 7 more laps to go the distance for heat race number 2. And once again, the winner of this heat race puts himself in position to try to pick up an extra $300 tonight. Not bad for a Thursday night. Let's go racing. Butler moves into second spot in the back straightaway. Kelly shuffled back to third. Kyle Connery trying to come up to challenge for fourth spot, all chasing Justin Webster. Connery slips up and slides past the 12K of Kelly, and Connery will take third. Everybody's chasing the 21 of Justin Webster, the 18 of Shane Butler. Late stages of heat number 2, white flag for Justin Webster. Start to your right, checkered flag for Justin Webster. Well, after getting that caution flag on lap 1, then the race continued green. And once Shane Butler was able to bypass the 12 of David Kelly and get himself up to second spot, you could begin to see him cut down into the lead, but simply ran out of laps as lap 8 shows up. And the checkered flag comes out. And it comes out first over the guy who picks up his heat race win and puts himself in position to gather a little more. How about it for the car number 21? It's Justin Webster. Third and final Top Gun Sprint heat event will now move into the back straightaway. And the car number 1 star, that's going to be Danny Sams. On the outside of him, the black car number 3A, the 2019 Top Gun Sprints champion, A.J. Maddox. Starting to the inside of row number 2 in the car number 4, that'll be Scott Baldwin. Outside of him will go the car number 20. That is Matt Kurtz, a former series champion as well. The car number 82 of Garrett Green will line up in the 5th spot. He'll be joined by the car G6 of Brandon Grubauer. Final row lines up with Luke Hill in car number 41. And the final spot, he was a feature winner last year at East Bay Raceway Park, the car number 6S of Robbie Smith. Well, now, if you look at the lineups that were for all of these heat races, the guy who was scheduled to start in the 6th spot ended up winning. You had Joe Zuchek, who ended up winning. Then you had Justin Webster, who ended up moving up a row because of Eckley falling out. But that means Brandon Grubauer is in that cherished spot right here. He may be the one to keep an eye on. He loves to put that car up on the top of the racetrack and take it around. So we'll just see what's going to happen when we take a quick check here to make sure that all of the 8 cars that are scheduled to be out here are, in fact, going to answer the call for tonight's racing program. Counting 8 wings, that means we've got what we need to get this race underway, and we'll let the track officials do what they have to do before we send the signal to get them on their way. Right now, they're going to fire them up, bring them on for the third and final Top Gun Sprint heat event. They will be contesting a 25-lap main event tonight. Feature lineup determined in the Top Gun Sprint series by the passing points, where you start versus where you finish. That allows you to accrue the passing points that you need, and that'll put you in the position on the starting lineup. So those guys coming from the back have a decided advantage over those who win it from the pole. Getting those final cars into position for tonight as the Brandon Ford East Bay Raceway Park pace truck will take them around and now leave them in the back straightaway where the field is in command of the car 1 star. That is Danny Sams, and on the outside of him it's A.J. Maddox. Row 2 inside, Scott Baldwin with Matt Kurtz outside. Let's see what they can do. We get started. Sam's up the racetrack's going to give the inside line to Maddox now, as Maddox will go wheel to wheel with him. Sam strong on the outside. We've got two wide battles all over the racetrack. Looks like it's going to be Danny Sams had the lead that time, and now he's got it back on the outside once again. Giving chase back in third, right behind A.J. Maddox in second. Three-wide battle down the front straightaway for fourth position. Gruball hanging on to third spot as Maddox goes to the bottom, rides up the track. Your leader, Danny Sams. Contact in the front straightaway. Sams in the 1 star, Maddox in the 3, making contact that time down the front stretch. Maddox going to try to put the slider on, can't get it. Now Maddox with a good run off the middle of the racetrack. Still Sam strong on the outside. Maddox lurches ahead. Sams goes to the bottom. Your leader, A.J. Maddox. Maddox finding that comfort zone as he's going to move up on lap traffic now, picking his way around the car 4. Sam's able to bypass Scott Baldwin, and now Brandon Gruball trying to do the same thing. White flag for A.J. Maddox. Heat race win goes to A.J. Maddox. So with the completion of the third heat event, we have 3 drivers who are capable and eligible to take home tonight's Lee and Jeff Barfield Memorial Clean Sweep Award with a bonus of $300 to the race winner who also won a heat race. Joe Zuchek was first to get his heat race win in the car 50. Justin Webster got it in the 21. And this guy here, the 3A of A.J. Maddox, your 2019 Top Gun champion, he is eligible for the award as well. And he has won it here a few times, that's for sure. We've seen him doing the job in that position. The car 20 of Matt Kurtz, a former series champion, makes his way back into the pit area. Once again, 50-50 tickets on sale in the grandstand area for those of you who are here. We welcome those of you watching on Flow Racing, flowracing.com. Going to be carrying all the action during the second week of the East Bay Raceway Park Winter Nationals. Love to have you here in person. Can't make it, so you can check it out right there and see all the great action that we have. Here comes our group of V8 Warriors and Thunderstocks that we see on the racetrack here. Some names are familiar, but some numbers may be different. As we see, the lineup will look like this. On the pole, it's going to be the car number 12 of Nick Brown. On the outside of Nick will be the car number 106, driven by Gary Lucas. Gary formerly driving the car number 23. Driver of the car number 107, formerly known as the 07, is Wayne Kissam. Starting outside of Wayne in row 2 in the car number 92, two-time feature winner last year, Colin Cruz. By the way, Brown, Lucas, Kissam, and Cruz all won feature events. In the 5th spot, the car number 99 of Michael Hart. Outside of him, then, will go the car being driven by Raymond Rogers. That will be the car number 48. Final row lines up with the car number 26 of Jeff Weaver and Mike Wilson in car 58. Mike driving the normally Macy Bozeman car, but it's a school night. So Mike's in the car instead. And it looks like Justin Meek's a little confused on to where he's supposed to be, but where he's not supposed to be is in this heat. So he's going to be asked to be someplace other than on the racetrack. preferably the infield. So we'll get that all squared away. And again, looking for any cars that might be missing from the lineup so we can get things rolling. Don't see Nick Brown, the car number 12, the pole setter. Don't see him out there anywhere. He's not shy about taking the front row if he's here. So things look a little different for the 106 and 107. That used to be the 23 and the 07. The 07 used to be orange. Now it's green. And then you have the 106 that used to be the 23 and used to be black with a green number. Now it's orange with a black number. So those guys did a pretty quick turnaround considering the last time they raced was on December 14th. So they had just a little more than 5 weeks to get those cars fixed up, painted up, and ready to go racing. So there may have been some confusion down in the pit area. That's why the 10 car ended up out. Here comes the car 12 of Nick Brown. And it looks like the 68 of Wilson might be the only MIA at this point. See who's belonging inside the 48. That's the 99. The 99 is there, just not in position. We have 2 Thunderstock V8 Warrior heat races for tonight. They will be a distance of 6 laps, give or take. So now the track officials getting the 99 of Michael Hart down to the bottom of the racetrack. Michael, regular competitor in 2018, took a little bit of time off last year. Made only a couple of appearances on the year. Got the car painted up nice this year. Used to be a red car, now it's a black car. All right. Here comes the 58 of Wilson. Got to watch myself because he normally drives 68, sometimes even 89, but tonight he's in the 58 car. So we do have all of our cars we're expecting for our first V8 Warrior Thunderstock heat race for tonight. All of our racers tonight are from the state of Florida. Last week, our street stocks, we had them come in from Illinois. We had them from Ohio. We had one from Georgia one night, 2 nights actually. He was running 3rd until he crashed and ended up taking 5th. Tonight, it's all Florida guys, mostly East Bay Park, Raceway Park regulars. As mentioned, most of the drivers in the first 2 rows, all of the drivers in the first 2 rows were feature race winners in 2019. Nick Brown with his street stock 3rd place run on Saturday night last week. So he's become very, very busy in what he's about to accomplish. Well, right now, he's got the responsibility of leading the field down to the green. The car 12 of Nick Brown to the inside of the 106 of Gary Lucas. It's going to take me a while to figure that one out. The 107 of Wayne Kissam. The outside will be the 92 of Colin Cruz. Then you have the 99 of Michael Hart. To the inside of the car 48. That is Raymond Rogers Jr. Jeff Weaver in the 26 and Mike Wilson in the 58. Your field of cars ready to go for the green flag. All sorts of ditching and diving as Gary Lucas in the 106 leads the way, but he's going to take a run through the infield. He gets back up in the chase, and Brown on the outside going to try to take the lead from the high side. Lucas will push up the racetrack. He takes it out of the middle, brings him down to the lead lap 1. Wayne Kissam's trying to stay on the bottom in the 107 to get second. Meanwhile, Rogers up the racetrack, 3 wide off turn 2. Colin Cruz shuffled out in the 92. It's Lucas, then Brown, followed by the 107 of Kissam. Front 3 cars begin to break away from the field as the 99 of Michael Hart challenging now for 4th spot. Colin Cruz gets down on the low side to take him 3 wide into the third turn, chasing Gary Lucas. Contact, front straightaway, the 99 into the 48, into the 92. It's not a lottery combination, don't play it. Just a little bit of contact down the front straightaway here. Rogers pushed up the racetrack that time. Colin Cruz able to slide by. A lot of action on in the back of the field. Look out, Weaver. Jeff Weaver nearly collects the 99 of Hart. White flag for Lucas. Heat race number 1 for the V8 Warrior Thunder Stock class. It's a new paint job, a new number, and a new way to start a year. Checkered flag for Gary Lucas. Unofficial top 3 at heat race number 1. The 107 of Wayne Kissam third. 12 of Nick Brown in second. Your heat race winner, the 106 of Gary Lucas. Final V8 Warrior Thunderstock heat race is gathering in the staging area, now spilling out onto the racetrack. And here's how they're going to line them up. Thank you, Nick Brown. In the car number 1 on the pole, that's going to be Raymond Van out of Wesley Chapel. On the outside of him, it's Kalen Maynard from Polk County, Auburndale. He's in the car 2. It's odd that we have a 1 and a 2, starting 1 and 2. It doesn't keep up that way as the 105 of George Handy, the green and white machine, will go in the 3rd starting spot. He is the defending track champion, former street stock track champion in the red car number X. That is John Bradley. Starting in the 5th spot, Randy Shields in car number 30. On the outside of him, it's going to be Raymond Rogers, driver of the car number 10. And you're not seeing double. We have another car number 10, and that is the 10M of Justin Meeks. So we have 2 cars numbered 10 that are going to be presented out here on the racetrack. They will look remarkably similar except for color. John Bradley in the car X brought out his 99 street stock for a couple of races last week. This is the Rick Martin car number X, Ace Welding and Martha's Diner on 92. You see the 10s of Raymond Rogers and Justin Meeks. Now, a quick word with the safety crew to indicate there may be an issue on the racetrack somewhere. The radio communication indicating to the safety crew they needed to check it out. And they checked it out. They found something down in turn 4. Whatever it was, it's not there anymore. Not going to cause any kind of problem for anybody anyway. Don't take any chance here. As Derek Powell gives them the signal that next time by, there's going to be a green flag. Same green flag he's holding, just going to be in a different configuration. It's going to be waving over top of them as they get set to go. Meeks is in the green and black car number 10. Rogers is in the orange and black car number 10. We've got 3-digit numbers, 2 10s, single-digit numbers, a letter. All kinds of funky things happening here in the second and final V8 Warrior heat event for tonight. Raymond Van up front with Kalen Maynard in the first row, second row with the 105 of Handy with Bradley outside of him. Shields to the inside of Rogers, and Meeks rounds them off. 7 cars to go the distance for heat race number 2. Not a lot of room at the front of the field as Handy goes down to the inside to take over the lead. Contact between Shields and Bradley. Shields in the 30, Bradley in the X. It's going to be George Handy in the 105 leading the way. Raymond Van second. Kalen Maynard trying to hold off Randy Shields for third. Maynard will settle in third. Shields is fourth. Rogers fifth. Bradley sixth. And Meeks is seventh. But it's Handy, the defending champion, who leads the way. Shields sideways in turn one. Brake checks everybody behind him now. Kalen Maynard comes up to challenge second. Van has it on the outside. Maynard wants it. Randy Shields in 30 has company in the 10 car of Raymond Rogers. Now Kalen Maynard down the back straightaway in the 2 car. Gets a good run off the car 1 of Raymond Van. Van stays on the throttle. One more chance for Kalen Maynard to try to move up into second, but running out of laps as the white flag shows for George Handy, your race leader in 105. Maynard, good run that time. He's got a shot at it. Van keeps the car on the high side, trying to avoid contact as they go in each other's shadow down the back straightaway. The checkered flag waves, and George Handy's your winner. Who's going to get second place? Let's find out off turn 4. Who's going to big deck to the line? Not my call. This is the one night I'm not wearing an official shirt. It's not my call. All I know is this. The guy who got the checkered flag first is this guy right here, the 2019 track champion, George Handy in car 105. We have completed our Top Gun Sprint heat races, and our V8 Warriors have gone their 6-lap heat races. It's time to set up some action for the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA late models. Qualifying is completed. Lineups have been put in. Here to tell you the story is Roby Helm.
Thank you very much, Larry Jewett. Here's your starting lineup for our first of 4 10-lap B mains. We'll be taking the top 3 finishers out of each B main. They'll be lining up in starting positions 11 through 22. We've already put the top 10 qualifiers into the show. Here's your lineup going to the pole position. The K37 car will be Drew Kennedy. Outside row 1, car number 95 for Steve Mathis Jr. Jamie Carter in car number 38 lines up on the inside the second row. Outside of row 2 in the 14C, it'll be Chuck Bowie. Pierce McCarter, car number 71, lines up on the inside of row 3. Outside the third row, car number 38P for Trey Pearson. Row 4 on the inside, the 41 of Jim Couch. Outside row 4, the 15C of Jeremy Creech. Row 5 on the inside in car number 2, it'll be Bo Slay. Outside the 5th row, car 50 for Ron Boardman, and rounding out the field in row 6, Kyle McMahon in car number 45. they come off of turn 4. Green flags out. They'll bust out 4 wide. Drew Kennedy grabs the lead in turn number 1. Mathis looking to the inside. It'll be Carter holding down the 3rd spot. He'll get a challenge on the inside. Here they come down to complete lap number 1. Drew Kennedy out in front. Mathis in 2nd. Rolling up into 3rd, Chuck Bowie in the 14C off of 2 down the back straightaway. Working the outside, Jamie Carter in car number 38. So Chuck Bowie in that 3rd spot. First car on the outside looking in. It'll be Jamie Carter in the 38. Off of 4. Completing lap number 4. Drew Kennedy out of Lansing, Tennessee, out in front. Steve Mathis Jr. holding down the 2nd spot. We're at the cross flags. 5 down, 5 to go. It's still Kennedy, Mathis, and Bowie, your top 3. Jamie Carter in the 38 running 4th on the outside looking in. Bowie with about a 5-car length advantage over Carter in that battle for the final transfer spot. Drew Kennedy across the stripe. He's got almost a half straightaway lead on Steve Mathis Jr. Steve Mathis Jr., one of the late model front runners week in and week out here at East Bay Raceway Park. Field a look at the goalpost, this time by 2 to go. 8 down and 2 to go. B main number 1 for the Crate Racing USA late models. Here comes Drew Kennedy off the 4th turn. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. Carter still on the outside looking in. Bowie has the final transfer spot. No, he doesn't. Carter has it now. Checkered flag coming out. Drew Kennedy will take the win. Steve Mathis 2nd. And making a late race charge, Jamie Carter comes home in 3rd. Kennedy at 15.778. That was his fastest lap of the race. So these guys are still flying. Track getting faster. Coming home with the win out of Lansing, Tennessee in the Schubert Monument Sales Special. How about a nice round of applause for your first B main winner, Drew Kennedy. Steve Mathis out of Plant City, Florida. The ATP Trucking Berry Ride finishes 2nd at car number 95. And 3rd goes to car 38 out of Clay Hill, Florida, the DMT Trucking Berry Ride for Jamie Carter. Here's your starting lineup for B main number 2, 10 laps in length, going from the pole position. Car number 17 out of Fort White, Florida, will be Nevin Gainey. Derek Shaw out of Buckhannon, West Virginia, outside front row. Car number 27S. In the inside of row 2, the defending Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series National Champion in car number 66 out of Rome, Georgia. The Knowles Race Parts and Bodies Longhorn for Jake Knowles. Outside row 2, the 007 car out of Micanopy, Florida. It'll be Dusty Sparkman. 3rd row on the inside, the 11M car for Megan Ray. Outside row 3, the 03C car for Tanner Cobb. Row 4 on the inside in car number 32. It'll be Curtis Glover out of Runnels, Iowa. Outside row 4 out of Live Oak, Florida, David Markham. It'll be Tyler Riggs, the 17T car out of New Matamoros. I almost messed it up. New Matamoros, Ontario, Canada. It'll be Tyler Riggs. Outside row 5, the 24 car for Dennis Lee Williams out of Zephyr Hills, Florida, rounding out the field. In row number 6 in car number 3, Micah McCall out of Bruton, Alabama. So all cars present and accounted for, getting a 17M, a Markham pushed off of the back straightaway, having trouble finding fire to that automobile. B-Main number 2, 10 laps in length, top 3, go on to the big show. Tough break for Markham. Out of Live Oak, Florida, the RC Markham Tractor Service, Kryptonite, unable to answer the bell. He'll be pushed back into the pit area. I don't know, Larry Judd. He couldn't get the car started. You think he might have dropped the keys or something and couldn't reach them after he got strapped in?
Don't text and drive.
Yeah, don't text and drive. Okay, 10 cars strong. We're going to go with B-Main number 2. Nevin Gainey, second-generation driver. That's Eddie Gainey's boy out of Fort White, Florida, bringing him off the 4th turn. Green flag's out. We're racing. Side by side up front for the lead. Derek Shaw on the outside. Hill nose ahead of Gainey going into turn 3. Shaw sets up on the top shelf. Gainey in the middle groove. Here they come, racing down the front straightaway. It'll be Derek Shaw leading lap number 1. Nevin Gainey second. Jake Knowles in third. Here comes Gainey back on the inside. Down the back straightaway into turn 3. Battle up front for the lead. Side by side off of turn 4. First driver on the outside looking in, Dusty Sparkman in the 007 car. He's running 4th. Top 3 go on to the main event. Here come your top 3 cars through 3 and 4. It's still Derek Shaw out in front. On the inside, Devin Gainey grabs the lead from Shaw. Side by side, back and forth, up front for the lead. 4 laps in the books. Jake Knowles still hanging on to that 3rd and final transfer spot. They're battling wheel to wheel behind him for 4th. But we got a wheel to wheel battle up front for the lead. Nevin Gainey on the point. Derek Shaw in 2nd. Now Gainey will set up on the top shelf and Shaw will look to the inside. They're swapping positions, swapping grooves. Here they come off of 4. We're at the halfway point. 5 down, 5 or past the halfway point. 6 down and 4 to go. And the 32 car brings out the caution flag, stalling over in turn number 4. Curtis Glover out of Runnels, Iowa. In the Allen Seamless Gutters Masterbuilt. So our first caution flag of the evening for the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series here at the 44th Annual Winter Nationals. So we will now have what we like to call the Dixie-style double file restart. The leader will be out front. It'll be the 17 car, and Nevin Gainey. Derek Shaw in 2nd will pick the inside or the outside. That's not really the way it's supposed to look. We'll see if they let it go. Nevin Gainey will lead him across the stripe. Derek Shaw in 2nd. Yellow light is still on. I didn't think they would let that one go. The leader is out front in a row all by himself. The 2nd place car. Derek Shaw picks the inside or the outside. That'll put the 3rd place car to his inside. That'll be Jake Knowles. Green flag comes out. Nevin Gainey out in front. Derek Shaw running 2nd. Jake Knowles in 3rd. First driver on the outside looking in was Dusty Sparkman in the 007 car. He's on the back bumper of Knowles looking to the inside in turn 1. Gainey will lead Shaw down the back straightaway into turn 3. Coming up to the goalposts. 2 to go. We got 1 slow and 3. 3 car, a Tanner Cobb, stalls in turn 3 to bring out the caution flag. So we'll line them back up. With 8 laps in the books, it'll be a 2-lap dash to the finish, green, white, checkered. Out in front, Nevin Gainey, car number 17. Derek Shaw in second. He'll choose the inside or the outside for the Dixie-style double file restart. They are getting lined up and ready to go. Jake Knowles in third. He'll line up to the left of Shaw. In that row of cars behind the leader, Nevin Gainey, caution flag still out. 16.163 for Shaw. That's his fastest lap of the race. Gainey at 16.006. So far the fastest lap of the race. So Gainey, Shaw, Knowles, your first 3. Sparkman fourth. First driver on the outside looking in. Megan Ray in 5th. Tyler Riggs 6th. Micah McCall in 7th. Here they come. Green flag is out. Nevin Gainey will lead them through 1 and 2. Shaw in 2nd. Knowles in 3rd. Here comes Sparkman right on the back bumper of Knowles. Sparkman will climb up to the top shelf, get a little loose. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Nevin Gainey off of turn 2, a 2-car length advantage over Derek Shaw. 2 more turns to go. Here they come off the 4th turn. Checkered flag is out, and Nevin Gainey will take the win. Derek Shaw 2nd. 3rd will go to Jake Knowles and Rusty Sparkman on the outside looking in 4th. 15.971, the fastest lap for Gainey, came on his last lap. Let's bring him home with a nice round of applause out of Fort White, Florida, in the Kryptonite Race Cars Kryptonite. How about a nice round of applause for your second B-main winner, Nevin Gainey. Derek Shaw finished 2nd in car number 27 out of Buckhannon, West Virginia, the TKS Contracting Rocket. And 3rd goes to the defending Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series national champion out of Rome, Georgia, in the Knowles Race Parts and Bodies Longhorn, Jake Knowles. Heat race number 3 coming up next, starting on the pole position in car number 6. It'll be Clay Harris outside row 1. Car number 38 out of Milford, Alabama, Jeremy Shaw. Marcus Binga out of Shannon, Mississippi lines up on the inside of row 2. Outside the 2nd row from Mount Pleasant, Iowa, to be Todd Cooney. 3rd row on the inside, Jeff Matthews out of Brandon, Florida in car number 33. Outside of him in car number 84 out of New London, Iowa, Sam Hallstad. 4th row on the inside out of Milton, Florida, the 02 car for J.C. Wilson outside the 4th row. In car number 13, it'll be Thomas Burnside out of Tampa, Florida. And in row 5, in car number 66W from Cookeville, Tennessee, Deke Waters. And rounding out the field in car number 39 out of Temple, Georgia, Troy Dixon. That's your starting lineup. B-main number 3. Top 3 finishers go on to the big show. 10 laps the distance. Field getting their starting instructions. You see those 2 white cones on top of the U tires right at the head of the front straightaway. That's the VP Racing Lubricant starting box. The 2 front row cars must be in between those 2 cones inside the VP Racing Lubricant starting box before the pole car can pick up the throttle to start the race. So keep your eye on the VP Racing Lubricant starting box in turn 4. And the Brandon Ford Pace Truck heads for the safety of the infield. Clay Harris out of Jupiter, Florida, in charge of the field in the Done Right Construction Rocket. He'll lead them into the VP Racing Lubricants starting box as they approach it in turn 4. They're in it. They're on it. Green flag's out. We're racing. On the outside, the front row, Jeremy Shaw battling with Harris for the lead. Clay Harris now noses ahead down the back straightaway into turn 3. Shaw climbs up on the top shelf off of 4. He's got the momentum. He'll lead lap number 1. Marcus Spinga holding down the 3rd spot in car number 19. He's getting a challenge from Cooney in the 30 car. Field wheels and deals through turns 3 and 4. The king of the crates, Jeremy Shaw, out in front. Clay Harris in 2nd. Marcus Spinga 3rd. So the Florida driver, the meat, and the Mississippi driver sandwich out in front. Well, he actually is from the state line, Millport, Alabama, out in front. So an Alabama driver leading the way, Florida driver 2nd, Mississippi driver in 3rd. It's Jeremy Shaw, Clay Harris, and Marcus Spinga with Iowa's Todd Cooney on the outside looking in, holding down that 4th spot. Working lap 5 of 10. Down the back straightaway, Jeremy Shaw with a 7-car length advantage over Clay Harris. They'll look at the cross flags this time by. We're at the halfway point. 5 down and 5 to go. Jeremy Shaw pulling away from Clay Harris in car number 6. Harris with a nice 10-car length advantage over Marcus Spinga in car number 19. But Todd Cooney beginning to close in on the 3rd place car as they will battle for that 3rd and final transfer spot. Jeff Matthews coming in to battle with Cooney, but he drifts up the banking in 1. Goalposts are out. 2 laps to go. Jeremy Shaw out in front. Got one slowing down the back straightaway. So they pick the speed back up. White flag in the air for Jeremy Shaw. Clay Harris in 2nd. Harris trying to work by Troy Dixon. Off at 2. He'll get by. Marcus Spinga in 3rd. No harm, no foul. Checkered flag out. Jeremy Shaw takes the win. It'll be Clay Harris in 2nd. Marcus Spinga 3rd. And in 4th, Jeff Matthews on the outside looking in car number 33. 15.655, the fastest lap for Jeremy Shaw. So he was wheeling and dealing in that race. How about a nice round of applause for the winner of our 3rd B main race in car 38 out of Millport, Alabama, the Bud Coley Truckin' Barry Wright for the king of the crates. How about a nice round of applause for Jeremy Shaw? Clay Harris, who had a lot of lap time here at East Bay Raceway Park last week, running the modifieds, comes home in 2nd. And rounding out the top 3, it'll be Marcus Spinga in car number 19 out of Shannon, Mississippi in the B&M Salvage Rocket. 4th and final 10-lap B main race coming out on the racetrack. Here's the way they'll line up. Going from the pole position in the number 2 car. I got to do my Keith Jackson impression from Shinbone, Alabama. Actually, Lineville, Alabama, but it's in Shinbone Valley, Alabama. It'll be Tyler Hurst in the Hurst Construction number 2 car. Outside the front row in the 313 car from Apollo Beach, Florida, it'll be Devin Dixon. Outside or inside row 2, it'll be Brad Rickles. I keep wanting to say Don Rickles. Brad Rickles out of Verona, Kentucky at the 7X. Outside row 2, it will be Bruce Harvey in car number 27. Jody Knowles out of Tyrone, Georgia, lines up the 66K on the inside of row 3. On the outside, the 3rd row in car number 15 from Lake City, Florida, it'll be Hunter Sweet. Row 4 on the inside, the 21W for Chris Withers out of Waterford, Pennsylvania. Outside row 4 to be Jeff By from West Palm Beach, Florida, in car number 26. And rounding out the field in row 5 on the inside from McKenzie, Tennessee, the 10C of Ronnie Cooper. And rounding out the field in car number 16, Tom Egner out of Hinesville, Georgia. That's your starting lineup for our fourth and final 10-lap B main race. Drivers getting their starting instructions from race director Adam Stewart up here on the tower. He's on the Raceiver one-way radio communication. The thing he likes best about it is that he can talk to them, but they can't talk to him. And we understand the 15-car Hunter Suite is a sprint car. Nice try, but can't run with the late models. Oh, the 26 is a sprint car. Jeff By is a sprint car. Yeah. Nice try. Can't run with the late models. All right, 9 cars coming at you off of turn 4. Green flag's out. Todd Hurst grabs the lead coming off of 2. 3 wide for second. And as Brian Key likes to have me say, they're chopping, slicing, dicing, and peeling for position. They're Vegematic racing out there at East Bay Raceway Park. So Todd Hurst out in front. Brad Rickles running second in the 7 car. Holding down the 3rd spot. Who's it going to be? It'll be the 313 car. Devin Dixon now up to 3rd. He'll drop the 27 of Bruce Harvey. Back into 4th on the outside looking in. And Devin Dixon moves up into 2nd past Rickles, trying to bring the 27 of Bruce Harvey with him. So here they come. Rickles goes from hero to zero in 1 lap, was running 2nd in the show. Next lap, he's on the 4th on the outside looking in, and something may have gone amiss with that race car because he is dropping through the pack like a brick. It's still Todd Hurst out in front at the halfway point. 5 down, 5 to go. Field getting the cross flag signal. Todd Hurst with about a 10-car length advantage over Devin Dixon in the 313. Dixon, the former Chevrolet Performance Super Late Model Series national champion. Always a front runner here at East Bay Raceway Park. Off at 2 down the back straightaway. Trying to chase down the driver from Shinbone Valley, Alabama. Bruce Harvey still hanging on to that 3rd spot. Got a comfortable advantage now over Hunter Sweet in the 15 car. He's on 4th on the outside looking in. Goalposts are out. 2 to go being shown to the drivers. White flag in the air. 9 down, 1 to go. Todd Hurst off of turn 2 down the back straightaway. 1 more turn to go, and here comes the pride of Shinbone Alley, Alabama. Todd Hurst takes the win. Devin Dixon will finish 2nd, Bruce Harvey 3rd, and Hunter Sweet in car number 15 will be on the outside looking in. And Hurst was 2nd quick lap overall at 15.718. Let's bring him home with a nice round of applause in the Hurst Construction number 2 machine. Rocket chassis out of Lineville, Alabama. Todd Hurst, winner of our 4th B main race. Devin Dixon coming home 2nd in the Kerrs Capital Race Car out of Apollo Beach, Florida. And third going to car number 27 out of Plant City, Florida, the Fat Daddy Rocket for Bruce Harvey. So now we will figure out who our two provisionals are, and the field will be full. And the next time out, it'll be feature race time, 40 laps the distance, $2,500 to win for the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series. This race is also a part of our Winter Shootout Series. This will be round 5 of that 8-race series, so that'll be coming up too. They're earning points for that.
We're clearing the racetrack now as we do have some folks out there in Turn 3. They're checking things out. In just a couple of moments, that Turn 2 gate is going to open up. And we're going to be bringing out our East Bay Raceway Park 2-seater as we have an individual who has gone to the track office and said, I want to ride in that 2-seater. And so he's going to get that taken care of, and you're going to get a chance to witness that as we will be getting our lineups down into the pit office. Top Gun Sprints are up on the agenda. They'll be coming out for their main event for tonight for 25 laps. And again, they'll have that contingency. If a heat race winner does come through and pick up the feature win, that heat race winner / feature winner will pick up an extra $300. That may pale in comparison to what you can win tonight. If you have a 50-50 ticket, you might be the one who has the lucky number that's going to be drawn coming up during one of our features. We're going to be entering last call here pretty soon. So make sure you get your 50-50 ticket while you can and pick up a little extra spending money. Sorry, folks, on Flow Racing, you can't buy on the internet. You got to be here to take care of it. So we'll get that transaction taken care of here. Once again, last call will be coming up very shortly. So make sure you get your 50-50 ticket for tonight. Reminder, this is night number 1 of week number 2 of the 2020 44th Annual Winter Nationals, as we'll be back with the same 3 divisions tomorrow night and then capping off the racing weekend with the same 3 divisions as we look forward to seeing the continuing excitement of the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA late models. A good turnout of cars. I want to thank all the teams for supporting the 2020 Winter Nationals by towing in from far and wide here. Great to have them. Hopefully they're enjoying their experience as much as we're enjoying having them with us here for the Winter Nationals. Beyond this week, we have more Winter Nationals action coming, starting on February the 2nd with a practice night. That is Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday, February 2nd. A practice night for the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series. They begin 6 nights of racing competition on Monday, February 3rd, as they'll be competing, capping off the week with a pair of races on Friday and Saturday, which will pay $12,000 to the winner. And then we move into the final week of the Winter Nationals with the return of the Ollie's Bargain Outlet All-Star Circuit of Champions presented by Winn-Dixie. Presented normally by Mobile One, but now presented by Winn-Dixie when they make their return to East Bay Raceway Park for the first time in, well, my kid was a lot younger last time they were here. So it's been a while since we've seen those 410 sprinters. They're going to get a Monday night and a Tuesday night, February 10th and 11th. We'll take a practice night on Wednesday and then bring in more open wheel action with the 360 sprints, the mini sprints, and the micro sprints, all taking center stage on Thursday the 13th, Friday the 14th, which is Valentine's Day, and then Saturday the 15th for the final night of the 44th Annual Winter Nationals. So a lot of racing still in store, and again, we encourage you to join us here at East Bay Raceway Park when you can. Get your opportunity to be out here and be a part of the action. Right now, we haven't finalized the 2020 regular season, so if you're sticking around beyond the Winter Nationals, we should be racing sometime in the early part of March. Fingers crossed that we're going to be able to do that. Saturday night racing action. We typically have 10, 11 divisions of cars, not all at once. We usually have 4 to 5 divisions racing each time we open up the gates. But you've had a chance to see some of those local racers out here tonight as they have been part of the V8 Warrior Thunderstock racing action, and their lineup is set. as they have 15 cars that will be competing in their 15-lap feature event. Well, our East Bay Raceway Park pace truck has gone back into the infield area. Our track officials over in turn 2 vacating their spot to allow the East Bay Raceway Park two-seater onto the racetrack. And we'll get a look at the brave individual who's inside that race car ready to get a ride, learn what it's like to be going around at speed at the Clay by the Bay. David Schmalz driving the car. So 6 laps, David Schmalz going to warm him up and send him on in tonight's East Bay Raceway Park two-seater ride. Our first feature tonight is going to be the 25-lap feature for the Top Gun Sprints. And once again, the 2020 season kicks off tonight for the Top Gun Sprints after a very successful 2019 season. They did have some battles with Mother Nature, but that's Florida. That's the way it goes sometimes around here. Before we get the cars pushed out off of Turn 2, let's take a look at the lineup we're going to have for tonight. And keep in mind, 3 of our competitors have an opportunity to pick up a little extra cash, but they're going to have to get around some tough customers if they want to do that. Here's how they line them up tonight. On the pole, it's going to be the car number 43 MB of Tim Fricke. On the outside of him, we'll go Brandon Grubal, driver of the car number G6. Starting on the inside of row number 2, the 2019 Series champion, one of our 3 drivers eligible for the Lee and Jeff Barfield Memorial Clean Sweep. That's A.J. Maddox in the 3A. Starting on the outside, he picked up a feature win in 2019 here at East Bay Raceway Park. That's Shane Butler. In fact, he's the guy who denied A.J. Maddox the clean sweep last time. In row 3, 2 drivers that could pick up that extra money tonight. They are Justin Webster in the car 21 and Joe Zuchek in car number 50. In row 4, you're going to find on the inside the car number 91 of Kyle Connery. He'll be joined by the 1 star of Danny Sams. Danny put up a whale of an effort in the heat race, coming home second. Starting on the inside of row number 5, the car 83, that's Larry McVeigh. Outside, the 10th starting position is the car number 6S of Robbie Smith. Row 6 to the inside will be the 11B of Billy Bridges. Billy, a regular on the Top Gun Sprint Series, also finished in the top 5 in the East Bay Raceway Park Sprint points. Starting in 12th spot, the car number N20 of Cole Nichols. While we go to row 7, you're going to find former Series champion in the car number 20. That is Matt Kurtz. Outside of Matt, it's the car number 13 of Nathan Baruch. Starting on the inside of row number 8, it's the car 26 of Jeff Bye. Jeff Bye starting on the inside of row number 8, and on the outside of him, it's going to be Garrett Green driving car number 82. Row 9 to the inside, the 12 of David Kelly. That's the 12K with the car number 41 of Luke Hill. The remainder of the field, cars that experienced a little bit of issues in the heat races, including a guy who was leading and had to pull off, the car 17 of Bruce Durden. Outside of him, with some apparent left-to-rear suspension problems, the car 27 of Andrew Griffin. The final row to the inside, the car number 4 of Scott Baldwin. And rounding out the field, unable to start his heat race, the car 12B of Brian Eckley. Brian won an East Bay Raceway Park feature event, and Brian is on the racetrack. Last call, 50-50. Oh, boy, my sign language classes are working. Last call, 50-50 here tonight. If you want to get your 50-50 tickets, you got to do it during the Top Gun Sprints. We are in last call, 50-50. 22 cars scheduled to be a part of tonight's main event for the Top Gun Sprints. They continue to roll in off the racetrack. Some guys learning some things about what their cars are capable of. And, of course, they've been spending a lot of long nights making sure these cars are race ready for this first event here tonight. First of 3 events for the 2020 Winter Nationals. Good to see some of the cars that were the victims of misfortune starting to show up out on the racetrack. Still haven't seen the 27 Andrew Griffin present itself as of yet. Meantime, there's Billy Bridges up front in the 11B and the 1 star of Danny Sams and the 21 of Justin Webster. Joe Zuchek's car number 50 is right there, and Tim Fricke in the 43. Brian Eckley in the 12B just got pushed up into the front straightaway. Luke Hill in car number 41, a former Hooters Pro Cup asphalt racer. He's there in the 41 car and learning a little bit more each time he gets behind the wheel of that sprint car. Jeff Bye is there in the car 26 as well. Back straight away, we have the 17 of Bruce Durden, the car 13 of Nathan Baruch. Picking up a couple of more cars off the chute. The car number 6 of Robbie Smith coming in. We've got the car number 20, that is Matt Kurtz, coming out onto the racetrack. Garrett Green in the car number 82 right behind him. Seeing more activity down in the pit area, more wings making their way up out onto the racetrack. The N20 of Cole Nichols. Next out, here comes the 91 of Kyle Connery. So we are getting more and more of the cars, still missing a couple from a full field. 8 cars here on the front straightaway. 8 cars on the back straightaway. Make it 9 now. So we have 17 of our cars present. There's the car 18 of Shane Butler. And looking for a few more of them to add to our field. The cars are in position to receive the push trucks that will be circulating the racetrack to get them around the racetrack for tonight. Looks like Baldwin in the 4 car yet to join us, and here he comes out of the turn 2 gate right now. So easing up toward the 20 car mark. And once we get everybody and get that turn 2 gate closed, we'll see what we have as far as a complete lineup for tonight. TopGunSprints.com is the official website of the Top Gun Sprints, where you'll find out all the information about the upcoming events as well as what's happened in the past to get this series to where it is right now. Again, last call, 50-50. Don't miss out on your chance to get that winning ticket here tonight and pick up some of that little extra cash. Don't know if anybody caught the Powerball last night, but you got a shot at it if you didn't get last night's Powerball drawing. So one last check through the pit area to make sure that all of the competitors who can run in this race are going to be. We see another wing coming up. It's almost like watching for sharks as you sit there and look for wings to come onto the racetrack. This one turning the wrong direction, going to get down to the bottom of the racetrack. Looks like it might be Grewal's G6. Some of these cars have gone to a little different look than we're accustomed to seeing, just like they did in that V8 Warrior feature event. One thing's for sure, Bruce Durden's car 17 is easily recognizable from any spot on the racetrack. You only wish it was hauled on an open trailer so you could have all the looks of the people it bypasses on its way back and forth from eastern Florida to here. So David Kelly's car number 12K not on the racetrack, and surprisingly, the 3A of A.J. Maddox also not on the racetrack. So those are the two that will have a chance to start this race if they are ready to go. 27 of Griffin apparently already previously informed officials of his intent to try it again tomorrow because he's not out on the racetrack at this point. So right now, track officials are being dispatched. Here comes the 3A of A.J. Maddox. He is out there on the back straightaway now. And again, David Kelly, who dropped out at the late stages of his heat race in the car 12, may be a late scratch from the feature. Yeah, we did see another. Here comes one. Looks like the 27 is coming. So he is not a scratch from this event, if that is, in fact, the car 27. And sure enough, here comes the 27 of Andrew Griffin. So David Kelly's car 12K is the only one not out on the racetrack at this time of our scheduled 22 cars for tonight's main event in the Top Gun Sprints. 50-50, last call. Last call, 50-50. I won't be able to say it when the cars are circulating because you won't be able to hear it. Well, I can say it, but it won't do any good. Danny Sam's in the car 1, needing a little bit of assistance here in the front straightaway, so he's going to be moved into a safety area while we wait on the car 12K to make its appearance here tonight. Once again, there will be 3 feature events as we have tonight's Top Gun Sprints 25-lap feature. That'll be followed by the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA 30-lap A-Main, and the final race up tonight will be the V8 Warriors and Thunderstocks with a 15-lap A-Main. And the signal being given from starter Derek Powell will begin to circulate tonight's Top Gun sprints for the 25-lap main event coming your way. Front row comes together behind the Brandon Ford East Bay Raceway Park Pace Truck with Tim Fricky in the 43 MB and Brandon Gruball in the G6. Second row lines up the way it should be with A.J. Maddox in the car 3A and the 18 of Shane Butler. You're finding it good there in row 3, the 21 of Justin Webster and Joe Zuchek. Next row, perfect the way it should be, followed by the next row. Yep, that looks good. Luke Hill way up the track here as he's going to yield now to give up the spot. He belongs back on the outside of the 9th row. Cole Nichols in the N20 might possibly be requesting a tail start. He is at the back of the field right now. Bruce Durden back there, but he was scheduled on the inside of row 10. Instructions being given here now to get these cars all put together. One final look to see at them. Eckley in the back of the field as well. Nichols opting to give up that 12th starting spot. Still a few more cars to get into position for tonight for the start of the 25-lapper. Making sure everybody can continue. Receiver system being implemented to let the drivers know, give them instructions on what needs to happen, who needs to go where, what needs to be done. Again, it's been a little while since these cars have been on the racetrack for their 3 heat races, and so they're going to get themselves situated, get themselves acclimated, and get themselves ready to accelerate into this one. Well, as we get set to get things underway for tonight, night number 1 of the 2020 Winter Nationals to feature the Top Gun Sprints as they begin to start their season, the campaign to find out when it's all said and done in December who's going to be the champion. But right now, race fans, they are getting set to get things underway, and it's for you, the race fans. They are here, and we salute you with our 4-wide start for the Top Gun Sprints. Let's give them a wave and send them on to tonight's 25-lap A main. These are your Top Gun Sprint main competitors. The business at hand is to get to the front of the field to win tonight's 25-lap main event in the Top Gun Sprints. And one of these guys is going to do it. 3 of them have an opportunity to make $300 more. We are green. From the start, A.J. Maddox down the back straightaway with the lead. Shane Butler coming on strong from the bottom of the racetrack. He'll move from 4th into 2nd spot. Action at the back of the field as Maddox catches the tail. He's on his way off turn 4. Turn 4, the 13 of Nathan Baruch around off of turn 4, and the caution will wave. Nathan trying to keep it going here, just couldn't get it going in the right direction, and if he's able to continue, we'll get him pushed off and put on his way for continuation in the main event. Caution flag waves, 3 laps on the Buddies rent-to-own scoreboard for tonight's Top Gun Sprint competition. Track officials will begin to assess as A.J. Maddox had moved into the race lead. Shane Butler went from 4th to 2nd on lap 2. Brandon Grubauer holding on to a spot. Danny Sams finds himself in competition with the 21 of Justin Webster. Webster had started to make a move down on the inside until that caution flag came out. So you can trust that Sams, who had a good battle in his heat race against A.J. Maddox, will be tough to beat for position. Shane Butler trying to get up in there. Remember, 3 drivers have a shot at the Lee and Jeff Barfield Clean Sweep Award. One of them right now is leading the race. The other is back in 5th, and the other one is in 7th. Starter Derek Powell shows them the green furled flag. It's A.J. Maddox ahead of Shane Butler in the 18, the G6 of Brandon Gruball, the 1-star of Danny Sams, and Justin Webster in the 21 rounds out the top 5. 3 laps completed as we're on our way to lining them back up. Remember, they have to file single file past the cone you see in the front straightaway directly in front of the flag stand. A.J. Maddox has the prerogative to pick up a starting point in the 3A, and he's going to choose to go deep and bring it now. Danny Sams precariously close to that cone as they came through back under green. Caution flag for the spin in turn 2. Once again, it's the car 13. As last time by, that engine not sounding well. And Nathan losing the handle down there in turn 2, and the caution flag waves once again. Thought we were going to see some anxious moments here at the cone as the 1-star dropped down to the inside. May have forgotten momentarily that you got to be single file nose to tail. He was able to get back up into the spot, kind of like merging along I-4. Keep an eye on that G6. There seems to be some smoke coming around the right rear. Under caution. As the 13 car will now retire to the infield. And take a position in the safety area. And we'll be looking at a restart for tonight's 25-lap main event. No position changes as no laps added to the Buddies Rent-to-Own scoreboard. We're in the middle of last call 50-50, by the way. We will have one of our feature winners draw the winning ticket for tonight. We look at them at the running order right now. It's Maddox in the 3A, the 18 of Butler, car number G6 of Brandon Gruball, the car 1-star of Danny Sams, and Justin Webster in 21. 6th spot would be Tim Fricke in the 43 MB. 7th, Joe Suchek in the car number 50. Right behind him, lining up in position as they'll go green next time by. The 82 of Garrett Green is ahead of the 83 of McVeigh, the 6S of Smith, the 91 of Connery, the 41 of Hill, the 11B of Bridges, the 20 of Kurtz. By the 26, Griffin the 27, the 17 of Durden, the 12B of Eckley, the 4 car of Baldwin, and the N20 of Nichols. That's how they're going to come back and try it once again. Ready for the restart in tonight's Top Gun Sprints main. Brian Eckley runs over the cone. Sams has moved up into 3rd in the 1-star. Gruball hangs 4th. 5th is Webster. Challenge for the lead down the back straightaway. The 3A and the 18. Lap traffic directly in front. Shane Butler has to back off due to lap traffic. Butler trying to make the low line work as he goes down to the bottom and takes the lead down the back straightaway. Maddox rolls back up on the top side. 8 laps complete. Your leader is Shane Butler. 4 wide off the corner that time. as Webster tries to take a spot from Grubauer. Maddox trying to come back on the outside. Lap car is going to come into play. Maddox back to the lead. Maddox has the clear track, and he makes the move as both bypass Byron Eckley. Sams runs third, it's Grubauer in fourth. Garrett Green up to fifth. The 18 car slips back off the pace. Now goes the infield, wheelies it off the second corner. Maddox trying to run away and hide as he bypasses dirt and jumps the cushion, nearly spins out. Still holds on to the lead. Racing Room at a premium coming off the corners here. Garrett Green has moved up to fourth. Maddox able to get through in traffic, slides up to Matt Kurtz. Leader in the second turn, on his way down the back straightaway, pulling out to a big advantage over the 18. He has a straightaway lead. Caution flag is shown. One car around in turns 1 and 2, and that is Cole Nichols in car N20. That's going to bring out the caution flag here tonight. Man on the move currently, the 3A of A.J. Maddox doing a great job up front. But look back in the field to the guy in the 82 car as Garrett Green has now worked his way into the top 5. Garrett Green bypassing both Justin Webster and also getting around the car of Brandon Grubauer. So Garrett Green coming into the mix. Well, now the frantic pace through lap traffic is going to take a little bit of a different dimension because there isn't any lap traffic. With 14 laps showing up on the scoreboard, A.J. Maddox quickly gets into lap traffic as the N20 of Nichols gets pushed off. A.J. Maddox leading the way. Car number 18 of Shane Butler running second, but he has to bypass Bridges and Fricke if he wants to get up to that spot right behind the leader. Those two cars that are running second and third in the order right now are lapped cars. The 27 and 17 are also lapped. Third place is your car number 1 Star, followed by the fourth place running car number 82. And then in fifth position, you'll have the G6 of Brandon Grubauer. You got to go back past the 26 to pick up the next spot of Justin Webster, Robbie Smith, then Kyle Connery, and Joe Zuchek. So the field looking in pretty decent shape. Still the yellow flag going to remain on the racetrack as one more look to see that everybody is in position, including the cars that have been lapped. They do not get moved to the back. The leader had to pass them, so everybody else has to pass them as well. Field is to the liking of the track officials. A.J. Maddox in front. The 18 of Shane Butler, second. Third is the 1 star of Danny Sams, fourth position. The 82 of Garrett Green, and in fifth, the G6 of Brandon Grubal. Maddox is ready. Butler able to dispatch one of the cars, and now the second car. Here's a challenge for third. Garrett Green to the inside of Danny Sams. Dirt problems in the 17. He slows on the racetrack. He's right in the middle of the racetrack, and everybody taking evasive action. He'll make it into the infield. We stay green. Leader coming up on lap traffic, trying to work the high side, and does. Butler now moves upstairs. Sams goes high on the racetrack to pass a lap car. Cole Nichols out of the event in the car N20. Leader coming up on some lap traffic here. Shane Butler looking to close up on the leader. Butler still a good 8 lengths back as Maddox will take a look. First in his sights, Matt Kurtz. Kurtz is in his groove. Kurtz right there in his groove. Maddox comes down below him. Butler's already down in the bottom. Bridges nearly spins off turn 4. Maddox stays up top. Butler looking for something down low. Inside 5 laps to go in this one. Butler trying to close in. Maddox is coming down to the bottom now. Maddox vacates the top line, knowing there's lap traffic up there. Zuchek nearly into the 12B of Eckley. Eckley slow on the racetrack. 3 laps to go for your race leader, the 3A of A.J. Maddox. Zuchek directly in front of the 18 of Butler. Butler with no place to race. He'll go back to the bottom once again. We're 2 to go. Butler now with a solid run. Butler on the bottom into turn 2. Shane Butler grabs the lead. Trouble turn 4. 1 car upside down. 1 car spun. The G6 of Grubal spun around. It's the 43 of Fricky also there. Anxious moments as cars coming into the incident scene in turn 4. Red flag is displayed. So our safety crews to respond to the incident coming off turn 4 that time as the G6 of Grubal, the car 43 of Tim Fricky. Fricky now being placed back on all 4 by hand as the safety crews will assess the situation in communication with the driver. Obviously, one of the intentions is to not cause any additional damage. So with caution coming out in the late stages of this one, the job of the officials to get things ready to go. Following today's 25-lap Top Gun Sprint main event, we'll have our 30-lap Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA feature event. And apparently the winner of that event is going to be the one drawing the winning 50-50 ticket for tonight. So been some good action inside the top 5 here as once on that last restart 9 laps ago. We're seeing some action there. Right now, the word down here from turn 4 is safety crews have reported the driver is okay. Our driver is okay, able to walk out away from his race car, now begin to assess the damage and see what's going to take to get him back into competition for tomorrow night. As again, tomorrow night, the racing action underway with all 3 divisions. We'll see a similar format to tomorrow night's racing action. And our thanks once again to the safety crew getting the job done. So a red flag out right now on this situation. Cars stopped all over the racetrack. Andrew Griffin back in the backstretch area has a couple of cars. Webster in the 21, the 4, Baldwin able to get stopped in turn 2. Luke Hill leading a group going into turn 1 through turn 1. 5 cars are parked down there, and we've got a fair amount of them here on the front straightaway. Not sure what the situation is with the G6 as he is pushed off, and that probably means he is not going to continue. Otherwise, he'd just be pushed into a position to be pushed off to continue. So turn 1 gate is open, and that's going to see the G6 of Brandon Grubal, who was running inside the top 5 in this race. Had started up in the front row. Was unable to capitalize on that. So the scoreboard showing the 3A of A.J. Maddox as your race leader. The 18 car of Shane Butler will be lined up second. Garrett Green, as we mentioned, he was 8th early on and found himself in the top 5, and now he sits in the number 3 spot, making that pass on the car number 1 star of Danny Sams. By way of the one-way communication, the receiver system, our racers are told where their respective starting spots are going to be, so they need to find the car in which they will be behind. Don't worry about what they're in front of, because the car behind them will be responsible for finding them. So we'll get our push trucks and our safety vehicles into position. Once everything has been straightened away, the cars from the accident scene have been cleared up in turn 4. And we'll be directed by the race officials to get things, to pull back the red flag, replace it with the yellow flag. Not quite there yet. And once we get the signal, we'll be able to continue. As we've had 2 cars go off into the pit area, still 3 cars occupying the infield. Cole Nichols, Nathan Baruch, and the Bruce Durden car 17 all situated in the infield. Looks like the 4 car of Scott Baldwin has asked for relief, and he is going to be pushed into the infield as well. So the 4 car was already lapped down, so he is going to opt for an early end to his race. The red flag has been pulled back and has been replaced by the yellow flag, and we'll begin to push off the cars. A.J. Maddox, first one to get pushed off. Danny Sams getting pushed off in the 1. 1 star, looks like help's coming for Justin Webster. And Brian Eckley in the car 12B underway in the Protex ride. These sponsors on these race cars, in many cases local businesses, just simply supporting the sport of auto racing here at East Bay Raceway Park. And certainly if you're in need of the goods or services of any of these businesses, well, make sure you stop by and give them a chance to earn your business. Let them know how much you appreciate their support of the sport of auto racing. We continue to grow and evolve, and it's thanks to the efforts of many, including the sponsors who provide help for these race cars. And so you have the shootout to complete tonight's Top Gun sprints. It's their season opener. It's the opener of week number 2 of the Winter Nationals. And the cast of characters, especially now at the front of the field with just a few laps remaining, very familiar if you were here in December, because at the last Top Gun Series race, A.J. Maddox won the championship but did not win the race. It was won by the 18 of Shane Butler. Butler in the 18 beat the 3A to the line and claimed the win. Will history repeat itself? Will the motivation of the Lee and Jeff Barfield Clean Sweep Award step in for the 3A of A.J. Maddox? We have to see now. Look at that, lurking third spot. Garrett Green, you can tell he wants to move up. Danny Sams holds on to 4th, and now back in 5th, the car 21 of Justin Webster. The time to get after it is seconds away. Scoreboard shows 23 in. But we know those last two, can tell the entire story. Maddox fires, ready to come to the green. A little brake check in action now as look on the outside. Here comes Garrett Green to challenge 3 wide, white flag. They'll go into turn 1 and sort it out. A.J. Maddox, here comes Garrett Green, down to the bottom. Green trying to get to turn 3. Maddox shuts the door. They come off turn 4. The checkered flag, the win to Garrett Green. He only led 1 lap, but it was the right lap. We'll go to victory lane to see tonight's winner. Garrett Green in the 82 getting around, making his way up through the field, and picks up tonight's feature. Celebration continuing here. When you're done with him, I think you may want this here. I'll let you have this one. Listen to that. I mean, your victory speech prepared for tonight?
No, I didn't. I'll be honest with you. This wasn't even planned for us to run tonight. Our motor got stuck in Missouri tonight, and we had our spare, so we threw it together on Tuesday. And, I'm here to tell you, I can't thank Brian Maddox enough. We've been so close to sealing the deal here so many times, and I could not get it done, and this is our home track. So it feels good to finally get it done. And this thing was a rocket ship, and I can't thank Hardy Maddox, my mom and dad, my fiance Nick, and Bennett Grayson Shocks, and Robert Delgado. I can't. Simpson Race Products. This is one heck of a night.
Indeed, it was a heck of a race, too, because you came up through there. We looked at you, you're 8th. We looked, you're 6th. Then you're 5th. Then you're 4th. Next thing we know, it's a 3-wide battle coming off turn 4. How do you keep your cool?
Man, I don't know. I tell you, I was, and I got into 3rd, and I got past Shane there for a second, and I saw the nose underneath AJ, and I was like, this would be pretty cool if this was able to get done. And, I saw him slide across the bottom and hit the middle, and I knew if I could just hold the bottom good enough, I should have a good enough run to get off 4. So working out really good, and, this thing was a rocket ship tonight. There's no doubt about that. So I think we're just going to keep this motor in.
I'd be just fine to do that. Let's give you this right here. You got your check. You got your victory, and you got your supporters right there celebrating victory lane. Tonight's winner, Garrett Green, in the car number 82. Now, we have one more item of business. We're going to make the winner make a winner. Reach down into that 50-50 ticket bucket and come out of here with one ticket. Congratulations, Garrett Green, once again. Now, take out your 50-50 ticket. Purple ticket. Look at ticket number 682-101. 682-101. 682-101. Take your ticket down and claim your 50-50 prize. Top Gun Sprint feature race in the books. It's time to get set for the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA. And here with all the action, Roby Helm.
Thank you very much, Larry Jewett. Here's your starting lineup for tonight's 30-lap main event, paying $2,500 to win. This is round number 5 of the 2020 Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Winner Shootout Series. Starting on the pole position in the 111 car out of Centerville, Pennsylvania, in the Murphy's Logging Rocket, it'll be Max Blair. Outside the front row in car number 41 out of Plant City, Florida, the Varnador Racing Barry Wright for Travis Varnador. Row 2 on the inside, the 02 car out of Valrico, Florida, in the Adams Used Auto Parts Rocket. If I was to tell you how many track championships that he's won here, I'd have to take both shoes off, both hands, and probably run out of digits after that. Many-time track champion here, Keith Nosbish. Outside row 2 in the 03 car out of Dover, Florida, the Dynamic Painting Snow Brothers chassis for Philip Cobb. Row 3 on the inside, driving the 116 car, coming out of a 2-year retirement out of Crossville, Tennessee, in the B&M Concrete CVR. It's the Dreamweaver, Randy Weaver. Outside row 3 in car number 10, he's out of Milton, Florida, in the Hunt the Front Capital Race Car, Joseph Joyner. Starting in row number 4 on the inside in the 17C out of Parkersburg, West Virginia, the Nevin Gainey Race Cars Kryptonite for Fast Freddie Carpenter. Outside row number 4 in car number 87 out of Forest, Virginia, driving the Beef Mobile, the Cecil B. Arthur Beef Farms Kryptonite, it'll be Walker Arthur. Starting in row 5 on the inside in car number 11 out of Oxford, Alabama, the 2019 Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Cruise with the Champions, Rookie of the Year, National Championship runner-up last year. In the Skinner's Body Shop Rocket, Cruz Skinner. Outside row 5 in car number 29 out of Lithia, Florida, in the Woody Racing Rocket, Daniel Woody. Row 6 on the inside in the K37 out of Lansing, Tennessee, in the Schubert Monument Sales Rocket, it'll be Drew Kennedy. Starting 12th in car number 17, second-generation driver out of Fort White, Florida, in the Kryptonite Race Car Special, Nevin Gainey. Inside row 7 in car number 38 out of Millport, Alabama, in the Bud Cooley Trucking, Barry Wright. He won the King of the Crates for Crate Racing USA last year at North Alabama Speedway in Tuscumbia, Alabama. It's Jeremy Shaw. Starting 14th in car number 2 from Shinbone Alley, Alabama, in the Hurst Construction Rocket out of Lineville, Alabama, Todd Hurst. Starting 15th in car number 95 from Plant City, Florida, the ATP Trucking, Barry Wright. It'll be Steve Mathis Jr. Starting 16th in the 27S out of Buckhannon, West Virginia, the TKS Contracting Rocket for Derek Shaw. Starting 17th in car number 6 from Jupiter, Florida, the Dunright Construction Rocket for Clay Harris. Starting 18th, the 313 car, a former Chevrolet Performance Super Late Model Series National Champion out of Apollo Beach, Florida, in the Kerrs Capital Race Car, Devin Dixon. Starting 19th in car number 38 from Clay Hill, Florida, the DMT Trucking, Barry Ride, it'll be Jamie Carter. Starting 20th in car number 66 out of Rome, Georgia, the defending Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series National Champion in the Knowles Race Parts and Bodies Longhorn, Jake Knowles. Starting 21st in car number 19 out of Shannon, Mississippi in the B&M Salvage Rocket, it'll be Marcus Minga. Starting 22nd in car number 27 out of Plant City, Florida in the Fat Daddy Rocket, Bruce Harvey. Well, race fans, right now, the field going into the 4 wide. Salute to the fans formation. Get that flash photography ready, because these drivers have one more thing they would like to do. That's to thank you, the great race fans that have come out here tonight to East Bay Raceway Park. Get those iPhones ready. Get those P phones ready. Get your smartphones, your dumb phones, whatever you got to record the moment. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen. Let's stand up and wave at them. And as Dickie Edwards says, wave your mother-in-law. The cars and stars of the Newsom Raceway Parts Crate Racing USA Dirt Late Model Series. Well, wave at them. They're waving at you. 24 of the top pro late model drivers in the country here assembled before you as they break out of the 4 wide and go to the 2x2 flying start formation. Starting 23rd in car number 71. He's out of Gatlinburg, Tennessee in the Parkway Liquors Longhorn, Pierce McCarter. And rounding out the field, starting 24th in the 66K out of Tyrone, Georgia, the Clayton Signs Rocket for Jody Knowles. Field getting the 1 to go signal. If everything looks good, we'll go green when they get back to the VP Racing Lubricants starting box in turn 4. So they're in their 2x2 flying start formation. Or as Dickie Edwards used to say, the late, great Dickie Edwards, they're side by each. Field bunching up in turn 4. Here they come to the VP Racing Lubricants starting box. They're in it. They're on it. Green flags out. We're racing. It's Max Blair leading down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Here they come to complete lap number 1. Side-by-side battle up front for the lead. Philip Cobb up in the second spot, challenging. Back in third, it's Keith Osbish in the 02 car. Running back in that 4th spot, the 10 car, Joseph Joyner. Randy Weaver holding down the 5th spot in the 116 car. For second off of turn 2. Blair down the back straightaway with a 10 car length advantage. Here comes Keith Osbish to the inside of Philip Cobb as they battle for second. So Keith Nosbish, here comes Cobb back on the inside. Got one slow on the inside of turn 2, trying to make it to the infield. Looks like we're going to stay green. Max Blair out in front. Keith Nosbish trying to reel him in that lap traffic. Philip Cobb in third. Joseph Joyner running fourth. Working his way through traffic. He's got a couple of lap cars between himself and Keith Nosbish. They'll head off at 2 and shoot down the back straightaway. Here comes your leader off the high side of turn 4. He'll come down and complete lap number 16. Just past the halfway point. So now the race leader, Max Blair, with 3 lap cars between himself and the second place car, Keith Nosbish. Nosbish is mired back in heavy lap traffic at turn 3. He's trying to thread the needle through that lap traffic as Max Blair pulls away to a half straightaway lead. Trouble in turn number 4. Trouble between the third and fourth place car. Between the third and fourth place cars. Philip Cobb in the 03 involved. Joseph Joyner in the 10. It looks like the 41 of Travis Varnador. First caution flag of the race will come out with 19 laps in the books. So Max Blair out in front. Randy Weaver up into the second spot. Third will be Keith Nosbish. So Joseph Joyner will rejoin the field in fourth. Fifth will be the 87, a Walker Arthur. Sixth will be Cruz Skinner in car number 11. Seventh will be the 95, a Steve Mathis Jr. Field getting the 1 to go signal. Weaver will choose the outside. He'll have the third place car, Nosbish, to his inside. Here they come. Max Blair brings them off the fourth turn. Green flag's out. Nosbish working on the inside of Randy Weaver as they battle for second. Walker Arthur up to fourth. Drivers on the move include Barnador in the 41, the 17C machine of Freddie Carpenter. Nosbish to the inside of Weaver. Here they come, off of 4. Weaver hangs on to the spot, but Nosbish coming right back on the inside, off at 2. Wheel to wheel, down the back straightaway. So Keith Nosbish clears Weaver down the back straightaway. Here comes Weaver battling on the inside. Back and forth they go for second. Caution flag coming out. So caution flag coming out on the speedway. Maybe some debris. And a car on the backstretch behind the safety equipment. So what a battle we had for second. We'll see how they restart them. We do know that Max Blair is out in front. Keith Nosbish and Randy Weaver back and forth, swapping grooves on the racetrack for that second spot. So it looks like they're scoring Nosbish. So Max Blair out in front, Keith Nosbish second. Randy Weaver will restart in third. Fourth is going to be Walker Arthur in car number 87. Travis Barnador will be fifth in the 41 car. Sixth will be Fast Freddie Carpenter in the 17C. Seventh, Joseph Joyner in car number 10. Running in the 8th spot, it'll be Steve Mathis Jr. in car number 95. Ninth will be Jamie Carter in car number 38. And 10th is going to be the 11, a Cruz Skinner. So 24 laps in the books. It's going to be a 6-lap trophy dash right down to the checkered flag. Blair was able to pull away on the last restart as Weaver and Nosbish battled for second. Nosbish took over that second spot on the lap right before that caution flag came out. Keith Nosbish going to choose the inside for the Dixie-style double file restart. Third place car, Randy Weaver, will be to his right on the outside as the field doubles up behind race leader Max Blair in the 111 car. Here they come, off at turn 4. Green flag's out, 6 to go. It's still Nosbish and Weaver side by side. Weaver pulls out ahead of Nosbish into turn 3. Weaver sets up on the high side. Here he comes off of 4. So Randy Weaver asserts himself back up into that second spot. Down the back straightaway they go into 3. Here comes Randy Weaver up on the top shelf. He's got it dusted off, but Nosbish charging hard on the bottom. Weaver has no momentum for Blair, but will he have some off at 2? Down the back straightaway, here comes Weaver again, setting up on the high side. Brings it down a little lower this time, and he's got momentum. Off at 2, or off at 4, down the front straightaway into 1. Top 3 cars, you can throw a blanket over them with less than 3 laps to go. The goalposts will be out. No, we got trouble. Trouble in turn 2. Caution flag is out. Travis Barnador, car number 41, spins in turn 2. We were setting up for the 2 to go signal, but that was waved off with the yellow. So Randy Weaver, he's dusted off the top shelf of East Bay Raceway Park. He was getting some good bite and some good momentum up there. I think I know what he's going to choose for the Dixie-style double file restart. Randy Weaver will more than likely choose the outside. That'll put the third place car. Keith Nosbish to his left on the inside. As the field will double up behind the race leader, Max Blair, with 27 laps in the books. 3 laps to go. Weaver does choose the outside, so that'll put Nosbish on the inside. Walker Arthur running 4th in car number 87. 5th will be Steve Mathis in car number 95. 6th is Freddie Carpenter in the 17C. 7th, Joseph Joyner in the 10. 8th will be Cruz Skinner in car number 11. 9th will be Jake Knowles in the 66. And 10th will be Drew Kennedy in the K37. Getting ready to get down to it. 27 laps in the books. 3 to go. Max Blair brings them into turn number 3. Picks up the pace in between 3 and 4. Green flag's out. Randy Weaver puts it up on this high side. Now dives for the bottom. Tries to cut the corner. We call that the Bloomquist groove. Here comes Weaver on the high side coming off of turn 4. 2 to go, signal is out. It's still Nosbish 3rd, Freddie Carpenter up to 4th. 5th is Walker Arthur. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Weaver still up on the high side. Blair running the middle, white flag's out. This is it, final lap. If Randy Weaver's got anything for Max Blair, he's going to have to show it now. But Keith Nosbish will go underneath Weaver for second in turn 2. And the caution is out. 66K. Jody Knowles spins in turn 4 to bring out the caution flag. So 29 laps in the books. It'll be a one-lap dash to the finish. They will get the green and white simultaneously. And what a break for Randy Weaver. He had lost that second spot to Keith Nosbish. And then the caution came out. So that negated the pass. So Max Blair out in front. Randy Weaver chooses the outside. Inside of him, it'll be the third place car of Keith Nosbish. Freddie Carpenter up in that 4th spot. 5th will be Walker Arthur in the 87. 6th will be the 95 of Mathis. 7th, Skinner in the 11. 8th will be Joyner in the 10. 9th will be Jake Knowles in the 66. And 10th will be Drew Kennedy in the K37. Here we go. A one-lap dash to the checkered flag. Oh, they bunch them up. We got cones and tires and everything else flying. Caution flag coming out. Well, this race just dramatically changed. Max Blair is being ticketed as the caution car because he did not pick up the pace at the proper place, and that just wadded the field up behind him. So race control ticketing Max Blair, picked up the pace and then slowed it down when Weaver got going, and that wadded the field up behind him. Some places they call that a Texas start, which is a no-no. So Randy Weaver inherits the lead in the 116 car. Keith Nosbish second in the 02. Freddie Carpenter up to third in the 17C. Fourth will be Walker Arthur in the 87. Then Mathis in the 95 in fifth. Sixth will be Skinner in the 11 car. Seventh will be Joyner in the 10. Eighth will be the 66 of Knowles. Ninth will be Drew Kennedy in the K37 car. And Clay Harris will be 10th in car number 6. Field getting the 1 to go signal. If everything looks good, we'll go green next time around. So field bunching up behind new race leader Randy Weaver in the 116. Here they come off the 4th turn. Green flag and the white flag are out simultaneously. Weaver covers the bottom in the 116. Nosbish in second. Down the back straightaway. Carpenter in third. Here they come. Down to the checkered flag. Randy Weaver will take the win. Keith Nosbish second. Freddie Carpenter comes home in third with Steve Mathis in fourth. And fifth will be Walker Arthur. So they'll head for the scales, and we'll head for victory lane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he's out of the... A nice round of applause for our winner, Randy Weaver.
That's right.
Well, I don't think that's fair, Randy, because you had nothing to do with the restart. So you were supposed to be. Tell us about that last restart.
Well, me and Max were buddies, and I wasn't up him at all. I was just my second place position because no good on that bottom, and 2 was really good. So just like all the other restarts, I was going to be behind him. I mean, I knew we got close, but he was just better than me. But we worked on his CVR car and got it pretty good. I really think if we'd stayed in traffic, I might could have raced with him a little. You know, I don't like winning them like that. But, I mean, like you said, I didn't do nothing. I'll just take my spot. But I like Max, and he's going to win a lot of races. But, you know, can't thank Scott Romines and them enough for letting me drive his car, and thank Lord for letting me do this. And, you know, I'm having a little fun now.
Well, Randy, I was telling the folks you came out of a 2-year retirement. First of all, how are you feeling? All the ring rust wore off?
Yeah, I mean, it took me a year and a half to get over that concussion, and I don't wish that on no. And hopefully we can get our cars safer for a bad wreck like that. But, you know, it's just a long period there that didn't know really what was going on. And so I'm really glad to be able to be back and race a little bit. And, you know, Chip Vineyard at CVR put this deal together where Scott finds his son and all of his family. So, you know, my son's here helping me, so it's fun. If I run second or 22nd, I'm fun.
Randy Weaver having fun tonight in Victory Lane here at East Bay Raceway Park. Go back here and talk to our second place finisher. Coming home in second out of Valrico, Florida. How about a nice round of applause for Keith Nosbich? Keith, as usual, run here at East. I tell you, these young guys are making it tough for you now.
Well, we were just a little bit off, and I think I had too much gear in the car. I mean, we were decent, but I couldn't run with Randy and Max. They'd pull me off the corner, and that's just, we got a stock box motor here, and they think they got some built stuff. So, you know what I mean? You spend the money, you get a little bit faster. I guess we're going to have to spend a little money.
Well, you got them beat on experience at this racetrack. I think you could drive around here blindfolded if you had to.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a lot of laps, and that helps, but, you know, It's just it's tough when you race against this caliber cars. There's 50 good cars here tonight, and I'm just happy we made it in the show and we got in the top 3.
Good job, and we'll look for you tomorrow night.
Thank you very much.
Keith Nosbish, ladies and gentlemen, coming home in third, Mr. Kryptonite himself. Out of Parkersburg, Virginia, let's hear it for Fast Freddie Carpenter. Oh, you're not? Okay. Oh, okay. Stephen Mathis came home. I got the wrong one. Sorry, buddy. I had the hairdo right, though. Good job. You're doing a good job here at East Bay Raceway Park. I've watched you on videotape when Ashton Winger comes down and his mom Facebook Lives the races here, and you seem to be one of the guys to beat here week in and week out. So you got to be happy with a third place finish.
Yes, sir. From 15th, that's it's pretty good, and I'll take. And you know, I made the show and just here to have a good time. Got to thank my sponsors: BASF, Doug Haller, Impact, ATP Trucking, Andrew Pace, and Mathis Farms. Then we picked up a new sponsor tonight, Weatherington Tractor Supplies and her services. I'm very fortunate to come out here and do what I get to do.
Well, congrats. And I apologize for messing up your name. I'm an old guy now, so let's give him a nice round of applause. Steve Mathis Jr. tonight with a strong third place finish. And on behalf of all of us with Newsom Raceway Parts and Crate Racing USA, we look forward to seeing you back here again tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, another 30-lap, $2,500 to win race. So tell all your friends about us. Bring them on out here. We'll be out here tomorrow night and Saturday night. Saturday night going to be 40 laps. So 5,000 to win. So we look forward to seeing you back here again tomorrow night and again on Saturday night. Enjoy the rest of the racing program on behalf of all of us with Newsom Raceway Parts, Crate Racing USA. This is Roby Helm saying thank you and good night. Back upstairs to you, Larry.
Thank you, Roby. Appreciate that as we get set for the final race of tonight, which is a 15-lap V8 Warrior Thunderstock main event. Here's how they're going to line them up on the pole. The car number 10, that is Raymond Rogers. Starting outside of him will go the car number 92 of Colin Cruz. In the inside of row 2, is Raymond Van out of Wesley Chapel in the car number 1, and Wayne Kissam from Wamama in the car 107. Starting in the 5th position from Auburndale, the car number 2, Kalen Maynard. Nick Brown out of Tampa has car 112, starting back in that 6th spot. Starting 7th to the inside, George Handy, the defending track champion in the car number 105, and outside of him, heat race winner, George Lucas in car 106. Raymond Rogers Jr. drives the white car number 48 to the inside of row 5, and outside of him, Randy Shields in car number 30. Mike Wilson will go with the car number 58 out of Winter Haven. He's going to be driving on the inside of John Bradley in the red car number X. Then you have number X. There is no number X. The red letter X. Then you have the 99 of Michael Hart to the inside of the 10M of Justin Meeks. That's the green car that looks like the car on the front row. And the car number 26 of Jeff Weaver. We already had a Weaver win tonight. Can we have 2 Weavers win tonight? Let's see. Jeff Weaver will start all the way back in 15th in the 15-lap main event. So once the track officials deem that the track is ready to go, we'll roll off with tonight's final feature event to conclude the first night of the second week of racing action in the Winter Nationals. Results will be up on the website, ebrp.co, a little bit later on tonight. Of course, you can always like us on Facebook, follow along with what's happening at East Bay Raceway Park. For now, the matter at hand is the 15 cars on the racetrack in the back straightaway to see what they can do as the signal is given to roll along our field for the final race of the night. We'll roll with 15 as everyone is present for tonight's V8 Warrior Thunderstock main event. A lot of experience at this racetrack with many of these cars and drivers. Justin Meeks and Nick Brown both competed with street stocks last week, so they've got some track time already this year. George Handy, a 7-time feature winner in 2019. Our thanks to everyone on flowracing.com. And don't forget, if you don't happen to have an opportunity to be at the racetrack in subsequent nights, we appreciate you being here. Appreciate you watching on Flow Racing, as they'll be picking up action all of this week. Final look-see as the cars for the V8 Warrior Thunderstocks present themselves to complete the night's racing activity. They are all to the liking of the starters, so we will be set to get this race underway for tonight. Again, the lineup looks like this. The car number 10 of Raymond Rogers up front, the 92 of Colin Cruz in the second spot. Row 2 lines up with Raymond Van in the 1 and Wayne Kissam in the 107. Row 3, Kalen Maynard 2, the 12 of Nick Brown. Row 4, the 105 and the 106, George Handy and Gary Lucas. That's the front half of the field ready to present up to the starting line for tonight. One final attempt as they'll make their way into turn 4. Side by side they have to be. In green we see good battle down the back straightaway, but it's Colin Cruz that comes away with the advantage. Running second, Rogers. Third is the 107 of Wayne Kissam. Gary Lucas in the 106, contact with Nick Brown's car 12. They separate and move on back as Raymond Band going backwards. He's outside the top 5 and moving back in the wrong direction. Raymond Rogers slashes down to the bottom. Handy finds room down in the bottom, and he'll come up for second spot. Rogers shuffled out. It's Handy in second. Kissam outside third, chasing Colin Cruz. Contact front straightaway. The 10 of Rogers, the 107 of Kissam. Lucas all over the racetrack as he's banged off a couple of them. Now manages to get his way up to sixth spot. Stretching out his lead is Colin Cruz in the 92. Now problem for 107 of Wayne Kissam. He's up the racetrack. George Handy off the pace in the 105. Running second now, not running at all. That car may not make it into the infield. He's going to try to turn it in, and he does. Problem for the defending track champion, George Handy. That's going to move Nick Brown up into second spot in the 12, a distant second. Trouble turn 4, the 48 of Raymond Rogers. He did a quick 540 and found himself facing the wall. Not the place you want to be facing. 7 laps on the Buddies Rent-Own scoreboard. Rogers able to roll away. That's Raymond Jr. And it looks like John Bradley's car is developing a little bit of an issue just before the halfway mark in this one. Nick Brown chooses the inside line on the restart. Wayne Kissam third, behind Colin Cruz is 92. Still fourth is Raymond Rogers in the car 10, and fifth, Gary Lucas in the 106. From there, you're going to go on back outside the top five in the sixth position. Rolling into turn 1 and 2, that will be the car number 58 of Mike Wilson. He'll be joined by Raymond Van in the car 1. The 2 of Kalen Maynard with the X of John Bradley. You have the 99 of Michael Hart, the 26 of Jeff Weaver, the 30 of Randy Shields, the car 48 of Raymond Rogers. And rounding out the field, it looks like it's the 10 of Justin Meeks. We're ready for him. Colin Cruz picks up spin back straight away, and we've got a major mishap. We have 5 cars involved in it, including Randy Shields, who stopped before he could get into it. But Gary Lucas's car went around, and we see Mike Wilson is caught up in that mess. Lucas going down to the inside and popping up onto the outside. Shields able to get through. And looks like Kalen Maynard also stopped in the back straightaway. And the 106 with damage on both ends of the car is about to get some assistance to find out what the status is. Meanwhile, Wilson will have to answer to Macy Bozeman about damage to her car. Front 3 cars stay the same, as additional service is needed on the back straightaway. Many cars getting involved in that one. The 48 able to get away from the situation. Randy Shields coming off turn 2, instead of going to the accelerator, went to the brake pedal. And there you see the damage on the 106, as he is going to stop in the safety area in the back straightaway and say, there seems to be something following me. There's not anymore. He made a deposit in turn 2, and it's his rear panel. So we'll have somebody go fetch that piece, and it will not be reunited until later. And so the debris has been picked up in turn 2, and that means we're going to be able to set the field. The 106 is able to continue. He will be at the tail. So we still show the car number 92 of Colin Cruz up on the front spot, with the car 12 of Nick Brown behind him, the 107 of Wayne Kissam in that third spot. Continuing to carry the mail for the 10s, that is Raymond Rogers, and the car number 58 of Wilson, slightly damaged, but he's one of the guys that works on the car anyway. Between him and Derek Gray and Billy Barstow and Matt Bozeman and Macy pitching in where she can, they get that put together. Mark Rodemel as well, part of that team. And Wilson was kind of hoping that he would have that spot, but he doesn't. Meanwhile, we're going to check out the 2 car of Kalen Maynard to find out what ails that car, whether he's going to be able to continue and he is. So getting everybody into position, 7 laps on the Buddies rent-to-own scoreboard. And apparently, Kalen Maynard not convinced that the precision wallboard car number 2 is being put in the proper position. But you do recall the car was stopped in the back straightaway in that mishap. And track officials on the racetrack right now bringing everybody down to the bottom to allow this single file before we get back to the Delaware double file restart. Very similar to the Dixie double file restart you saw with our Crate Racing USA rides. And Nick Brown was just asked by way of the receiver, where do you want to go? And he went to the top. That's going to move Kissam down low. Rogers up top and Van running fifth down low. Bradley goes up in the X car with the 99 of Hart going down low. Then you've got the 10 car of Justin Meeks to the outside, while the inside is occupied by the 30 of Randy Shields. All eyes upon them as they get ready to get things rolling once again. 15 laps the scheduled distance for tonight's final race. Our V8 Warrior Thunderstock action ready to roll. It's Cruz leading the way once again. Now shuffle for third as Kissam's going to try to pull away from Rogers. Michael Hart sticks the nose up in there to battle fifth with Raymond Van. Now Kissam up the racetrack, chases the 10 up the track. Rogers on the brakes. Pulls right out in front of his teammate. You talk about parallel parking it. He sure did there. On back in the field, tight racing as Lucas trying to find some racing room. Cruz, meanwhile, stretches it out to 6 lengths. Cars hustling into turns 1 and 2. Front 3 break away from the field. Now Wayne Kissam closing in on Nick Brown. Kissam pulls up the racetrack, however, lost a lot of his momentum. We're inside 5 laps to go. Now Wayne Kissam way upstairs and losing a lot of ground to Nick Brown, who lost a lot of ground to Colin Cruz. Kissam spins in turn 4. And now Lucas spins in turn 4, and he drives the cone into the ditch. Well, the way things have been going for Gary Lucas tonight, that was about the only thing he hadn't hit yet. So that can now change. And Lucas looking to come back out onto the racetrack, but he's coming in the wrong direction. And he's going at a high rate of speed in the circumstances that require you not to go at a high rate of speed. The nice thing about the receiver system, it's one-way communication. And I would guess that the 2 orange cars are arguing over the color of the paint. Mine's Hugger Orange. No, mine's Hugger Orange. I'm sure there's more to it than that. But this receiver system makes it so nice because the tower is able to relay the message to the drivers to get them starting in their proper positions. Wayne Kissam in the 107 was running third. Now finds himself in a position a long ways back with only a few laps left to go. Looks like, unfortunately for the Kissam, he's not going to get the spot back. Third place is going to be the 99 of Michael Hart. The X car of John Bradley will be in 4th spot, and number 1 of Raymond Van will be 5th. So once again, these drivers that earned their spots, they're entitled to be in these positions. It's going to be interesting to see if we double them up inside 5 to go, or if we're going to go with the single file restart. All eyes upon him in the single file restart. We are ready to roll. Nick Brown works his way up the racetrack. As field stays in similar running order, Kissam tries to gain a spot at the back of the field. He's successful in that effort. Bradley trying to pick up a move. Trouble, turn 4, around comes the 107. He's going to keep going. He's going to keep us under green. Apparently, painting the car green from orange didn't help him a bit. 2 to go. And Nick Brown, problems in second place. He's fallen back. John Bradley in the X picks up a challenge for third. The white flag shown to Colin Cruz. Trouble, turn 2. Wayne Kissam in the 107 will bring out the caution. We're going to have a green-white checker finish. In terms of the green and white coming out at the same time. So Wayne Kissam, the handles went away from that car that was running third. It's gone away in a couple of different spots as well. And somebody will be burning the midnight oil to figure out what the heck went wrong with that car and why it went wrong so many times. Randy Shields in the car 30 comes to a rest on the high side of turn 1, and that is going to bring out a safety team. Jeff Weaver's car 26 was involved in that backstretch accident. That's why we haven't seen much of him. He's going to be on his way to the pit area to load up that car into the trailer for a return to the garage and hopefully a return to action tomorrow night. So everybody who's in their proper spots, depending upon the status of the 30 car. Where's he going to go? What's he going to do? And it's looking more and more like he's going to go into the infield area off the back straightaway. And he does. And that clears the racetrack we are now 13 laps completed. So it will be a green, then a white, then a checkered. Single file restart. Colin Cruz leading the way. Nick Brown started to fall back a little bit. John Bradley's been moving forward. He's ahead of the 99 car. And Mike Wilson looking to get a top 5 in the 58. We're underway. White flag for Colin Cruz in car 92. Brown's going to hold on to second down the back straightaway. Nobody's got anything for the guy going wire to wire. The win. The Cruz missile, Colin Cruz. gotta go get the computer. I forgot. Parked in victory lane tonight, the winner of the 15-lap V8 Warrior Thunder Stock main event. But home with that victory, the car number 92 of Colin Cruz. I know you got the flag in your hand. You're used to that, but look at here. Look what I got for you. Right here. Yeah, this is all yours right now. Congratulations.
Thank you. That's pretty. I like it.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off the year, don't you think?
Yeah, I'm not complaining with that at all.
You started off last year pretty strong, then all of a sudden you disappeared. Things went south on you. But then you came back strong, too. You picked up a couple of feature wins, and now here you are in 2020 going the right direction. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Yeah, at the end of last year, it was hunting season, so I did a little bit of that, and that's over. So here I am at the racetrack again.
So who you want to thank for tonight's effort?
I really want to thank my buddies, George, Mike, Ben, came with me. I couldn't do this without their help. They helped me, week in, week out on this thing. I can't do it by myself. Obviously, my sponsors and everybody for coming out and enjoying it.
So you want to take this, or you want me to take it to them? No, you hang on to it. That's the deal. You're winning tonight in the V8 Warrior Thunder Stock main event, the car number 92 of Colin Cruz. That concludes tonight's racing action. We'll be back in action tomorrow night. The Crate Racing USA late models, the V8 Warriors, and the Top Gun Sprints. We'll see you at East Bay. So that completes the hot lap session for our modifieds. The top 6 cars that are locked into the A main will get their hot lap session following the heats. That'll be in the case for both the street stocks and the modifieds. Right now, the street stocks that have not qualified for the A main will get their hot lap session underway. And again, the top 6 from the street stocks and the modifieds will have a hot lap session later in the program. Well, thanks to the cooperation of the racing teams back in the back pit area, we've been able to get things expedited a little bit here. Street Stocks expected to have 2 hot lap sessions, ended up with only having 1 hot lap session. So we are in a position where we have the teams prepared back in the pit area. Track officials are all prepared as well. So it's time to get things rolling here for tonight, the final night of week number 1 of the 2020 Winter Nationals. Once again, the top 6 from the week's activities have been locked in points, and they've been locked into the A feature for tonight. Tonight's A feature for the Street Stocks, 40 laps, and the A feature for the Modifieds will be 75 laps. Tonight, we do have our safety crews gathered here on the front straightaway, as we do for each and every performance. These are the individuals who are charged with the responsibility of keeping the track safe and making sure that the proper procedures are followed to get the equipment off the racetrack in the event of an incident, make sure the drivers are cared for as well. Again, these individuals, you can't see their faces. They're bundled up tonight because of the Mother Nature's return with the lower temperatures. But they'll be out there working hard in their safety equipment to take care of things here tonight. So we salute you for the job that you do. We thank you for the effort you put forth on behalf of East Bay Raceway Park. So race fans, at this time, if you would please, we ask that everyone please rise and direct your attention down in front straight away. We'll begin tonight's racing program with our invocation, and that's going to be followed immediately by the playing of our national anthem. Gentlemen, appreciate if you remove your caps. And we get started tonight with our invocation presented by Stacy Knight.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for a safe week of racing. Let it continue tonight. Let it be safe for the drivers, for the crews in the pit area, for the fans as they go home tonight. Also, we pray always for our first responders and our military that serve us here, all over the country, and all over the world, that they too may come home safe to their families after their tours. And then we do all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, race fans. As we get set for tonight's exciting action, we welcome everyone into East Bay Raceway Park, and those of you watching on Flow Racing, glad to have you along. Flow Racing has been with us here all week, and they will be making their return next week for our racing action as we get week number 2 of the 2020 Winter Nationals underway. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday next week, as we'll be featuring the Durance Lane Chevrolet Crate late models, also the Top Gun Sprints, and they'll be joined by the V8 Warrior Thunderstock class. Getting some of the local racers get a chance to get things going here. Speaking of local racers, our first 2 races on the track tonight will be in the Street Stock division, featuring many races from throughout the state of Florida. But there are other states that are well represented as well. The state of Michigan, the state of Alabama, the state of West Virginia, the state of Florida, all here as part of the activity for Winter Nationals 2020. Tonight's program will have 2 street stock heat races to open up. They'll be 8 laps in duration. They'll be followed by 4 modified heat races, likewise 8 laps in duration. In the 4 modified races, the top 3 positions will move directly into the A main. The remaining cars will go into one of 2 B mains. Following the completion of the final modified race, we'll give an opportunity for the top 6 of each division to get a hot lap session in and draw for the starting positions for their respective features. After a brief intermission, we'll bring out our first B main in the modified division. That'll be followed by the second B main in modifieds. After the B mains have been completed and the lineup has been established for the 75-lap modified feature, the 40-lap A feature for the street stocks will take place. Following victory lane ceremonies of that, the field will be lined up with the 24 or 26 cars, depending upon the number of contingencies that are employed. And then we'll begin the 75-lapper, the final race of Week 1 of the East Bay Raceway Park Winter Nationals. On the pole, we find the car number 60. He's out of Michigan. He was 7th in the point standings, James McKeown. Outside of him would be the car number 10 of Justin Meeks out of Ocala. Row 2 to the inside from Coral Springs, Florida, the white number 93R, Marco Reyes. And outside of him will be the car number 12 of Nick Brown. Row 3 to the inside in his second appearance, the car 69H of Jason Harrison from Montgomery, Alabama. Making his first start of the week in the car number 3, that's going to be Raymond Falwell. And likewise, making his first start of the week, the 67 of Thomas Braswell. These are individuals who are regular competitors at East Bay Raceway Park, but work schedules and other activities prevented them from doing any racing except on Saturday night. So they are out here nonetheless supporting the Winter Nationals, and we thank them for that and the crew that they brought along with them to support their local racetrack. We have 7 cars that are scheduled to go the distance of 8 laps in this one. And again, these cars vying for their spot in the A main. There will not, at this point, be a B main for the street stocks. And here comes Braswell in the 67 being pushed up onto the track. We did see the car 3 of Falwell earlier during the hot lap session, so hopefully they're making their last-minute adjustments and can get the car out on the racetrack. Still missing, don't believe the 93 of Marco Reyes is out there as well yet. He's a little deeper down in the pit area. Maybe right on his way right now, as a matter of fact. We just saw one car making the way toward the Turn 2 staging area. And here comes Marco in the car number 93, racer out of South Florida. Once again, these cars determined based on their point lineups that they have accumulated. McEwen has been here every night. He's the only one of the field who's made his visits every night. The rest of them have had to miss a night or two. And a couple of the competitors, Falwell and Braswell, are making their first start. Braswell may need another push to get things going here, and Falwell getting ready to come up to the Turn 2 gate and make his way out onto the racetrack. We should see him very soon. First of 2 heat events for tonight in our street stock class. There have been 4 feature events so far. 3 of them won by Richie Stevens out of Phoenix City, Alabama, who earned enough points to be in the top 6. And the other one last night, Thomas Pratt from Tampa, in his first start of the week, picked up a feature victory. Cars that are locked in the top 6 include Nick Hebrank in the car 24, Richie Stevens in the 69, Tim Gay in car number 29. Also have the 44 of Tim Powers has locked in, and the 45 of Illinois racer Race McMahon locked into tonight's A feature. So the field of cars getting their last look at the flag stand at a slower pace, because next time by we're expecting activity to get underway. Also want to mention that the Justin Rogers in the 05 part of that Elite Six. We had 7 scheduled to be in this one. Falwell apparently not able to answer the call, so we're going to go with the 6 cars that we have to go the 8 laps for tonight's first street stock heat event. Starting point is at the exit of turn 4 at the cone you see on the inside of the racetrack. Field needs to be side by side. We are. Green flag. Justin Meeks with the early lead down the back straightaway. Here comes McKeown in the car number 60. He's the racer out of Michigan who goes wheel to wheel with your race leader. They'll pull it off of turn 4. Meeks on the outside with an advantage. He lost that advantage and falls back into second by half a car length. But here comes Harrison in the 69H. Jason Harrison getting the job done, moving up to the front. Nick Brown charging through down on the bottom. Brown's going to move into second. Reyes looking for racing room, slides up into the 60, contact. And those 2 cars finally pull apart, but not before there's a lot of damage on the 93. The nose piece is gone. In the meantime, Brown has moved to the front, but the caution flag will be displayed. You can see the heavy damage to the 93R, at least cosmetically speaking. As the car is still going around the racetrack, but visibility is going to be a little bit difficult if you look out to your right side. He does have a tunnel from a certain angle, but dragging the rest of his race car right along with him, so the crew's going to have to go to work on the 93R of Marco Reyes. Nick Brown in car 12, your early leader, as he's posted up at the front of the field. Jason Harrison, the 69H, right behind him in third spot. Justin Meeks in car 10. Fourth position, Thomas Braswell in the 67 and the 60 car of James McKeown, as Braswell will opt to go to the tail on the restart. The caution flag coming out for the incident between the 93R and the 60. This field of 5 cars ready to get back underway once again. Meeks working on the steering and try to get the field put back into shape for where it was. And Justin Meek needs to advance his car 10. We're getting ready to get things started once again, and here comes the green flag. In turn 1 car around on the high side. That's the car 60, and he's going to try to keep going, and he does. We stay under green. Two to go for Nick Brown in car 12. Heat number 1 in the books, the win to Nick Brown. So Brown, in his third appearance of the week, able to get into victory lane. Heat race winners have been very bountiful here, as only Richie Stevens able to get more than one heat race win. Nick Brown gets his now. He's the winner of the first street stock preliminary event. Top. Another pass. Jason Harrison coming home with the second place run, with Justin Meeks in third position. We'll move on now to take a look at the lineup for the second heat event. Here comes your pole sitter out of St. Mary's, West Virginia, the car number 19 of Josh Sigler. There's Jerry Bruce, driver of car number 35 from Dover, Florida. The 46D is Dean Watson. He's making his second appearance. The 38 of Ken Lawrence making the first appearance of the week for him. Likewise, the 17 of Okeechobee racer Rhett Wilson. Still awaiting the car number 14 of Chris Combs from Hamilton, Ohio, and last night's feature winner, the car 22 of Thomas Pratt. Those two cars are scheduled to be on this race course as well. Hey, 50-50 tickets are on sale tonight. Somebody last night walked away with a good chunk of change, and it could be even more here tonight. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket. We'll have our street stock feature winner do the drawing here tonight. We make it easy on you. You don't have to go anywhere. We'll come to you and give you the opportunity to be a winner here tonight. So make sure you take full advantage of that, as our 50-50 tickets are on sale now. So 5 of the 7 cars that are scheduled to be a part of this one have decided to come out there. Still an opportunity for the 2 missing cars, Chris Combs in the car 14 and the 22 of Thomas Pratt, if they're able to get there in time before this race gets underway. Five cars we have will go in this one. On the pole, it's going to be Josh Sigler in car number 19. The outside, Jerry Bruce in car 35. Second row with Dean Watson in the 46D. Ken Lawrence in the car number 38. And the 17 of Rhett Wilson rounding out the field. We expect to see the Chris Combs car 14 and the car number 22 of Thomas Pratt come feature time. But right now, it's heat race time. And that's what's important, as the 8 laps going to determine some starting spots in the 40-lap A-main that the street stocks have to contest here tonight. Rhett Wilson hanging back, and we're going to go green. Bruce slightly from the outside now makes it a full length down the back straightaway in the car 35. He's got the lead. Sigler 19 runs second. Watson is third in the 46D. Lap 1. Your leader is Jerry Bruce. Now trouble for Watson in the 46D as he bounces into the infield, makes his way back out on the track, lost 1 spot in that altercation. Watson able to get back up in third as Lawrence had some problems in the 38. Something just not right for Rhett Wilson, so his 17's in the infield. He'll get it figured out for the feature race tonight. Two to go for your leader, Jerry Bruce. We've had 10 heat races, now the 9th different winner, Jerry Bruce. If he finishes up in the front after one more lap to go, Ziegler would be a different winner as well, as he hasn't won one yet, but now sideways off turn 2. This time it's the checkered flag, and the win will go to Jerry Bruce in car 35. First heat event in the modified competition, as we have a total of 40 cars here tonight. 34 of them will be contesting heat races. As these 6 cars locked in, we'll have a fast lap session coming up shortly. Right now, here's how they line them up on the pole. Car number 33B finished 7th in the point standings. That is Kyle Bronson out of Brandon. On the outside of him, it's Brian Bernhardt in the car B69. Starting in the inside of row number 2, the car 7 of Brad DeYoung. On the outside of him, the car 72 from Panama City. That is Todd Nieheiser. Mark Dixon will start the car 0 on the inside of the 3rd row. And going outside of him, the car number 13R of Davey Warnick. The next row with the 47 car of Billy Howard. That'll be lined up with the car number 88 of David Pollen. And rounding out the field, making only his 2nd appearance of the week, from Gibsonton, the car number 7G of Seth Geary. Top 3 will be advanced into the A main. Remaining cars go into one of 2 B features for tonight. Our heat races for the modifieds are 8 laps in distance, so not a lot of time to get to the front of the field. And the guys up front have to really do some defending. We'll see what takes place with this race. Bronson and Bernhardt have the responsibility to bring them through to get them started here, and it looks like we're going green. Up front is Kyle Bronson. Running in second would be Brian Bernhardt. Here comes Brad DeYoung to the inside, challenging from third. Niehauser holding on to that 4th spot as we complete lap 1. Mark Dixon in the 0 runs 5th. Seth Geary's picked up 3 spots in 1 lap. He's in 6th spot in the 7G. Dixon challenging Niehauser for 4th. DeYoung in 3rd spot, holding on to that final transfer as the top 2 break away. Bronson in 33B and Bernhardt the B69. Still no change inside the top 6. And now Geary with an opportunity to move up to 5th. Can't quite get it done as they roll into turn 3. Bernhardt going to try his luck down on the low side as he's going to pester Bronson, try to get the lead away. Even though he's in a transfer spot, he still would like to win this one. We're 2 to go. Lap on his way here. Looks like Kyle Bronson going to come through. Niehauser spins in the 72. Checkered flag waves. Kyle Bronson at the head of the field had 2 4th-place finishes in the A features this week. Finished in a tie for 6th place, but unfortunately the tiebreaker went in the way of Tate Davenport. So Bronson ended up finishing 7th on the point standings. He got that heat race win, and he'll be in the A main. The 2018-2019 track champion, the B69 of Brian Bernhardt, comes home in 2nd spot. He will move on to the A main. And the final spot taken from heat race number 1 from Wheatfield, Indiana. He finished 6th in the first night. He's back in the A main, the car 7 of Brad DeYoung. Second heat race lines up like this. On the pole, the guy who picked up a feature win earlier this week, the car number 12 of Lucas Lee. On the outside of him from Guys Mills, Pennsylvania, it'll be the car number M20 of Mike Petoskey. Starting on the inside of row number 2, the car 205 of Travis Varnador. Chris Wilson out of Louisa, Kentucky, and car number 127 will start in 4th. One of the 96s, Chad Williamson from Watertown, South Dakota, starts in the 5th position. The outside from Maysville, Kentucky, the car 8 of Jimmy Lennox. The other 96, Dennis Haven from Brentford, South Dakota, will start in 7th spot with Michael Wesselman out of Bargersville, Indiana, in the 418. Final starting spot in his second appearance of the 2020 Winter Nationals, Josh Sanford from Interlachen, Florida. We have 9 cars capable of being in this one, and 9 cars have come out onto the grid. Again, the top 3 will advance into the A main to join Bronson, Bernhardt, and DeYoung, who have already qualified, along with the 6 who qualified by points. Lucas Lee's feature win coming on the 23rd on Thursday. Bad luck last night put him out of the top 6. Let's see if he can get back into the A main as he leads him to the green. It's going to be Lee leading the way with Travis Barnador in the 205 inside of Mike Petoskey's M20. Barnador makes that pass in the 205. He'll go up into second. Petoskey in the final transfer as one lap is complete. Lap 2 complete for Lucas Lee. Petoskey getting a challenge from the 127 of Chris Wilson. White flag for Lucas Lee. On into turn 3 comes your race leader, and put that down. A heat race victory for Lucas Lee. Travis Barnador will claim second in the car 205, while the third spot will be held down by Mike Petoskey. So racers from Tennessee, Florida, and Pennsylvania all make their way into tonight's 75-lap A main. So the heat race was pretty hectic as Lee got out to an early lead, but on lap 3 he put up a time of 16.807. Really solid run considering that was lap 3. So good solid 16.807 as he was learning a little something about the track tonight. The racers have been saying that there's been slight differences each and every night, so they have to kind of figure out, forget what happened the night before or even earlier in the week, and figure out what the track's going to be like on Saturday. Heat race number 3 will offer up 8 cars, and this is how they're going to line them up. On the pole, it's going to be the car number 11. That is Spencer Hughes. Spencer had a third-place run last night in the A main. He'll have the car number 20 of Brian Skaggs on the outside of him. Going into the second row, the car 22 of Dale Kelly, with Jeff Matthews, driver of the car 33, starting in 4th spot. Ray Bollinger in car 77 continues that double number string as he's from Kewanee, Illinois, and will start 5th. Kurt Myers will start in 6th spot in the car number 1M. The final row has Roger Cavness out of Francisville, Indiana in the car 11R, and Jamie Layton in the Zero No. He's from Hobart, Indiana. 8 cars, 8 laps. Heat race number 3. 3 spots moving on. As we've had 6 cars already qualified, 6 more can qualify through the heat races. Your chance to be a winner tonight, available for the 50-50 tickets. They're on sale right here in the grandstand area. Get yours. Here we go with the 8 cars from the 3rd heat event as Spencer Hughes in the car 11 and Brian Skaggs in car 20. As close as they possibly can be, and we're underway. Hughes in the 11 has it by half a car length going into turn 3. Kelly settles in 3rd in that final transfer spot. Skaggs in the 20 outside. He'll take the lead. Hughes stays right down in the bottom, and Kelly now moving in on the top duo. Kelly watching him race and see which line he's going to pick to try to get by both of them. Hughes has the slightest of advantages in turn 3, and Skaggs now rallying on the outside. That may be enough. Skaggs had a slight lead last time by, but Spencer Hughes just staying on his line to make this a battle. They are sparring up at the top. Skaggs has committed to the high side, now falls a full length behind Hughes for the first time. He'll charge up on the race leader. With problems, he was running 5th and now on back into 6th spot. Signals 2 laps to go for Spencer Hughes. Once he can get rid of the 20 of Skaggs, Spencer Hughes has the race his way, and he's got the checkered and the heat race win. Well, through the early stages of that heat race, it turned into quite a battle. It was interesting to see who was going to come away with that victory. On lap 3, Brian Skaggs from the outside was able to put that car just slightly ahead of Spencer Hughes. But then as the race transpired, it was Hughes staying down on the low side that made his way through. So Spencer Hughes is going to go back into the A main where he finished 3rd last night. He's bringing along with him Brian Skaggs in the car 20 and the car number 22 of Dale Kelly. Dale Kelly, a 2-time winner in modified racing at East Bay Raceway Park in 2019. Final heat race for the modifieds will roll out from the turn 2 gate. They're going to look like this. On the pole, you will find the car number 21A from Wheatfield, Indiana, and that is Nick Allen. Outside of him will go the car number 4, Maverick Varnador from Tampa. Starting inside, row number 2, the car 65 of Jesse Wisecarver from Zanesville, Ohio. Roger Kraus in the car 15 will go up into the 4th starting position outside row 2. Bill Roberts in the car 5R from Burlington, Iowa will start in 5th position, with Donnie Moran in the 2A from Dresden, Ohio, starting in 6th. Final row will look like this: the car number 23B of Scott Bain to the inside, and the car number 72, driven by Frank Lewis. The 72L of Frank Lewis starting in the 8th spot. Limited schedule this week. That put him back there in the points. Donnie Moran missed the night as well after a first night incident. And so they ended up back deeper in points. Top 3 will advance in this heat race. Final chance to get in through the heat races rests right here for these 8 cars. Cars that do not qualify from this one will be in a B main later on in tonight's show. Nose to tail they come. The first 3 rows in solid shape. Let's see what Nick Allen can do in the 21A. He's fired underway. Nick Allen leads with the Maverick Varnador second. Third is Jesse Wisecarver with Jeff Kraus in the car number, rather Roger Kraus in the car number 15, ready to attack. Donnie Moran in the 2A has picked up a position, and he's trying to get in the conversation to help himself into the A main. He's got to pass 2 cars directly in front of him. Roger Kraus again takes a look at the 15 on the 65 of Jesse Wisecarver. Wisecarver trying to defend that position early stages of heat race 4. Two to go for your race leader, Nick Allen. Wisecarver a little high off turn 4 that time. That's going to give Roger Kraus a look-see down at the bottom. Nick Allen pulls away. He'll see the checkered flag. And then behind him, it's going to be Varnador. Can Wisecarver hold on? He does. Jesse Wisecarver. There's your heat race winner, the car 21 of Nick Allen. He had a third-place run earlier this week. The car 4 of Maverick Varnador and the 65 of Jesse Wisecarver. They move on to the A main. So 12 more racers have made their way into tonight's A-Main for the 75-lap A-Main for the modifieds. We are going to be bringing out our top 6 street stocks to give them an opportunity to get a hot lap session in, and then they're going to stop and they're going to draw for their starting position in the first 3 rows. We'll get a chance to get a quick word with each one of those individuals and find out what they think about the drawing position that they have and what they think about the competition tonight in the 40-lap A-Main. Following that, those cars will clear the racetrack, and then the gates will open and we'll bring out the top 6 in the points. And that will be for the modifieds. Same procedure will happen once again. They'll get their hot lap session in. They'll come to the front straightaway, and then they'll make their draw for their spots in the first 3 rows. So this is hot lap sessions, and we'll also get a chance to meet the first 3 rows of each of the 2 A-Mains that will be coming up. And that'll be followed by a brief intermission, then our B-Mains for our modifieds and the A-Features for tonight. First out, it's Tim Powers in the car 44 out of Okeechobee. Nick Hebrank in the car 24. You have the car 29 of Tim Gay and the car 69, and that is the car of Richie Stevens. Also expected to be on the racetrack, the car 05 of Justin Rogers. And Race McMahon in the car 45 is expected on the track as well. If for some reason they cannot make these hot laps, they might be able to do the drawing without any hot laps by sending a representative to the front stretch. But right now, the top 6 have the spotlight in tonight's street stocks. And they will get underway for their hot lap session. Well, we have 5 of the 6 representatives on the racetrack right now, so there's going to be a process of elimination, basically. How about a nice hand for these top street stock racers here? throughout the week, they've been giving us some great action, no question about that. And the points came down after the fourth night of competition. We had our feature race, and we tallied up all the points, and these drivers were among the top 6 that got into it. But the guy at the top of the list had 3 feature wins to start the week. His name is Richie Stevens out of Phoenix City, Alabama, who started off with 3 wins. Richie, congratulations on a great start for this Winter Nationals.
Yes, sir. We appreciate it. Just this new Sin 6 car come out of the box pretty good. And we've been doing some little tweaking here for the long runs. And last night we got better there at the end. Was just a little too free early. So I think we got it figured out here. And we'll see what we can do there in the 40 laps. Long race.
All right. No doubt about that. But now, as the top point man, you have the option. What's going to happen here is we have 6 Hungry Howie's pizza boxes on the front straightaway, each one of them containing a number from 1 to 6. Now, as the top point man, you have the option. You can either go first or you can go last. Now, I don't know what your superstitions are, but it's totally up to you. What's it going to be?
Well, I always want to win, so I'm going to go first. Now, nobody wants to be last.
There you go. Nobody wants to be last, and he's one of them, so he wants to go first. Richie Stevens will now select a pizza box off the front straightaway right here, as, again, each one of those boxes has a number in it. And Richie, with his prerogative, says, why not? Let's just see what it is. You want me to open it up? I mean, you've been the winner all week, so I'll let you do it.
It's definitely going to be a 6. That's just my luck.
Only because there's not a 9. Well, you were twice as good as you thought you were, because it's a 3. The number is a 3 for Richie Stevens. That's going to put him on the inside of the second row. Okay? Stacy, who we go next? Whoever wants to jump in there, are you going to? We need the 44. Tim, how are you doing, man? Good to see you here. We had you in Victory Lane in 2019 here at East Bay Raceway Park. Bet you'd like to get back there tonight.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Just here having fun.
All right, and fun it is. Let's see what you can do as far as going out there. All right, this is the gentleman right there. You're going to, the one tried to get in the gate. We're going to let that one get down in here. So you're going to start a trend. You realize that?
He thinks he's in trouble. Look, he's like, oh.
Come on. Yeah, that's it. No, I didn't mean to mess with that. I wasn't touching that. Really wasn't. So, all right, Tim, hope you're a Seminole fan because you just picked one. Yeah, whatever. That's stick and ball. We don't care about that. All right, let's see what he's going to get for you here. Looks like going all the way down to the end to see that one. He's going to be disappointed when there's no pizza inside there. But look at this. Look at this. I think you got yourself a new crew chief right there. Tim Powers, number 1. How about that? You couldn't have done any better yourself, I don't think. I'm
kind of a little mad there ain't no pizza in there also.
Understand. All right, who's next? The 05. Justin Rogers right now is back in the pit area getting the 05 car ready to go, and he sent out his designated hitter right there. It's not fair to you because there's no number 1 out there, and you really don't necessarily want your 05 to come out of that pizza box, do you?
No, but 2's a lucky number, so.
2's a lucky number. You think you can get the 2?
I hope so.
All right, there you go. She's got 2 fingers crossed, so that's a good sign right there. All right, who's it going to be? Has down to getting advice from some of the other teams. Uh-oh, it's the dreaded 6. The 05 starts in the 6th spot. Now she's going to hang around and see which one she didn't pick because they told her not to pick it. So let's just see what the situation is. Oh, 45 is not here, so we move on. 29, Tim Gay, your turn. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah, he's going right for it. He's going to stay away from the one that they told not to get. And Tim Gay in the car 29, outside front row. Look out. Heck out, man. You're going to do this. You got the front row. You're going to open space coming down for the green flag. How you feel about that?
We've been working on this car all week long here every night, trying to get that thing straightened out. My buddy Steve Scarberry, man, I got to thank him for buying the car. I sold my car last week, and this car came from South Carolina. It's an old V8 Warrior, Thunderstock, whatever you want to call it. We tried to make it into a street stock to get out here and play around. Been fun, man, hanging out with the guys in the pits and everything. Great times. I think she's going to roll tonight. We got it figured out.
There you go. You got it figured out, and you got a good place to be on the outside of the front row. Nick Hebrank, bring it up here. The car number 24 started off the street stock season in 2019, parked right there in victory lane, and then had another one to back it up later on in the year. Good to have you back out here. I know you missed a couple of nights, put yourself behind the 8 ball, but here you are.
Yeah, we missed the first night, a bunch of work situation stuff, so we're here tonight. Luckily, we got in a redraw, and we'll see if we can get it going.
Always tough for a guy who works for a living to get out here during the week, that's for sure. So there's 2 of them out there. Which one? Oh, he's on a mission. He walked away. He was going for it. Let's see which one it was. He got the number 5. He starts on the inside of row number 3. And so to make it official, Race McMahon in car 45, he will have the number 4. He will be on the outside of the second row. So you've got the 44 of Tim Powers to the inside of Tim Gay, as we have the rest of the field lined up based on the drawing. Now, these individuals, how about a nice hand once again for tonight's top 6 in the street stocks? They'll be out for a 40 lap. A-Main coming up your way. Next up, it's our hot lap session for the modifieds. We'll meet the top 6 then. So the turn 2 gate will be the place where we'll start to see the top 6 of tonight's A-Main. They'll be lined up in their top 3 rows. They'll be drawing the same way they did for the street stocks. And we'll see what we can get in store here. Turn 2 gate opens up. Here comes the 70B, 2-time feature winner Shane Burrows out of Alrica. You've got the car number 12, Jason Hughes. The car number 18 of Tate Davenport. The 313, the first night winner, Devin Dixon. And the 25 of Tyler Nicely from Owensboro, Kentucky.
we've made our way to the front straightaway here. We'll get the top 6 drivers in the points for the week out of their race cars on the front straightaway. We'll have a quick conversation with each of them, and we will let them decide where they're going to start in tonight's 5,000 to win 75-lap main event. A couple of them climbing out of their race cars. A quick hot lap session to turn some laps here on Championship Saturday night. Our pizza boxes here on the front straightaway, just like we did with the street stocks. There's a number inside of each one of these boxes to present where they are going to start in the front 3 rows here coming up shortly. Get these guys over here. We'll wait for the last couple of them to come climbing out of their race cars. All right, they have climbed out of their race cars. We'll have them all kind of congregate here. You see Kevin Adams is working on his for a moment, so we'll talk to the rest of them anyway. Before he gets first, will be Devin Dixon. He led the points coming into tonight. Devin, the opening night winner this week. Easy first question for you. You are a multi-time Saturday night champion of this event. This is a big deal for you guys that live right here at your home racetrack. How fun would it be to win the 3rd time?
Yeah, I mean, we've had a pretty good car pretty much all week. And the first night, obviously, we pulled off the win. And the weather's been cold. It's been hot. It's been cold. The racetrack's changed every night. So I think it's going to be the racetrack looks a little bit heavier tonight than it has been the past few nights. So hopefully it cleans up a little bit. We can get kind of 2 or 3 wide races on a show for the fans. But all in all, a good week for us. Got to thank Jeff Matthews for giving me this opportunity. And this race is actually special, especially for, all of our local people. Shane Burrows, he's won 2 nights here, and that's pretty awesome for him. So hopefully we can pull out the victory tonight. We'll see. Hopefully we can start on the pole, laps, and be there at the end.
You're the perfect guy to ask this question. He's got a lot of laps. How much does it really change? We've seen it at the racetrack every single night. Like you said, it's either sunny or it's windy or it's cold or it's hot. How much does it really change racing from day to day here?
It does, and a lot of people, they say the tide affects this place, and it really does. I think tonight we have a pretty high tide late in the evening with this cold front coming through. So I don't know if the tide's going to be in as high as it normally should be. We'll find out, but the racetrack's definitely a lot heavier tonight starting off. So hopefully it cleans up. Like I said, we've had a pretty good car all week, and hopefully we can bring home the checkers at the end.
All right, you want to draw first or you want to draw last?
I'll go first.
All right, have at it. See what Devin Dixon gets. Oh, his crew guys are giving him, he get you. That's a good starting spot. Number 2, Devin Dixon will start outside of the front row. I don't know if you got that or not, but it's a 2. Devin Dixon will start outside of the front row. Kevin Adams, come on up here. Kevin Adams sits second in the week-long point standings. Obviously, pretty easy question here. What happened right there?
We just changed motors about an hour ago, and too many hands thrashed, and we forgot to tighten up throttle linkage, and she just fell off. So I hope that's the only bad thing that happens today. So I don't know what we're going to do for gearing because it's a lot smaller motor, so we'll see what happens.
Talk about this partnership, you and George Dahlbeck. People have asked this week, not his normal car number. What's the story between the 23?
Right. Well, I ended up selling all my modified stuff, and I bought a late model for next year. So I drove a Midwest modified for George the last couple of years. So he wanted to get a new Shaw car and tinker with an A mod, and he's like, well, let's build one. And he says, you can still go to Florida. And I said, hell yeah, I'll go to Florida. I have more fun down here in a week than we do at home all summer. So yeah, it's been fun. We've had just as much fun racing as we have after the races every night this week. So it's been awesome. My guys have been working their butts off, and can't thank them enough, and all the great people that helped me get here, and of course my wife and kids at home. It's been tough on them, me being gone, but can't thank them enough, and thank all these great fans, and let's see what we can do.
Okay, last thing here. You've been close in this finale. Won races here throughout your career. It's tonight.
I hope so, man. Every year we're lucky enough to get in this top 6, and every year I'd redraw terrible. So, like I said, maybe that was my bad luck out of the way. We'll see.
All right, grab a pizza box. Let's see where go. He's going to go all the way to the other end. We'll have him open the box. Show the camera, show me. It is a 3. Kevin Adams will start inside of the second row. In the 23, coming up next, 2-time winner Shane Burrows. Come on up here in the 70B. I'm going to stand right here because this microphone works right here. Another easy question for you. 2-time winner this week. This is a big week for you. You've won races here before, but never 2 Winter Nationals races in the same week. No matter what happens tonight, you've had a killer week. How great would it be to win 3 of them?
Yeah, I don't even need to answer that one. That'd be unreal.
Talk about the week you've had a little bit of, like you said last night in Victory Lane, you've had a top 10 car every night, just some circumstances one of the nights where you fell out of the race, but this race car has been dynamite this week.
Yeah, we really got this Bob Pierce race cars going, and I feel pretty good about the night, so hopefully we keep it going.
All right, pick a pizza box. Let's see where Shane Burrows will go and see if he can get his 3rd win of the week. He will walk up and pick up that one. It is a 6. He'll have to do it from the outside of the 3rd row if he goes to Victory Lane 3 times this week. Coming up next, Tyler Nicely in the 25. Tyler, a fast qualifying effort earlier in the week, and then an 18th to nearly winning, finishing in the top 3 the other night. You said to me the other night, and I'll say it again, you said you don't run all that well here, but you've been pretty good this week. Obviously, getting into the top 6 is a big deal.
Yeah, we've been consistent, not a very good consistent. We can time aim well, haven't been able to heat race well, but we could feature race well. Last night wasn't very good. We tried a little bit different thing, and so we just went back to what we knew for tonight and hope for the best. 75 laps around this place is going to be a lot different than anything we've raced all week. So just got to keep our nose clean and definitely be there in the last 20.
That's the big deal, right? Just get in the show, stay on the lead lap, and anything can happen in a 75-lapper, especially here.
Yeah, like you said it best, you just got to keep your nose clean, stay on the lead lap, and you make your moves in the last half,
There it is. So let's see where Tyler Nicely will go. That 25 car. It's the pole, ladies and gentlemen. Tyler Nicely will start on the inside of the pole for the 75-lapper. He draws the 1. Coming up next, Jason Hughes out of Salina, Oklahoma. Jason, you and I talked, practice day or the first day or whatever day it was, and I said, when's the last time you'd been here? I forgot about your late model deal, but you said you got a win here back in 05 when you ran here. So you got Victory Lane here, not maybe in this car, but you got a Victory Lane here.
No, but it'd been nice to have been in it this week. But, I was here in 05 in the mod and got the opportunity to come back down. And, we've had a good time this week. So, forward to this 75 lap.
Talk about the partnership with Lucas Lee. This is a cool deal, right? You're a car you built for him, engines that you're familiar with. It's a package you're pretty familiar with anyway.
Yeah, we built him a couple of new cars this winter and made a little deal where I come some of the times. And he's got Mullins power under the hood, kind of exact same things I'm used to running. He called Larry's carburation there and got the same carburation. Man, it's just like getting in my own car, so it's been a good deal for us.
It really looked like you were comfortable in that race car, especially the night you ran second. It really looked like, other than the race car, you looked really comfortable in it.
Yeah, it feels just the same. It's a little different tire combination than what we're used to, so I'm not used to the tires coming in and fading off, so it's a little different, but we'll make her happen.
There it is. Let's see. Grab a pizza box. We'll see where Jason Hughes go, multi-time U.S. MTS national champion, hundreds of wins in his career, and he will start 5th inside of the 3rd row in the 12th. And Tate Davenport will be our final driver up here. Tate, I'll ask you kind of the same question. It's a 3 Lucas Lee Motorsports team week. Jason's in the top 6. You're in the top 6. Lucas just won a heat race, the defending champion. A lot of notes to put together to come here. You guys have had a good week.
Oh, yeah, it helps when you got 2 or 3 people to bounce questions off of, plus all the crew between all the,
Talk about the week a little bit, of course. You haven't gotten to Victory Lane, but your car's been really good and really consistent.
Yeah, we've been super consistent. Maybe we can capitalize tonight, I hope,
We'll see what it is. Grab that box. We'll make it official. See where Tate Davenport will go. He'll open it officially. 4. It is a 4. Tate Davenport will start 4th. We'll let them get back in their race cars and get ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. The top 6 in tonight's UMP Open Wheel Modifieds.
So once the track is cleared, we're going to get ready and keep rolling here tonight. We are getting set to go with our B mains here tonight. All right. Cars are clearing the racetrack. We're going to get ready to bring out our B mains for tonight. So B mains ready to go. Again, top three are going to advance into the A main tonight. There will be provisionals available. And the pace truck backing up to get into position as the field anxious to get started, as we all are. 12-lap B main. On the pole, the car 0 of Mark Dixon. Outside, the car 127 of Chris Wilson. Starting inside row 2, the car 7G of Seth Geary, and on the outside of him, the 96W of Chad Williamson. Starting in the third row, inside, the car number 47 of Billy Howard. Outside of him, Jimmy Lennox, driver of the car number 8 from Maysville, Kentucky. Starting in row 3, the car 7, David Pollan, or rather the car 88 of David Pollan in the 7th starting position. Starting 8th, the car 418 of Michael Wesselman. Starting 9th, the 13R of Davey Warnick. In the 10th starting spot, Dennis Haven in car number 96. Final row, Todd Nieheiser in car number 72, and Josh Sanford in the 1S. Laps is what we have in store. Again, 50-50 tickets on sale now. Last call will be coming soon. 50-50 tickets on sale now. Field making their circulation around once again, as this is a 12-lap race. Truck is turned in off of turn 2 area. Once again, only 3 spots are available for tonight's run here for the A main. Field going into turn 3, looking for the activity to get underway. All eyes on the field as they make their way through. We're ready to go green. Everybody's problem, David Pollan in the car 88 going up on the high side. He gets sideways in turn 2, and the caution is going to display. Dennis Haven in the car number 96 slowing here on the front straightaway as Pollan is able to get the 88 going once again. Once again, 50-50. Get your tickets while you can. Trying to get to Dennis Haven, car 96, back in the outside of the next to last row. Not sure where the 72 is headed for, as he was due back in the back. And Michael Wesselman trying to fit in the car number 418. So the field is put back into shape for tonight's first B main. Top 3 make their way up. All eyes on Mark Dixon in the 0 and the 127 of Chris Wilson to get things started here tonight. 12 laps, the B main. We are ready to go. Dixon leads the way. Wilson running second. In third is Seth Geary. Geary now moves up into second spot. It's going to be Williamson in the 96 taking over third. Wilson shuffled back to fourth. Howard trying to find racing down low. 3 wide and 4. Trouble, turn 2, 3 cars together. The 88 of Pollen, the 418 of Wesselman, and the 96 of Haven. So Seth Geary moved up into second spot as Michael Wesselman, the 418, able to drive away from the incident scene. Looks like Dennis Haven in the car 96 is going to be able to do so. So we'll get them back in their proper spot here as the caution coming out in turn 2. And Michael Wesselman turns the 418 into the infield. We'll see if Dennis Haven in the car 96, who stopped back in the safety area, if he's going to be able to continue. No, he's going to turn in. Looks like damage on the right side of the 418. Could be a flat right rear tire that's causing him to exit the racetrack. Haven, in the meantime, appears undamaged, but might be something a little more in there. So it looks like the front is down as well. So we'll see if Haven can be helped into the pit area. Pollen, meanwhile, getting some assistance in the 88 car. Once again, your top 3 are advancing in for tonight. So now lining them up in the Ybor City double file restart, also known elsewhere as the Delaware double file restart. 7G of Seth Geary has the choice. The 96 of Williamson is going to move wherever the 7G doesn't go, and that's going to be on the outside in this case. Billy Howard 4th in the 47. The 127 of Chris Wilson will be 5th. 6th will be Todd Nieheiser in the car number 72. 7th spot, the car 8 of Jimmy Lennox. 9th will be the 13W. Make that the 13R of Davey Warnick. And the car number 1S of Josh Sanford. Nine of those cars on the track. Top 3 move on. Nieheiser in the 72, the 47 all tangled. That's going to send the one car around. See which one got turned around there. Looks like Jimmy Lennox got the short end of that one in the car number 8. So the field will be formed up once again. This time we're going to have 8 cars give it a go. And it's right behind Mark Dixon in the 0, who's going to start us off. Row behind him looks exactly the same. See if Seth Geary or Williamson have anything to do. Dixon has the advantage going into turn 4. Wilson in the 127, closing up on the 96. The 96 holds the final transfer spot in third. Now Wilson in the 127 has the advantage. Meanwhile, Howard ducks the inside. He has the 47. Moving up, spin, turn 3, look out. Narrow miss. Believe half of what you hear and all of what you see. No contact there. Wilson now in that third position, but not content as he's coming after Geary. We've crossed the halfway mark. Two laps to go for your leader, Mark Dixon. Chris Wilson thinking about coming after second in the 127. Meanwhile, Mark Dixon, solid run to the white flag. Todd Nieheiser in the 72 trying to make himself a factor. Nieheiser's got the inside line. The 72 makes his bid. Your race leader off of turn 4 coming down for the checkered flag. Your winner is the Mark Dixon 0. Second will be the 127. Third to the 72. Last lap passes have become a way of life in the B mains, as we saw one this time not for the lead but for the transfer position, as the car 72 of Todd Nieheiser was outside the top 3 until the final pair of turns, got himself down into position to make a run and got himself into the A main by finishing third in our first B main. Second place, Chris Wilson. He had some work to do to get up to the second spot, but the class of the field, nobody could catch him. He picks up the B main win, the car 0 of Mark Dixon. Final B main of the week. Night number 5, week number 1 of the 2020 Winter Nationals. Here's how they line them up. On the pole, it's going to be Jeff Matthews in the car 33. Outside of him, the car 15 of Roger Krause. Ray Bollinger in the 77 lines up third with Donnie Moran on the outside in the 2A in fourth spot. Fifth lining up, the 1M of Kurt Myers, with Bill Roberts in the car number 5R lining up in sixth. Roger Cavendish has the car number 11. He's in the 7th spot, the 72L, Frank Lewis. Rounding out the field, the car Oh No from Hobart, Indiana. That is Jamie Layton and the 23B of Scott Bain. Top three will move out from this one to give us 24 cars. There will be provisionals offered to individuals in the pit area who do not qualify through the conventional means. By the way, we are looking at the final modified race before the 75-lap A-Main. Last call, 50-50. Last call, 50-50. Donnie Moran moves up into third spot as Roger Kraus on the outside. The 15 tries to take the lead away from Jeff Matthews. Lap 1 in the books. Car number 2A of Donnie Moran is down in the second spot, challenging Roger Kraus. Kraus with the lead in the 15. Donnie Moran 2A runs second. Jeff Matthews, the 33, goes third. Fourth is Kurt Myers. Front four stay the same as gaps between first and second, second and third, very similar. We're halfway home. Kurt Myers now picking up the pace by going to the high side. Myers trying to gain ground on Matthews in that third and final transfer spot. Kurt Myers on the outside, pulls even. There are 3 laps to go, and Kurt Myers, as we have a spin in turn 4. There was some true drama developing in that third spot as Jeff Matthews down on the midpoint of the racetrack. The outside line was being occupied by Kurt Myers, who was starting to find momentum. If he needs extra lap momentum, he's not going to find it because he only has 3 laps to go in this one. The 1M was able to cross the line in front of the 33 that time. So he is in third position in that final transfer spot. Jeff Matthews now has to become the attacker Otherwise, he's out for the night. Only the top three get to advance. It's so far Roger Kraus, Donnie Moran, and Kurt Myers in those spots. And we're back to racing. Myers going to keep using the high line to see if he can get past Donnie Moran and help himself up to a higher finishing spot. 2 laps to go. Moran staying down the bottom, but Matthews finding low, even lower. We're coming down to the white flag. Roger Kraus appears to be on his way. Matthews now going to the high side, and that's not going to help him out. He's going to make a run from the top. Here's the checkered winner, Roger Kraus second, Kurt Myers third, Donnie Moran. With that B main on the racetrack, the second B main, that was final call on the 50-50. We'll see how we're gonna continue in that 40 lapper. We have a 40 lap street stock feature, which is where the winner will draw the winning 50-50 ticket. So up next, it's our 40-lap feature for the street stocks. As the Brandon Ford East Bay Raceway Park Pace Truck is into position. Our street stock 40-lap feature coming out onto the track through the turn 2 gate. You may recall that the top 6 drivers in the points selected their positions. We're expecting to see 20 cars for this 40-lap feature event. The top drivers were regular competitors throughout the course of the week, which started on Tuesday night for the field. That feature race won by the car number 69 of Richie Stevens out of Phoenix City, Alabama, a brand new car that they had just built over the winter time. Then to back it up, Stevens came out on Wednesday night and won the feature as well. He went 3 for 3 on Thursday night by taking the A main in the street stocks. But last night, the car number 22 of Thomas Pratt made his way into victory lane right ahead of Richie Stevens. Tonight, Stevens out there on the front straightaway. He made the decision he wanted to choose to go first and selected the number that puts him in the inside of the second row. He drew the number 3. Tim Powers selected a young fan out of the stand to do the drawing for him. That young fan looked at the 5 pizza boxes still on the front straightaway, walked over to the one on the end, picked it up. It contained the number 1. That's why Tim Powers will lead the field to the green in the car 44. Tim Powers, a winner of a street stock feature here at East Bay last year. He won the Gary Gay Memorial, named in honor of Tim Gay's dad. Ironic, because Tim Gay will be starting on the outside of the front row in the second starting position. Starting on the outside of Richie Stevens in the 3rd spot. In the 4th position is going to be Race McMahon. He is the car number 45 who's come all the way from Mount Vernon, Illinois to compete here today and throughout this week. McMahon unable to draw, so he was given the 4 spot. So we'll wait on our first cars to make their way over to the staging area. The final draw was the Nick Hebrank car number 24 drawing the 5th spot, and unfortunately Justin Rogers, his representative, unfortunately drew the 6th. Hopefully they are able to get that car ready to go and will line up in their proper spot on the outside of row 3. Here comes our first cars on the track as we see Tim Powers in the car 44. The car 45 of Race McMahon coming out. He'll start in the 4th spot. Tim Gay will start on the outside of the front row in the 29. The car number 69 of Richie Stevens, as mentioned, will start 3rd. Starting in the 4th spot, the 29 of Tim Gay will be in the 2nd spot. The 45 of Race McMahon in the 4th spot. Then you have Nick Hebrank in the 24, starting in 5th and starting in the 6th position. The 05 of Justin Rogers is going to be there. This is our 40-lap street stock feature race. In the 7th starting position, that's going to be the car 12 of Nick Brown. Starting in the 8th position outside row 4, Jerry Bruce in car 35. Starting in 9th position, the car number 69H of Jason Harrison from Montgomery, Alabama. 10th starting spot will be the car number 19. That is Josh Sigler. In the 11th starting position, car 10, Justin Meeks. 12th starting spot will be the car 46D of Dean Watson. James McEwen of car number 60 from Sydney, Michigan starts 13th. Auburndale, Florida racer Ken Lawrence will start in the 14th spot in car 38. Thomas Braswell has car 67 starting 15th. Starting 16th, car 17, Rhett Wilson. In the 17th starting spot, Marco Reyes in the 93R. Chris Combs in car 14 will start in the 18th position. We do see the car 3 of Raymond Falwell on the track. He will start 19th, and the 20th and final starting spot, Thomas Pratt in car 22. Once again, the winner of this race will draw the 50-50 ticket, so you have a final chance. The winner of this race draws the winning ticket. Well, the 93R of Marco Reyes had some damage during the heat races, and that car is not out there. Looks like we may be missing a couple of other cars. Laps the distance in this one. Street Stock's final feature event. Richie Stevens with 3 wins. Thomas Pratt with 1 win. They're at opposite ends of the field for tonight. So our Street Stock A main about to set to get started with Tim Powers and Tim Gay in the front row. Green flag shows. Powers takes the early lead in the 44. Stevens is going to battle with Gay for the car number 29. Stevens trying to make the move down to the inside of Tim Powers. This story's played out all week. Nick Brown with a good run to get up in the top 5 in the car 12. He's right behind the 05 of Justin Rogers running fourth. Rank in the 24, trying to make his way up into the top 5. Leader coming up into lap traffic on lap 5 as he's going to make his way around the 67 of Thomas Braswell. He's built up a 3-length lead over second place Richie Stevens. Trouble for Jerry Bruce. He's off the pace in the back straightaway. Grace McMahon bobbles down to the inside of turn 4. Bruce makes it into the infield safely. Brett Wilson drops out of the race in the 17. He's gone to the infield. Here comes a challenge from Hebrank on Nick Brown. Hebrank in the 24, Brown in the 12. The 24 of Hebrank able to make that pass, 4 position in the back straightaway. Justin Rogers now closing in on Tim Gay in a challenge for third. Tim Powers making his way past the 10 of Justin Meeks. Nick Hebrank has some ways to go here as Meeks off the pace and falls to the back. 2 cars have passed him. Trouble in turn 2. Nick Brown, while running inside the top 5, spins. Caution will wave. So 10 laps up on the Buddies Rent-Own scoreboard as Nick Brown able to get going once again. Tim Powers in the 44 leads, the 69 of Richie Stevens, third spot the 29 of Tim Gay. Justin Rogers, the repair work being done before and during the hot lap session, working well as he's fourth. Nick Hebrank in the 24 is fifth. Race McMahon, the 45, lines up sixth. 38 of Ken Lawrence is a lapped car. Thomas Pratt started deep in the field, and he is now up into the top 10. He's back in the 7th position. Behind the 22 of Pratt in 7th then would be the 46D of Dean Watson. 10 laps completed in this race. Last call. The winner of this race will be drawing the winning 50-50 ticket. Richie Stevens choosing the low line. As we'll see what Tim Gay and the 29 can do from the outside. Justin Rogers got to love the fact he's down low. All right, Tim Powers in the car 44, ready to bring him to us. Front four stayed the same. Race McMahon coming up to go after fifth. Rogers continues to hound Tim Gay for the third position as the front two cars break away. Tim Powers with a 3-length advantage in front, 12 laps in. Coming up as third place on back. You've got them real close quarters from third to seventh. McMahon sideways, but Pratt straightens him right back up. Thomas Pratt takes over sixth. Unable to escape Richie Stevens as Stevens is camped on his back bumper going in turn two. Trouble. Around goes the 3 of Falwell. Contact with Brown. And the caution waves 16 in. Thomas Pratt had made a move up one spot when Race McMahon got a little sideways, but Pratt made contact. Actually helped the 45 car, kept him going. Falwell in the 3. Able to roll away as the field will line itself back up again. So the front 3 cars stay the same from the last restart we had back on lap 10. And it looks like the scenario could be the same depending upon what Richie Stevens chooses to do in the car number 69. It looks like the 22 of Thomas Pratt has gone into the safety area after that contact with the 45. Go ahead now as we check the back of the field, make sure everybody's in their position, and this will be a chance to line them back up. Nearing the halfway mark of this feature event. Debris in turn 4 being addressed by our safety crews. So again, this being a 40-lap race here tonight, our final race of the night will be the 75-lap modified race. All the positions have been established in this one. Time to get it rolling. Pratt sees an opportunity to get up in the top 5 as Justin Meeks has problems with the car 10. He's going to have to turn it in. And he does get it off the racetrack. We continue under green. The 45 around, the 19 barely missed him. Trouble in turn 4, though. This time it's the 19. As he'll spin it around, and a caution will come out for Josh Sigler's car number 19. Brett Wilson going to get back in the race several laps down. Apparently whatever he needed to do, he could do from the infield, as he has the confidence that he's going to get that car back up into the race. Justin Meeks is going to go into the pit area as well, and the turn 1 gate opens up. Getting some of the cars on the lead lap into their proper position and dispatch the lap cars back behind them. The 17 several laps down, and so he will be comfortable at the rear of the field. Now getting the field put into position as Ken Lawrence falls in the 38. Just short of the halfway mark in tonight's Street Stock feature. Choice once again. Academic Richie Stevens wants the inside line. Tim Gay outside in the 3rd spot. 4th spot, the car 05 of Justin Rogers. In 5th will be the car 22 of Thomas Pratt. Nick Hebrank in 6th. Looks like the 69H of Harrison will take that spot outside of him in 7th. 8th position then would be the 46 of Dean Watson. 9th, James McCown in the 60. 10th would be the car 3 of Raymond Falwell. Josh Sigler off the pace in the 19 in turn 3. Sigler up near the wall on a slow, deliberate pace, and that's also going to be a problem for the 60 car who stops in the front straightaway. And Sigler trying to creep by on a flat right front tire. Flat right front on the 19 car brings the caution out once again. McEwen in the car number 60 ready to go into the pit area here. May require some assistance to go up and over the hill. We're going to get the Jason Harrison car inside, the Raymond Falwell car outside. The receiver system providing a wonderful avenue of communication from the tower down to the racers. Racers responding, sometimes against their own will, but they still choose to respond. Brett Wilson at the tail of the field. Take a look at him now as here we see Josh Sigler, the crew gone to work, the crew out of St. Mary's, West Virginia to fix that right front tire and get him back in the race without a loss of laps. He lost a couple of positions in the situation, but his tires are all full of air, and that's what's important because we're not even at the halfway mark of this street stock feature. We're mighty close, but we're not quite there yet. So Sigler has a chance to make up time. 19 laps, and he's in car 19. We're ready to get things back underway. Stevens with a good run down in the bottom now, trying to challenge Powers. Powers stays right in his groove. Gay on the outside, trying to make something happen, and Stevens takes the inside run and could have the lead at the halfway mark. Stevens decided he was going for it, and he did. Hebrank gets back up into fifth spot in the car 24. Looking to make a move down low into third. Spin, turn 4. Brett Wilson in the car 17 spins. The car 19 of Josh Sigler slides into it. Sigler thought about trying to get to the outside, but decided instead just to spin the car around and avoid contact. So this race will have a new leader as the 69 of Richie Stevens took the lead on lap 20. We have 22 complete. Brett Wilson able to continue in the car 17. The 19 of Josh Sigler coming up to get his spot. He was at the back of the field after his visit to the pit area. So Tim Powers is going to be the one with the choice this time. Powers had started the race on the low side when he was on the pole. So it'll be interesting to see if Powers is in fact going to go to the bottom. He's kind of hinting that maybe he likes the outside line. Tim Gay is probably tired of the outside line, but looks like he's probably going to end up with it anyway. Nick Hebrank able to get back up into the top 5 as he's in the 5th spot ahead of Thomas Pratt's car 22. Race McMahon in the 45 has fought his way back up inside the top 10 behind the 46D of Watson. '22 on the board. Stevens breaks away to a bigger lead. As Gay on the outside makes a move to try to get second away, carries a lot of speed into turn 4. Leader by 3 lengths down the backside is Richie Stevens in the car, 69. Travel turn 1, Justin Rogers, Thomas Pratt, James Harrison's there. Sigler coming into it. There's Harrison rolling away. Wilson able to back away and pull on. Nick Hebrank in the 24. And looks like he wants to go in the pit area right away, so Hebrank will exit the racetrack. Rogers in the 05. Heading up, but he's going to continue on his way. Race McMahon in the 45, still down in the inside. Thomas Pratt in the 20. The 19 of Sigler came into the event late, and he's still stationary on the racetrack. Tim Gay in the 29 is exiting the racetrack. He was running in the 3rd spot. So the field getting jumbled from the 3rd spot on back. Looks like Justin Rogers able to continue in the car number 05. He was in the 4th position. Nick Hebrank, who was running 5th, was caught up in it, as was the 22. Not sure what the status of the 46D of Dean Watson, whether he was involved in it or not. So the field going to be holding for now. The field going to be holding its spot for now as we get set for the second half of this race. So we'll give the safety crews their chance to get things done here tonight, as we have 24 laps showing up on the board. We'll see what transpires when they get the chance to get this race back underway. Looks like now is that opportunity as we are moving the field once again for the restart. working on the lineup to get things back to where it needs to be for tonight with 24 laps completed. Richie Stevens, your leader in lap 24. Let's see what we can do with the restart here. 24 laps completed. And the green flag is in the air. Dean Watson benefiting in the car 46D as he is hustled up into the third position. Hebrank showing a lot of sparks going in the corners. And a spin. Raymond Falwell in the 3 car spins around. Caution flag waves. Caution flag is out for the spin in turn 2 of Raymond Falwell. So Falwell in the car number 3 coming around and bringing out the caution flag for this street stock heat feature race. Well, lots of smoke trailing from the car 44 of Tim Powers. And Nick Hebrank coming back onto the track in the car 24. So the car 46 of Dean Watson finding himself in position up for second spot. As the 05 of Justin Rogers out there lurking in third. The 69H of Jason Harrison. And the car number 12 of Nick Brown running in fifth on the track. You've got the 22 of Pratt, the car number 19 of Sigler. The car 38 of Kenny Lawrence, the car number 24 of Nick Hebrank, and the 67 of Thomas Braswell. There goes the 44 of Tim Powers as he's rolled away from the safety area. Nick Hebrank in the car 24 making his way back down into the pit area. Field now going to line it up and get themselves into position for the restart of the street stock 40 lapper. So it's going to be Richie Stevens in the 69 holding up the top spot, as the next position will be that of Dean Watson in car 46D. We're going racing. Stevens down the back straightaway as Justin Rogers takes the 05 to the high side, trying to make something happen. Rogers sweeping ahead of Watson now as the 22 of Pratt lurking right there, benefiting the 69 of Stevens as he's starting to pull away from this one. Stevens with a decisive advantage. Trying to make it 4 in this week. Rogers, good run. Pratt has now come up to the 3rd spot on the grid. And trouble in turn 1. Double trouble now because the second car comes sliding in. It's the 46D of Watson and the 19 of Sigler. Caution is shown. "27 laps completed out of the 40 available. And attrition starting to rear its ugly head here. The 19 has already made one visit to the pit area, that being back on lap 19. And that was a tire change, but meanwhile, we'll see what the status will be for Dean Watson in the car 46D. Safety crews coming to check out the matter in turn 1. Watson able to get the 46 car going once again, and he's going to stay in this race. Thomas Pratt hanging on there in the car number 22 as the 12 car of Nick Brown running in front of the car number 19 of Josh Sigler, the 69H of Jason Harrison, the car 38 of Ken Lawrence. Also on the track, Braswell in the 67 with the 46D of Dean Watson and the car number 24 at the back of the field after a couple of visits into the pit area, that being Nick Hebrink. Getting the cars put back into the proper positions here for the restart. 28 laps completed. Richie Stevens trying to go for this one, but Thomas Pratt trying to double down after last night's win. We'll bring him to the green. Stevens stays together down the back straightaway in front of the 22 of Pratt as he's moved now into second spot. Pratt has picked his way from the back of the field, starting 17th and now within 3 lengths of the leader as we approach 10 laps to go in this one. Your leader, Richie Stevens. Pratt is trying to gain some ground, but Stevens strong. Stevens down the backside. On top of this one by a big margin as Pratt had gotten to second but can't give anything to chase the leader. Trouble in turn 4. Around goes the 46D of Dean Watson. Yellow is going to wave on that one. Dean Watson, after a run up to the front, getting up to as high as second, now found himself a couple of different instances where he is going to be put at the tail once again. As we are now 34 laps into tonight's 40-lap A-Main for the street stocks. 75-lap A-Main coming up for the modifieds. See if Pratt could find something more, or if Justin Rogers has something back there in the next row. Ready to roll into turn 4 and on to go to the green. Five laps to go this time by for your race leader. That is Richie Stevens. He rank in the 24, muscles his way past the 05 of Justin Rogers. Sigler in the 19 around. Right in front of the 69H of Harrison. Harrison does masterfully avoid the situation as the 19 brings out the caution flag. 36 on the scoreboard. Josh Sigler in the 19 car, understanding that the best place to be at the late stages of this one after all the trouble he's had is in the infield, and that's where he's going to put it. So it is a single file restart inside the 5 to go. Pratt second, Hebrank third, fourth is Rogers, fifth is Brown, sixth Watson, seventh is Harrison in the 69H with the car 38 down a lap. And the 67 down a lap as well. We are looking for 4 laps to shoot it out, to get it to that checkered flag. The only winners of the week are running 1 and 2. Let's see how they end up. Well, we're going to have to do it again because the 38 car is in the wrong spot. So help on the way to the car 38 of Ken Lawrence with 36 still up on the board. All eyes on the field as they make their way single file restart for this one. Still to be decided. And the 46D of Watson spins in turn 4. So another spin in about the same spot, as a matter of fact. And it means nothing. Watson able to back away, but too late. The caution is already out. So the field will get lined back up once again. We'll see what's going to happen this time. Again, single file restart. And lineup is the way it needs to be. We will get them ready to roll to finish up tonight's 40-lap main event. On deck, you'll have the 75-lap A Modified. Look at that tough break. The car 05 of Justin Rogers, while running inside the top 5, has had to go into the infield. Started his race in 6th spot, gotten himself up there into the top 3, but coming up a little short, 4 laps short of it. Ready to roll once again. Stevens picking up where he left off. Again, stretching it out to 2 lengths. There's a spin in turn 2. It's going to be the 69H of Harrison, but he's going to keep going. We are going to stay green, 2 to go. Nick Hebrank will take over 2nd place in the car 24. Pratt trying to give chase back their white flag for Richie Stevens. And Hebrank spins in turn 1. Yellow flag is going to show on lap 39. So that's going to mean a green-white checker finish, as the car currently in the 2nd spot finds himself losing the handle in turn 1, and that's going to put the 22 of Thomas Pratt back up into 2nd position. So Pratt will be the one to try to get a shot at Stevens. Stevens been strong from the get-go. Able to take that lead early on in this one. Tim Powers had the lead up until lap 18. And then right at the halfway mark, it was the 69 of Richie Stevens coming through victorious to get the lead. He's trying to be victorious in the overall by winning this one. Let's just see if we can get that green-white checker that we need. We got the green and the white ready. Stevens facing the challenge from Pratt, but pretty evenly matched down the back straightaway. Tonight's Street Stock A Main is in the books, and the win will go to Richie Stevens. 3 cars tangle up in turn 3, but it's irrelevant. The checkered flag is out. The win goes to Richie Stevens in car 69. are getting things ready to go down here in Victory Lane. How about it? Your winner, Richie Stevens. Accepting congratulations from last night's feature winner, Thomas Pratt. Richie Stevens, your winner. Here, take this stuff. It's yours now. Congratulations on a great. Got that 69 car out there, right there at the mark. I don't know. You had to work for it to get there.
Oh yeah, Tim Powers was good there early, and I knew that as the fuel burned off, I'd get a little better. I had to pack it tight full of fuel, and I could roll the center better right here and gain a little bit, but he was beating me down there, and I don't know if something happened to him. He kind of slipped up there on the restart, and I was able to get there and just kind of bide my time and just try to move around that bottom. But she got tight at the end. I barely could turn.
Yeah, I'll tell you that bottom two last, when you get down there, sometimes you can get her down a little too low, and then there's trouble to pay, but not tonight. You were right on it.
Yeah, we was pretty good there. So I just want to, this 10-6 car, 5 weeks from the junkyard, it's pretty sporty here. So we found some stuff to build on. We wasn't good as we needed to be, but long run stuff, well, I think we'll be better there for the races to come this year.
Yeah, 4 out of 5 ain't bad. Congratulations, Richie. Enjoyed having you down here. I want you to give a little love to some folks.
Yeah, I want to thank Jared and Jason Harrison, Callie, LoveStuffOnline.com, and Sconyers Plumbing, Walt, he's back home watching. He does a lot for us, and Haskin Diesel, Deuce Racing, all my family, man, they stand behind me when nobody else will. So, we'll do. I want to say hi to Chloe back at home, but just proud to be here and ready. It's been a long week, and thank Al for putting on this great race. His track was really good tonight.
They stand behind me when no one else will, when everybody tonight was behind him. He's in Victory Lane. Richie Stevens, your winner tonight in the Street Stock main event. We're going to let Richie draw the winning 50-50 ticket. We're going to give you that number, and then we're going to have a word with the rest of our podium here tonight. 50-50 ticket. Get out your tickets right now. Looks like a purple color ticket. Number 683. 817 683 817. Consultation going on over here between the winner and the second place finisher tonight. Two guys, the only two guys to pick up victory in the Winter Nationals in the street stock races. Thomas Pratt brought her home second. Good run.
Oh yeah, man. Anytime you run against these guys and run second, you can't hang your hat on that. That's a good run. The car was good. It was really good last night. It was good tonight too. It's just starting that far back, dude. It's a battle. The whole race is just a battle.
And that's the thought. The fact that you were all the way back there at the back of the field, but yet by right around the 10-lap mark, you're up there in the 7th spot. So you had to pass a lot of cars quick.
Yeah. You try to get by them as fast as you can, but when you get to like the top 10, you stop slowing down when you start going to the front. Like they get faster and faster up there.
That's a tough deal. And again, you got that victory last night. You couldn't be here with us the whole week. You might have been that top 6 inversion, but knowing those top 6 guys are up there, you had to do your homework for sure.
Oh yeah, man. Anytime you race with these guys, you better be on top of your game when you come down here. Not only here, just all across the South, man. Everybody's just so good in these cars, man. It's amazing.
Well, we hope to see you a lot more in 2020. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
You betcha. Thomas Pratt finishing second for tonight. Going to head over into the podium spot here for the 3rd place. Well, I got this opportunity. Dash down here and another familiar face. Hey, man, Nick Brown. Nick Brown, another one of the ones, couldn't be out here every night. But when you came out here, you came hard. Congratulations on a good run tonight.
Yeah, thank you. I come down here the first few nights and seen there were only 10 cars, so, it's just old factory stock. I figure I'd come down here and have some fun, and each night more and more cars showed up, and I just rode it out.
That's it. You rode it out, but I mean, the thing of it is, you know how to get around this racetrack. Even to say it's an old factory stock car, you still always manage to get the best out of every car you get behind the wheel of.
Yeah, I got a lot of help. Juice, Rhett, Trent, Wilson Race Cars, Bay City Forklift, my dad, Tommy Brown's Handyman Service, my mom, all my people back home in Kentucky watching. I couldn't do it without all of them.
Got to ask you, what's your plans for this coming year, Nick? Where are we going to see you?
We'll be here a few races. I plan on trying to make some big shows up north, and we'll see.
Going up there and surprise some folks tonight. Good run for Nick Brown in the car number 12. Well, that concludes our Victory Lane celebration for tonight here at the Street Stocks, but you hear them and you see them tonight. 75 lap modified A-Main coming your way. Tonight's 75 lap main event. On the pole, the car 25 of Tyler Nicely. Outside front row, the 313 of Devin Dixon. Kevin Adams in the 23D starts third. Tate Davenport, car 18, will be fourth. In the third row inside, Jason Hughes in car 12H. Shane Burrows will start in sixth position. Starting seventh, the 33B of Kyle Bronson. Eighth is Lucas Lee in car 12. It'll be Spencer Hughes in the car 11 on the ninth starting spot. Nick Allen in the 21A starting 10th. Brian Bernhardt in the B69 will start 11th. Travis Varnador, the 205, will be 12th. In the car 20, Brian Skaggs. He goes 13th. Starting 14th, Maverick Varnador from Tampa in car 4. Brad DeYoung in the car 7 will start 15th. Starting 16th, Mike Petoskey in the car M20. 17th starting spot, the 22 of Dale Kelly. Starting in the 18th position, Jesse Wisecarver in 65. The 19th spot, Mark Dixon in the 0. Roger Kraus starts 15th. 15 car in the 20th position. We've got Chris Wilson in the 127, Kurt Myers in the 1M. Todd Nieheiser starts the 72 in the 23rd position. Starting 24th, you'll find Donnie Moran in car 2A. Provisional starters, Jeff Matthews, the most recent Saturday feature winner. He'll start 25th in car 33. And starting 26th, the highest finisher in 2019 East Bay points, Billy Howard. We will start 26 cars. "75 laps of racing action tonight. This is night number 5 of the Winter Nationals. They're going to do battle here. East Bay Raceway Park fans and Flow Racing fans, give them a wave as we get ready to start tonight's modified feature race. To everyone watching at home, thank you so much as we salute the 26 racers who will be part of tonight's 75 lap A-Main. This is what they came to race for, a $5,000 prize awaiting tonight's feature winner. 3 feature winners in the field from this week: Devin Dixon, Lucas Lee, and 2-time winner Shane Burrows. And the 33 car of Jeff Matthews coming into a stop in the turn 2 area. As there's a quick look at the right rear of that car. Again, the front 3 rows all made their way in by virtue of the fact they were among the top 6 in points for the earlier 4 events. From the 7th position on back to the 18th spot, those cars qualified by way of their finish in the heat races tonight. Spots number 19 through 24 were decided in the B mains. Spots 25 and 26 are provisionals. Looks like it's actually the 313 of Devin Dixon that had to stop there. Could be a safety issue. Going to keep the car there as we have additional help on the way down to turn 2. And so safety officials will make their way now to Devin Dixon's car, 313. Transponder issue on that car. That car needs to have that situation rectified in order to be properly scored for tonight's A main. All right, we need everybody down off of the fence area, down by turn 1, off the trash can, off the fence area for your safety. We need everyone. I know that you're helping your drivers here, but you cannot be on this area. We have to consider the safety and your safety. And this race will not start until you've been removed from that area. So there are fans who are right now wanting to see a race, but you can't do it. Cannot be elevated down there in turn 1. Security will be on their way down here very shortly. Everybody forming up in their position. Time for you to find your favorite driver and route that driver up to the front. Whether that driver is starting 26th or 2nd, 1st or 15th, you got to get that driver up to where that driver needs to be at the end of 75 laps of grueling racing competition. There will be a fuel stop near the midpoint of this race. So the cars will be stopped for fuel near the midpoint of this race. Tyler Nicely in the 25 and Devin Dixon in the 313. They're going to be the ones to escort the remaining 24 cars to start this race. We've come 4 nights previous, and now here we are on Saturday night. It's Saturday night racing at East Bay. We are green. Dixon shuffled back as Nicely takes the early lead. Adams runs second, the 23D. Davenport battles with Hughes as they go into turn 4. Your leader is still to be decided. Looks like it's Adams. Adams and Davenport 1-2. Then you've got Hughes in the 3rd spot, 4th position. Moving up, Kyle Bronson. Straightaway, Chris Wilson nearly in the wall in the 127. He keeps on going. Your leader is Kevin Adams in 23D. Wilson around in turn 4. And the car squats down. It's not going to go any further. Caution is waving. That caution flag comes out just as Tate Davenport in the 18 was trying to make a pass on the race leader. And that pass negated by the caution flag. Field lining up that double file restart. Tate Davenport this time going inside. See if he can get down and get the wheel beneath the race leader, Kevin Adams. Jason Hughes, third spot right now in the car number 12. Fourth is Kyle Bronson, the 33B. Spencer Hughes up the fifth. Lucas Lee, sixth. Tyler Nicely, seventh. The 313 of Devin Dixon, eighth. Brian Bernhardt in the B69 is ninth. The 21A of Nick Allen is in the 10th position. All eyes on the field as they get ready to get the green and get back underway. Spin at the back of the field. Billy Howard's car 47 goes around. Howard trying to get it started, trying to get it fired up, and it's not going to go. The green flag is replaced by the yellow flag. Everybody needs to find the position they were in last time. Let their memories go to work here because that's where they're going to go back to. Once again, line back up in that double file restart to get this race moving along. 4 laps completed in it. Adams brings them in the restart zone, and we're back underway. Racers bouncing off the berm in that inside line, but everybody makes it into turn 1 without incident. It's Adams leading the way. Davenport second, and Hughes runs third. Spencer Hughes on the high side, battling Jason Hughes, 5th position. Front 3 staying down on the bottom, making that their way around the racetrack as Adams keeps it down there. Here comes Spencer Hughes up on the high side for 3rd. Davenport moving off the bottom. He's going to try to take it through on the top. Adams sticks to his game plan, staying down on the low side. We've 8 laps in this one. Good run that time for Davenport, but still Adams on the bottom with the advantage. Complete. Tate Davenport pestering Kevin Adams. Roger Kraus off the pace in the 15. Yellow flag will come out as the car 15 slows in turn 4. Laps complete as the car 15 will roll into the pit area for some servicing. Kevin Adams leads the way in the car 23D. Right behind him, the car number 18 of Tate Davenport. Then you have the car 12 of Jason Hughes. Looks like the 313 of Devin Dixon starting to make some progress back up into the top 5. Spencer Hughes in the car 11, right ahead of the car 33B of Kyle Bronson. On lap 3, the car 313 of Devin Dixon was in 8th spot. He is now in 4th position. Lucas Lee starting to make some progress as well in the car 12L. The field's starting to form up rather quickly. Should be seeing the green next time by. Pair of Indiana racers making up the same row as the 7 car Brad DeYoung is to the inside of Nick Allen. And Brian Bernhardt in the B69 ducks in behind beside Kurt Myers rather, in the 1M. Myers has made some progress. Green is in the air. Trouble in turn 4, 2, 3 cars together now. Myers in the 1M. Picked up a hitchhiker coming through turn 4. And looks like, we'll see if it's Mark Dixon in the 0 that's in the middle there. No, Mark Dixon's in the back straightaway. He's okay. As Myers backs away, and it is the 20 of Skaggs that's caught in the middle down there. One of the late arrivals trying to avoid the contact, slid in. That's 127 of Wilson. So Wilson, the only car remaining on the racetrack without movement. Still showing 11 on the completed scoreboard. So all 3 cars able to get away. The 1M of Kurt Myers, the 20 of Brian Skaggs, 127 of Chris Wilson involved in that. We've got about a half dozen cars before the 1M can get into his position. Behind the Chris Wilson's car number 127. So the 18 of Davenport going to choose the high line, put the 12 of Hughes down low, the 11 of Spencer Hughes up high, and Devin Dixon in 313 in that fifth spot down low. You heard Kevin Adams say during the draw for position he's planning on being in a late model in 2020. But right now he's in a modified and doing quite well with the lead. Here we have 1 to go signal given as the cars work it through. 11 laps completed. Once again, there will be a fuel stop near the halfway mark. The race control will make that decision on when it's going to come, but there will be a fuel stop in this one. Down the back straightaway goes the field of cars bunching up to get set for the restart zone as Adams picks up the pace ever so slightly, and now he'll crank it up and get her going. Green flag. Brian Bernhardt drives the B69 into the infield. And not much further. Now he's going to crank it up and keep going. Stays green. Now the yellow will have to come out. And the B69 of Brian Bernhardt exits into the work area and maybe actually heading for the trailer. And the field back, 5 cars from the end being sorted in as positions had to change with the loss of the B69. So the drivers being advised through the receiver system not to be playing any games on the restart. Like to see some laps completed. It's to their benefit as well. Tate Davenport in second spot with Jason Hughes in the 12 card back in that third position. All file in right behind your race leader, the 23D. Kevin Adams starting the same spot. Everybody safely into turn 1 that time as we'll go down the back straightaway. Your race leader pulls it out by 2 lengths. Kevin Adams up front. To hang on to the low line while Davenport continues his assault on the outside. The low line working for Jason Hughes as he's now up to second. The 72 of Todd Deheiser goes around in turn 4. So the caution flag will come out for the 72 car spinning in turn 4. Now he pulls up right in front of the leader. once again, it's the Kevin Adams 23D has the responsibility. Davenport down on the inside this time. Well, kind of. It's in the middle of the racetrack. Now on the inside, we're back underway. Three wide off turn 2 in the backstretch as Dale Kelly yields and falls back. Devin Dixon is now up to third in the 313. Kyle Bronson runs in fourth. Fifth spot is Jason Hughes, 6 Tyler Nicely, 7 Spencer Hughes. Spencer Hughes, the only one to venture off the bottom as the front 5 cars stay in the same racing line. Dixon in second. Nestles up behind the leader. Trouble in turn 1. Chris Wilson's 127 off the pace on the high side. So Wilson was able to get the car up to speed enough to pull down into the infield. 17 laps completed. And he's actually just going to cut a half lap off and make his way into the pit area. A quick check on the racing surface to see if there is debris. It doesn't appear to be a report of any. So the 313 of Devin Dixon is the one with the choice this time, and he's going to keep down on the bottom. While the 18 of Tate Davenport goes upstairs. Kyle Bronson will be in the 4th spot, and Jason Hughes in 5th. Keep the yellow out while we get the rest of the field into position. No restart this time by. Next racing action as part of the Winter Nationals will be on Thursday of next week with the Durance Lane Chevrolet Crate Late Models, the Top Gun Sprints, and the Thunder Stocks. Racing Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Hear it live on watching on FlowRacing.com. If you can't be here to see it in person, you can always watch it from the comfort of your home or garage on FlowRacing.com. Front straightaway, Kurt Myers gets around and slides into Donnie Moran. Dale Kelly gets picked up in it. And the 47 of Bill Howard, while the Todd Nieheiser car spins behind the incident. Donnie Moran, damage on the right side of that car. We'll see if Dale Kelly can put the car in reverse and escape the situation. Bill Howard came screaming into it, not expecting there to be cars there. And there were. We'll see what the situation might be with the 2 cars remaining. Severe damage on the 47 of Billy Howard as he'll be backing up to try to get away while the safety crews come out and take care of some parts of cars on the racetrack. So all the cars that were in the incident are able to drive away on their own power. And help coming for the 4 car needing some assistance. So one of our provisional starters, Billy Howard in the 47, now back in the pit area. The other provisional starter, Jeff Matthews, in the car 33, still in the chase. The car 70B of Shane Burrows, the car 22 of Dale Kelly, and the car 72 of Todd Nieheiser come back on the track. The 47 of Billy Howard allows our provisional starters to stay in this race. So we gained 4 cars from the pit area. So the signal being given 1 to go for the field of cars. 17 laps complete in the 75-lap A main. Once again, there will be a fuel stop in this race that'll be coming up near the halfway mark, somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 plus. See how it keeps going. Let's get this one back underway. Tyler nicely finding something up top as he is rolling through into the top 5. Settles back in 5th position behind Kyle Bronson's 33B. Dixon falling in behind Adams. Meanwhile, nicely stays up the top. Contact at the front. Dixon that time trying to go problem for the 18 of Tate Davenport. He was inside the top 5, and now he is slowed on the back straightaway. Tate Davenport in the car number 18 brings out the caution on lap 22. Cars are now told to get single file to allow us the opportunity to assess how we need to do for the restart here. They're doubling up with Devin Dixon in the second spot. Third will then be Kyle Bronson. Tyler Nicely forced down to the bottom after he was doing so well up on the top. He's in fourth position with Spencer Hughes in the fifth spot. Sixth will be the 205 of Varnador. Seventh position, the 12 of Jason Hughes. In eighth, good run for Mark Dixon, who came in through the back of the pack, starting 19th. Dixon in the 0 car, joined by Lucas Lee in car 12, the 21A. Nick Allen, the 4 car of Maverick Varnador. From there, you'll find the M20 of Mike Petoskey with the car number 7 of Brad DeYoung. The 33 of Jeff Matthews with the 65 car being driven by Jesse Wisecarver. The 70B of Shane Burrows after a trip to the pit area. The 20 of Brian Skaggs. The 2A of Donnie Moran. The car number 22 of Dale Kelly. The 47 of Billy Howard and the car 72 of Todd Nieheiser. Car number 18 of Tate Davenport will be coming back into the race at the back of the field. But again, this is a 75-lap main and plenty of time for Davenport, who likes to go to the high side where not many people go. High side may have been a little less benevolent on the tires. Here we go. Get them rolling. Nicely was doing well on the top, and he's doing just fine on the bottom. Thank you very much. He stayed there and advanced up to third. Now he'll go back up. Spencer Hughes has moved up into fourth position ahead of Kyle Bronson's 33B. Dixon looking again down on the bottom with Adams, not giving him much. Good run off the corner as you're 23 laps in. Mark Dixon started 19th. He's currently 6th. Nicely bid for the lead that time. Nicely with a good run down the back straightaway, has it by half a length. Tyler Nicely, fast qualifier earlier this week, making his bid on the outside to take the top spot. He'll sweep by. He's your leader. Adams slips back to second. Dixon runs third. Fourth is Hughes, and fifth is Bronson. Goes up on the top side like he did the first couple of nights. Adams is going to try to make it work up there. He'll come back down to protect his position in second. Dixon on the move. He'll take second. Dixon falling back as he'll make the move down on the inside. Matthews, meantime, he's climbing his way back up in. He's in 6th. Devin Dixon takes the lead on the bottom in the back straightaway on lap 30. Devin Dixon down low, and that's going to be the ticket. He's up front, your leader, Devin Dixon. Three of Jeff Matthews' cars are in the top 6. Three wide battle off turn 2 on back in the field. Dixon runs 7th, Varnador 8th, Lee is 9th. Shane Burrows up to 10th. Billy Howard out of the race in the 47 in the back straightaway. Travis Varnador trying to make a pass on Mark Dixon in the 0. Leader coming by to complete 35 laps. Devin Dixon down the backstretch. And the yellow flag will wave. This is a caution for a fuel stop. This is the caution for the fuel stop. So all of our competitors will be required to refuel. Chance for you to stand up, stretch. Analyze the first half of the race with your neighbors. The cars will make their way down into the designated areas. We'll get them back out onto the racetrack in the order in which they were running. The lineups are frozen at this point. "35 laps completed, 40 laps remain. So the fuel stop in effect for tonight's 75-lap main. The rules say only 2 crew members per car are permitted on the racetrack, and so the track officials are in position to watch what goes on. And they will be putting fuel and fuel only into these cars. There are restrictions to what can be done during a fuel stop. So we see it from the leader on back, Devin Dixon, in the car 313, as he is up at the head of the pack there. The 25 of Tyler Nicely out of Kentucky right there with him. And we have the official Brandon Ford truck here for tonight. The official pace truck, the white truck, joining our red truck. One gets the feeling we may be seeing the white truck more often in 2020. Brandon Ford did successfully become the best-selling dealership in the world. They finished at the end of 2018 in the 2nd position because the Los Angeles dealership put on all kinds of incentives to beat them, but that same Los Angeles dealership wasn't successful this year. So Brandon Ford becomes the best-selling dealership in 2019. You can see the crews going to work on these cars as drivers getting a little bit of a respite after some long periods, like lap 11 with several restarts, lap 17 with several restarts. And now this is it, the signal, the bridge to get them into the back half of this one. And this is where they're wondering about the strategy they had pre-race, if the strategy is played out to their liking in the first half, or if they have to rethink their strategy at this point to see if they can advance themselves forward. Been watching the progress of the 0 car of Mark Dixon, as Dixon started the race back in 19th by virtue of his win in the B main. He was able to get himself up inside the top 10 in rather short order, and now finds himself lurking in the 6th and 7th positions. Shane Burrows, who had started up in the front at the 6th starting spot, had to go into the pit area and relegated to the tail, but now has worked his way back up into the top 10. Nicely started this race on the pole, fell back in the first 10 laps, then began to claw his way back up into it. He went back up on the top for a little while. We got to lap 26. It was Nicely who grabbed the lead, but within 5 laps, Devin Dixon had returned the favor. Kevin Adams had gone back up to the top of the track. He had spent a majority of his time there in the first 2 nights, but he had spent the beginning of this race down on the bottom exclusively. So we'll see if Adams is going to think about rim riding some more like he did early on in the week, or if he's going to try to keep it down on the bottom from his position. Unofficially, he's in 3rd spot. So once again, we appreciate everyone coming out here tonight for the conclusion of week number 1 of the Winter Nationals 2020 version. This is our 44th Winter Nationals. We still have 3 more weeks of competition coming up. Taking a look at the schedule, it's going to be like this. Next Thursday, that's the 30th of January, it's going to be the Durance Lane Chevrolet Crate Late Models, joined by the Top Gun Sprints and also having the Thunderstock/V8 Warriors. They'll have 3 nights of racing, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Sunday, the 2nd of February, Groundhog's Day, is going to be a practice day for the Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series. The Lucas Oil Dirt Late Model Series will begin their activity on the Monday, which is the 3rd of February, and they'll run all the way up through the Saturday, which is the 8th of February. The Friday and Saturday races paying $12,000 to the winner. Then we'll take Sunday the 9th off because we'll have, for the first time in 17 years, 410 sprint cars coming in as the Tony Stewart-owned Ollie's Bargain Outlet All-Star Circuit of Champions presented by Mobil Oil. We'll have a pair of nights presented by Winn-Dixie here at East Bay Raceway Park as we bring in the traveling top racers from the All-Star Circuit of Champions. They'll have 2 nights of racing action. That'll be Monday, February 10th, and then on Tuesday, February 11th. Wednesday, February 13th becomes a practice day for the final group to come in for the Winter Nationals. That's going to be racing on February 13th, 14th, and 15th. For open wheel activity, the 360 sprints joined by the micro sprints and the mini sprints. The final night of that action will be the traditional Ron Laney King of the 360s that will crown a Top Gun here in that competition. So if you happen to be in the area in the state of Florida, come on out and see us. If not, we welcome flowracing.com for the events that are coming up next week, the January 30th through February 1st, and then again on February 13th through the 15th. You can catch all the action right there. So, signal has been given by way of the track officials to wrap up the refueling here. The crews will start to make their way back into the pit area, and the drivers will begin to cinch down the belts and get ready to come back out for racing action to complete tonight's final feature event here in the Winter Nationals modified action. Drivers told by way of the receiver system that it's nice that they have crew members, but the crew members don't need to be on the racetrack anymore, so politely ask them to make their way to someplace other than on the racing surface so that the drivers can put the helmets back on and get ready to go racing. A couple of cars coming in from the work area since everyone was not able to refuel out on the racetrack, but trust me, there were plenty of eyes on them. So we'll see them getting into their positions here tonight, those being the 12 car of Jason Hughes and the 72 of Todd Nieheiser. So a couple of more cars were back down in the work area, and they will be leaving the work area to come out on the racetrack to allow the track officials to line up the cars as they need to be in position. Signal being given to fire up the race cars. Here comes the 18 of Tate Davenport. Meanwhile, the car number 22 of Dale Kelly will round out the field. Unofficially on lap 35, you've got the 313 of Devin Dixon ahead of Tyler Nicely in second. Kevin Adams in third in the 23D. Fourth spot is Spencer Hughes in the 11, while fifth is Kyle Bronson in 33B. Jeff Matthews is currently sixth in car number 33. Mark Dixon seventh in the 0. You have Lucas Lee is eighth in car 12. Ninth spot is Travis Varnador in the car number 205. Rounding out the top 10 is Shane Burrows in car 70B. 11th position, Jason Hughes in the 12. M20 of Mike Petoskey is 12th. Jesse Wisecarver in the 65, 13th. 14th, Donnie Moran in the 2A. 15th, Nick Allen in the 21A. 16th is Maverick Varnador in the 4. 17th, the car 7 of Brad DeYoung. 18th position is Dale Kelly in car 22. The car number 72 of Todd Nieheiser will be in 19th. The 20 of Brian Skaggs rounds out the top 20. Six cars have been retired from the race here tonight. Billy Howard's car 41. Kurt Myers in the car 1M. Chris Wilson in the 127. Brian Bernhardt in the B69. Roger Krause in the 15. The car number 18D of Davenport, once listed as out, is now back in. So there are no planned stoppages from this point forward. There will not be any yellow flags for no apparent reason. The 70B of Shane Burrows back out of the 10th spot, moved back because the driver exited the race car, and that is one of the rules you can't have when you have a situation where you're refueling. We're ready to roll with it. Front half of the field gets away without incident, but meanwhile they're jacking around in the point on back. Dixon up front, and Adams runs second. Nicely's hanging on to third as Bronson's coming on strong on the outside. Spencer Hughes trying to mix it up. Jesse Wisecarver trying to find some racing room, this time by halfway home. One nicely now going backwards as Adams on the high side, making some progress on the 313. Jeff Matthews getting up into the top 5. Matthews battling Kyle Bronson for 4th position. And the caution flag is displayed as the 65 of Wisecarver is in the wall in turn 1. Weiscarver had some tough going there as he found himself pinched a few times coming off turn 4. And apparently some issues with the 65 car sent him up on the top side. So as the record takes care of the business over in turns 1 and 2, officials taking a look at that last lap as we've completed 39 laps here. With 39 laps completed, last time they flashed by here with the green flag in place instead of the yellow flag in place. It was the car on the outside that had the slightest advantage. And that would be Kevin Adams, who will go into the lead at this point. And the distance between the 23D and the 313 in that one was 0.041 seconds. 0.041 on that. So a close gap for that one. Adams is going to be out there all by himself. There's a good chance the 313 of Dixon is going to settle into the inside. Spencer Hughes in the car 11 is now in third. Fourth will be Kyle Bronson in the 33B. Fifth was Jeff Matthews in the car 33. Nicely, meanwhile, has gone back to sixth. Dixon still holds on to seventh spot. Donnie Moran starting to make his way up there into eighth position. And he will have Mike Petoskey right with him in the M20. Maverick Varnador rounding out the top 10 with 39 laps completed. Had a chance to see Jesse Weiscarver's car in the pit area a little earlier, and in the 65, there is a little number 101. And apparently, it answered the question because back in the 60s at Zanesville Speedway, there was a driver by the name of Doris Weiscarver, D-O-R-U-S. And Doris Weiscarver had the Thrush Woodpecker as on the side of his car number 101, usually a black car number 101. So paying tribute to a family member in that car 65. Good to see that the heritage of racing continues. We're ready to get things lined up and checked over once again. Time to watch him as Dixon did choose the inside line, but he's got to be careful not to jump the situation. Adams sweeps down, green flag. Dixon with a solid run off the bottom, has it by a length in the back straightaway, but the point they counted is over here. Racers trying to get down to the bottom after they sweep off the corners. Matthews has moved out of the top 5. Nicely on the outside, starting to get back into this one. Donnie Moran is up to 6th in the 2A car on the bottom. Meanwhile, problem for Jason Hughes as he's out. Dixon slipping back into the clutches of Kyle Bronson as Kyle Bronson on the low side makes it 3rd place. Kevin Adams picked up the time is right to take it outside, and he's got her going from there. Here comes Jeff Matthews around Donnie Moran. Kyle Bronson looks low on the 313. They'll race strong into the corner in turn 1. Bronson down as low as you can go. That gave Spencer Hughes a good chance to get up to 2nd. Now it's going to be Devin Dixon going to the top. Matthews off the pace. Like the hood is flopped over on the 33. And a problem in the 33 car. Can't see the nature of anything there. He's going to go into the pit area. At one time up inside the top 5, but now headed for the work area. 48 laps complete. Car also choosing to exit at this time. He had dropped out into the infield earlier. So Spencer Hughes made that move on Devin Dixon and got up into the 11 car into the 2nd spot. A couple of laps to go. Kyle Bronson stayed down on the bottom side and kind of made Dixon think about going up top, and that he did, but not until Bronson had already made the pass. Tyler Nicely, who had started at the free lap 35 in 2nd, then fell all the way back outside the top 5, is now back inside the top 5. Field beginning to line up as Matthews in the 33 presents. After a quick visit into the work area, we are 48 laps into this one with 27 laps remaining. $19 cars still in competition. Kyle Bronson quickly to challenge 2nd on Spencer Hughes. Now trouble for Brian Skaggs in the 20. Skaggs will slow in the back straightaway, and caution is displayed. Adams finds him right there in front of him. He'll have to abandon the high line. quickly they're going to line them back up behind Kevin Adams in the 23D, who has the lead. Car number 11 of Spencer Hughes is lined up in second spot, and Kyle Bronson will be in third. Spencer Hughes with the choice goes outside. As Skaggs is able to continue in the car 20, whatever the issue was, it's rectified itself. Devin Dixon all the way back to fifth. Hughes trailing by 3/4 of a second last time. Dixon on the charge, splits the competitors and goes into second. Spencer Hughes keeps it in competition. Dixon that time 0.2 faster than the 11 car. Dixon's going to keep it up on the top. He's going to rim ride it there. Bronson holds on to third down the back straightaway. Three wide in turn two. Allen to the inside. Dixon caught in the middle of it. Jason Lee right there. Now Devin Dixon making him think as he's going to go back down to the bottom side. This time by, we've got 20 laps to go. Devin Dixon pulls even with Kevin Adams. Dixon stays upstairs, power drive, sweeps to the lead. Devin Dixon now keeps the line of the leader in front of second place. Dixon clearly on a mission now as he's stretching out the lead. Brad DeYoung in the 7 does it the right way and turns into the infield. Kyle Bronson now charges up into second. Third spot, Adams in the 23D. And the 205 of Travis Varnador. A lot of smoke trailing from behind as he will slow it to a stop. Good green flag run going there as we've got to lap number 60. And so we're going to need some help to get the Travis Varnador 205 into the pit area. Tate Davenport in the 18, Brad DeYoung in the 7. Those two drivers knew they were having problems with their cars, but instead of causing a caution, they took them to the infield. Sportsmanship gesture right there to be recognized. We do appreciate it. It's going to be the end of the race for the 205 of Travis Varnador. We started with 26 cars. Still have 16 on the racetrack. Kyle Bronson running second, choosing the outside. Is where he wanted to put the 23D of Kevin Adams. Bronson choosing the inside line to see what he can do from down there. He's been lurking all race long. Spencer Hughes fourth. Mark Dixon from 19th up to 5th. Adams decisively as meanwhile Dixon and Matthews tangle up. Another slide job put on by Devin Dixon. He's inspired. Dixon down the back straightaway. Problems in turn 1 as the 72 is around. The M20 of Mike Petoskey collected up as well, but Petoskey rolls on, caution waves. Something happened on the start for the 25 of Nicely and the 11 of Spencer Hughes as they disappeared. Back a lap, dropped out of the top 5. Right rear folded up on Nick Allen's 21A, but that car continues in the chase. Well, there was a definite determination seen in Devin Dixon last time by as he once again went upstairs to get in front of Kevin Adams. Kevin Adams still listed as second on this latest pass. Jeff Matthews inside the top 5. Mark Dixon in the 4th spot. 3 Matthews cars within the top 5 on this restart. Maverick Varnador in the 4 jumps up to try to get a position. There goes Jeff Matthews into 3rd spot. Maverick Varnador runs 4th. Brian Skaggs nearly spins in turn 4, but gathers it back in. And the 21A of Nick Allen up on the high side of turn 1. 21A of Nick Allen out of the race. Still have 15 cars. Started taking a look at the situation on the racetrack, and it's good enough to consider getting the 1-to-go signal next time through. 63 laps completed. It's Devin Dixon up front, second spot. The car 23D of Kevin Adams. In the third position, Jeff Matthews in car 33. Fourth then would be the car 12 of Lucas Lee. Then you have the car number 4 of Maverick Varnador. Mark Dixon just outside the top 5, but again, he started back in the 19th spot. Kyle Bronson has dropped back a few spots, but he's on the inside, and that's where he likes to be. Just 12 laps remaining in tonight's A-Main. Let's see who's going to walk away with this one. All the drivers hoping to reach their destination. Again, Tyler Nicely finding something on the restart. He's back up in the top 5. Lucas Lee driving through. Matthews pulls even with Adams. Then a battle for second in the back straightaway. Adams comes off the top into the middle of the racetrack. Lots of speed into the corners, chasing Dixon. Skaggs into the infield in the 20 car. Adams is running out of cushion up on the top of the second corner. Now down to the middle of the racetrack. He tries to repeat the feat and does. Dixon's got to go back to the bottom. Your leader, Kevin Adams. Adams trying to rocket off the top side as Dixon trying to find some place to race in front of Jeff Matthews. And Dixon nearly sideways in turn 3. Dixon's going to be pure on the outside to see if he can get it there as Matthews comes off the bottom, washes up the racetrack. Battle for fourth between Lee and the 11 of Hughes. Your leader, Kevin Adams. It's going to be Devin Dixon rolling through on the top, but Adams trying to stretch it out. That time by Adams with the distance of 1.38 seconds. Over 1.3 seconds, the gap between first and second. Five laps to go. Late stages shootout. Adams carries it in behind Donnie Moran. Now sweeps to the bottom, runs up in front of Moran, clean sailing, got to keep it off the wall. 2 to go. Dixon, Matthews, and Spencer Hughes giving chase. Dixon down to bypass the car number 2A of Donnie Moran. Your race leader, Kevin Adams, rolls into turn 4. He sees the white flag. 1 lap left. Final opportunities present themselves as Dixon goes down on the bottom. Trouble in turn 4. Nick Allen gets around but keeps going. The caution flag comes out. The caution flag appears. And this one is yet to be decided. Question remains. Ultimately, who's going to walk away with this one? Kevin Adams is leading it. Devin Dixon is second, and he's right there behind him on the restart. Jeff Matthews is on the bottom in the third position. What's going to work when it comes time to go green? We're going to find out now, because the time to go green is when the field rolls off of turn 4. Caution light remains on as we continue to take a look at the field. And this is it. The driver's being told. You can't see the scoreboard, but it says 74. This is your chance to make your move, to get yourself into victory lane. There's a $5,000 check waiting on the winner. Who's going to win this championship here tonight? We're not going to get the start this time. The yellow remains as we are trying to get the drivers in their proper spots. It's very important because this is what they've earned. They should have what they have earned. So it needs to be exactly correct to give everyone a chance. It's more than just the winner when it comes to the checkered flag. So getting ready to get this underway. Keep an eye on them. Time to bring your favorite driver to the front. If you're rooting for Kevin Adams, you know you got a hefty field coming behind him. Adams says, let's go. Adams tries to get up the racetrack, and Dixon's going to come down low. Going to set up the shootout down on the bottom. Adams trying to sweep through with a lot of speed. He drifts high. He'll come around to the checkered flag, the win to Kevin Adams. By a single car length, 0.195 seconds. The win, Kevin Adams in car 23.
ladies and gentlemen, we'll make our way across to East Bay Raceway, Park's Victory Lane. How about it for your winner, Kevin Adams? Hello, Buzzy. It's going all right. It's going all right. You grab that. We got a big check. We got a big trophy. We got all this stuff. Your crew's making his way down here. They're coming. They're coming. Hi to the wife and the children at home. The mom, the dad is here. I got a million things to talk about. First, I want to talk about, obviously, the race, right? Wild. These 75 lappers, and you've been here as many years as I've been here. You've been coming here a long time. These 75 lappers, whoever's leading at the first lap or the 74th lap, you don't know because you can go wherever you want. What a race.
Oh, man. You know, it's crazy, you know. So many people don't understand how tricky this goddamn place is, you know. The locals race here every week, and they're lost on some of these nights when the tide and shit and everything changes. But, man, I'm telling you, I've been beat by both of them 33 cars and Kyle Brunson 300 times here. I finally won a couple preliminary nights, you know, over the years, but, man, I think we got second in the 75 lapper 4 times in the last 7 years. So, you know, it's a long race. I mean, it's like running 4 features back home. So it's hard to not lose your cool, you know, like I've lost a lot of these early just because you go too hard and whatever. And then it's a tire game because there's 2 different compounds and people are looking at everybody's stuff and it's just a chess match. So there's so much stuff that changes throughout the night. This track changed 3 different times from tacky to slick. So I thought it was rubbering for a minute. And then I don't know if the goddamn tide came in or what, but man, that brown finally got back and that bailed me out. But I just, you know, I got to thank everybody. I'll try not to be a baby and cry here, but man, it's a long week down here. Tyler nicely kept us out all night last night, so we might be a little hungover, but whatever. I got to thank my dad and Todd that, you know, first off, they build me kick-ass motors, and we changed the motor today. We talked all week about going down on cubic inch, so finally we just said hell with it and did it. We haven't ran this motor. We haven't ran this motor in 5 years from when I got second to Devin Dixon here, and so the thing's old, it's rusty, but son of a bitch, it goes. And we didn't even hot lap because my throttle fell off in hot lap, but got to thank them. George Dahlbeck, he's the car owner of this outfit, and man, I tell you, I'm sorry, George, I think I ran the guts out of it, but it's we didn't even get much dents. We put two new quarter panels on, and George can go kick their ass at Ashland all summer. But got to thank my crew. So, you know, if it wasn't for George, we wouldn't be here. Chad Olson, I told my crew before the feature, I said, every time I wear this suit, bad luck happens. And then my throttle fell off in hot laps. And John told me, he says, change it. I said, I can't. It's the only thing green I got. You know, I don't have green on my car anymore. Everybody don't even know it's me. So thank God, Chad, we finally changed the luck on this suit. But my crew, you know, Bob, John, Georgie, Casey, Ryan from Jarovich Shocks are the best damn shocks in the world. Me and Tyler Nicely been kind of lone soldiers on the Jarovich deal here, and I'm telling you, they're badass. Ryan and Sean do a great job. Smoke for all of his hospitality here. Everybody back home, you know, my wife's mad at me because she didn't get to come this year and different job, so that sucks, but she'll be back next year, trust me. And got to thank them and my kids watching, my mom, my sister, all my, you know, my normal pit crew too back home. They're probably drunk as hell right now. But thanks to all them guys, and Al, you know, Al Varnador, the promoter, man, it's nuts, man. This place, it's never the same twice, and I thank Al every year if we do good or bad, and I appreciate him, and I can't thank Al enough, and just to everybody, man, I got a lot to say. I could probably be here all night, but shit, we got to fly out in the morning. I said we probably would stay out all night and party if we won this thing, so I don't know, might have to get a later flight now. But thank you to Devin Dixon. He ran me clean all night, and when I saw Matthews, I'm like, you kidding me? I think he pitted at one point, and it's like, I'm not going to lose this to Jeff, man. He took one from me a few years ago, but thanks to everybody. Wayne Hammond, Brandon Ford, he helps us get down here. You know, Mr. Hammond's a great man, so I got to thank Wayne Hammond too, but I don't know. I think I'm done. I'm going to go drink beer now.
Couple things, and then you'll be done here. Couple things. I want to talk about those restarts because obviously the one restart to the third to the fourth was you fired off so good on the outside and you took the lead back from Devin. Then a yellow came out and he did exactly what he needed to do, right? He slid up and took your line. What fun is that on the restart racing with those guys like that?
You know, people back home, they get all butthurt when you job and they don't know how to counter you and then they'd rather run into you. I'm telling you, this place is made to race hard and slide, and we never touched. And, you know, some people back home could take a lot of notes how we race down here, but I can't, you know, Jeff Matthews, I've known Jeff for years, got utmost respect for him, and it's a blast, man. My heart's pounding. I knew the yellow was going to come out. It happens to me everywhere. It don't matter if it's a 15-lap shootout. The damn yellow comes out on the white flag every freaking night. So I knew it was happening. My sticks guy was giving me a huge lead. I'm like, of course there'd be a yellow. If they were on my butt, you know, they'd slide job me and beat me. But I don't know. I don't know if I just prayed or what, or I don't know. Just figured, screw it. I'm going to haul her off in there, and I'm either going to be in the fence or maybe pull one of these deals out. So, I don't know. Like, I could talk all night. But.
Yeah, you could. Hey, last thing, and I know all these guys want to congratulate you. I'll let you get there. You said when we were doing the redraw, maybe the bad luck with the hot lap deal was it. Something bad was going to happen. That was it. That's all you needed to put your name on one of these big checks on Championship Saturday night.
Well, you know, every year I redraw the third row, and I've been the point leader a lot of these nights. And, you know, I've always thought it was punishment. You know, if you earn points, I thought you should start by points, but it's 75 laps, so I mean, you got tons of time. So when I seen the second row tonight, I'm like, holy hell, maybe something will change for once. But, man, I don't know. I just got to thank everybody. It's so much fun down here, and the weather's mint. And, yeah, like I said, man, they dialed me in this week, and I didn't even know what the hell a Spring Smasher was a week ago, and that's all we've done. And I'm a little bit old school, so got to thank everybody. Jeff Taylor, everybody at Larry Shaw Race Cars, Larry Shaw, you know, I forgot to thank them. Piece that hung together, so I guess we'll check the welds, but thank you all. Bye.
There it is, Kevin Adams. Give him a hand. Tonight's $5,000 winner. The UMP mods will sneak over here and talk with second and third place Devin Dixon, Jeff Matthews as well. Devin, I know you heard part of that conversation, but I said to him, that one restart, Devin was leading, and you fired off so good, and you stole the lead. He made the move of the race on the next restart to steal the lead back. How fun is it? That's a good race right there.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good race. Like I said earlier, we've had a good car all night, and, you know, there at the race, we actually fell back, I think, to 6th or 7th, and once we got going, we kind of rolled, and then after that fuel stop, you know, I had a softer tire on, and it was still good, the fuel stop. 10 laps after that, it just started going away, and I got steer tight. So he's a hell of a racer. I mean, if anybody's going to win this race, he deserves it. He's raced second to me a couple times, so I don't mind running second to him. And we both drive each other clean, so that's the main thing. We don't have no tore-up race car. He can go back home and win some more races during the year. So, you know, it's been a long week. We haven't really tore anything up, which is good, so we'll take a second, and we'll be back next year and see if we can be on top again.
Best thing about these races is you guys on those restarts, slide job after slide job. Like you said, you race each other clean. There's no dents on any of these race cars. I know it's your home racetrack, but how fun is it when all these guys come in? Whether you win or you don't win, racing hard like this is how it should be.
Yeah, it is. You go in there and door slam somebody just to pass them. So I could have went in there and hit him in the left side door, getting into 4, and maybe put him in a wall or something, but I don't do that. That's not how I drive. And he wouldn't do that to me. So he deserves to win. They had a better car at the end of the race. I had a better car at the middle of the race. So that's how it played out. Second, and I'm happy with that. So no tore up race cars. He can go home, win more races during the year. I can win some more races during the year, and we'll see each other next year.
There it is. Devin Dixon comes home second in the 313. We'll sneak over and speak with Jeff Matthews in front of his hot rod over here from Prevailed. Jeff Matthews, let's go this way so the camera's here. From 25th, yeah, backwards. They all look the same, right? From 25th, though, you're a guy, and I said this to Devin earlier, when you get into these races, these 75 lappers, it doesn't matter if you start on the pole, if you start last, if you pit 3 times. If you're good, you can come to the front, and you did tonight.
Yeah, we've been struggling all week here, man. We just, we couldn't figure it out. And on the soft tires all weekend running 30s and 30s. So tonight I went with a 60, and Devin and Kyle, they decided they were going to run with 30s. I said, man, I think the hotter the 30 gets, we get a little loose. You know, I mean, it just gets freer and freer. But we're glad we got a provisional, because we wouldn't have been in the show if it wasn't for that. But I think my guys, they worked their butt off on this thing. We worked day and night for a whole week. Now we got to go home and unload this stuff and come back and run the crates and then come back and run the super. So we got a lot of racing left ahead of us.
Talk about this 3-car team. Of course, Buzzy was good tonight, right? No doubt about it. But Kyle ran good. Obviously, Devin ran good, and you ran really good. How fun is it to be a part of this 3-car team up here when you guys are running so well?
Oh, it's fun when, when we're running good. It's fun, but it's a lot of work, when you got 3 cars in the pits and, everybody crashing, trying to figure out tire decisions and putting fuel in and moving this and moving that and make changes and, adjustments. It's hectic back there, but, hats off to Buzz. He's all the time around the fence here. He's always good, every year, last year he was the same way around the fence. He come up a spot short last year, but I'm glad to see him win one.
There it is. Jeff Matthews comes home third from 25th tonight. We'll send those guys down to Victory Lane, get some Victory Lane photos taken. That'll wrap it up. I'll do it right here. We'll wrap it up from the front straightaway. Thank you so much for tuning in at Flow Racing. For those of you that were here in the grandstands, you saw a hell of a show. That'll wrap it up from East Bay Raceway Park. See you next time.
Advantage over Carter in that battle for the final transfer spot.